Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku found himself in another world part 2. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story Lord Bingus the Destroyer from 𝗏3. So let's start the video. Sonic looked to his side to see Izuku, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. He hummed, looking around, spotting nothing but water. They had been flying for about an hour now, and Sonic decided it was time to get some directions. He summoned one of the emeralds and concentrated, grinning when the front of the emerald glowed. Just keep going straight, Tails. We're going in the right direction, Sonic said, and the fox gave him a thumbs up. Izuku opened his eyes, looking at Sonic curiously. How did you do that? He asked, and Sonic raised an eyebrow at Izuku. Didn't you hear the detective? Apparently you can use a Chaos Emerald as a compass for the Master Emerald, Sonic said, and Izuku paused, before nodding. Oh, that does make sense, Izuku murmured, and Sonic grinned. Yep, now, you should probably know something about the emeralds, specifically, what you can do if you have all 7 of them, Sonic said, and Izuku's eyes widened. All 7? That power has to be incredible, he thought to himself, though he didn't want it. Izuku preferred getting stronger naturally. However, he would utilize the power of the emeralds if he had no other choice. His top priority was protecting and helping Amy. And if he had to use super-powered gems to do so, then he would. Just then, Tails gasped, and Izuku looked forward, spotting a few rocks jutting out of the sea. He paused, before he grinned as more of the landmass came into view. It was Angel Island in all its glory. Izuku looked back at Tails, a smirk under his rebreather. You want to speed this up? He asked, and Tails raised an eyebrow at him. Izuku cracked his knuckles, before telling Sonic to hold on. He then put his palm to the wing of the tornado, and it abruptly sped up, causing Sonic to nearly stumble. I thought we were going at max speed, Sonic yelled, and Tails looked at him, just as surprised. We were, he replied, and Izuku laughed, drawing their attention. It's one of my powers. I can speed and slow things down by touching them, including space itself. I have to admit, I have broken the laws of physics a few times with this, but I do make sure to limit myself, Izuku said, and both Tails and Sonic's jaws dropped. Izuku wilted a bit at the stairs, before Sonic blinked and looked forward. He grinned at Izuku, getting ready. That may be impressive, but I know you can't do this, he said, before leaping off of the wing. Izuku's eyes widened, before Sonic started floating, and all 7 Chaos Emeralds started circling him. Izuku quickly lost sight of Sonic though, as they neared the island. Izuku turned to Tails, but before he could open his mouth, Tails raised a finger. Wait for it, he said. Just then, a golden streak zoomed past them at incomprehensible speeds. Izuku blinked, and Sonic was suddenly floating just above the other wing, a golden aura around him. His quills shifted from a bright and vibrant blue to a blinding golden color, and the air sizzled from the power emanating from the golden hero. His eyes, which were previously a piercing bright green, not unlike Amy's, were now a brilliant ruby red. Most interestingly though, was the fact that he looked like he was visibly straining himself. What Izuku started, and Sonic grinned his teeth, still straining himself. This ... is the power of the Chaos Emeralds, he said, and Izuku paused. Are you alright? He asked, and Sonic chuckled, wincing in what looked like pain, but Izuku couldn't tell. This form is really hard to control. The first time I transformed, I nearly killed Tails, he said bluntly. Izuku blinked, looking back at Tails who was grinning nervously at him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sonic's better at controlling his super form now, Tails told him, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. Super form? What, do you call yourself Supersonic or something like that? Izuku asked, jokingly. Sonic and Tails shared a look, and Izuku deadpanned. Oh, I should have seen that coming, honestly. So, what can you do in that form, other than fly, that is? Izuku asked. Sonic grinned at him, flexing his thin arms. I can kick your ass now, that's for sure, Sonic boasted, and Tails cleared his throat. Sonic paused, before shaking his head. Sorry about that. I tend to get a little more crass in this form. To answer your question, I'm far stronger, faster, and more durable. Nothing can really hurt me in this form, but I can still drown, Sonic answered. Izuku nodded, impressed. Well, I certainly feel more confident in our ability to save Amy now that I know you can do that, Izuku commented, and Sonic raised an eyebrow at him, a grin on his face. Don't believe in yourself that much, short fuse? He asked, and Tails turned to look at him. Sonic flinched, before he coughed lightly into his fist, embarrassed. Sorry. Well, since we're right about here, I'll just fly the rest of the way there, Sonic said, before jumping off the wing and speeding past them, creating large waves behind him. Izuku and Tails got splashed by the water, and Tails sighed. Sorry about him ... He isn't usually this rude, even while in his super form, Tails said, and Izuku spat a bit of ocean water out. It's fine. I Don't know if you knew this, but Sonic doesn't like me too much, 𝗧𝗂 said, and Tails looked at him as they slowed down, the plane's wheels making contact with the island. What? Why wouldn't he like you? He asked, confused. 𝗧𝗂's eyes widened at him as he said that, and he realized that he hadn't told Tails his fairly reasonable concerns about him. Sorry, but that's not my place to tell you. If he doesn't want to tell you, then I'll respect his wishes, 𝗧𝗂 said, and Tails looked at him, taking his helmet off, his eyes wide. But why wouldn't he tell me? We're best friends, Tails asked, and 𝗧𝗂 sighed. It's nothing against you, I guarantee you, 𝗧𝗂 said, and Tails looked down, a sad look in his eyes. Okay, he said, before hopping out of the plane. 𝗧𝗂 then walked over to a series of bushes, spotting a hint of blue and red. He walked past the bushes to see Sonic lying on the ground, a red Mobian standing a few feet away from him, holding all 7 Chaos Emeralds in his huge mitts. 𝗧𝗂 immediately rushed to Sonic, standing in front of him defensively, a scowl on his face. Who are you? What do you want with us? 𝗧𝗂 asked, and the red Mobian glared back at him. Stay away from the Master Emerald. I warned your friend, but she didn't listen, so now the red Mobian started, and 𝗧𝗂's eyes flashed with power and rage. The next thing the red Mobian knew, 𝗧𝗂 was in front of him, his fist cocked back. Knuckles gasped as the intruder's fist slammed into his chest, cracking a rib. Knuckles fell to the ground, and the emeralds shook before they flew up into the air and scattered. He looked up to see the mad eyes of his attacker glaring down at him. Where is she? He yelled, his voice crackling with power. Knuckles scowled at him, throwing a punch that could knock an elephant on its ass. The intruder simply grabbed the Echidna's fist before he pulled him up. Fine, be difficult, he said, before he launched off, creating a small shockwave. Knuckles looked down as the intruder flew up into the sky, his eyes wide in surprise and fear. That was until he narrowed his eyes, determination and pride coursing through him. He grabbed intruder's arm, glaring at him. You will not take the Master Emerald, he shouted, and the intruder glared at him. You think I care about some stupid rock? I want my friend back. You tell me where she is, and we leave, the intruder said, and Knuckles reared his fist back. Liar, he yelled, cracking the intruder in the jaw. The intruder let go of him, flinching back as he held his now dented metal rebreather. Knuckles flailed his arms through the air, before he flattened his body and started using his dreads to ride the wind, gliding away quickly. 𝗧𝗂 was about to chase after the stranger, but he heard Sonic calling his name and waving at him. He sneered at the stranger before he dove down, quickly landing on the ground in front of Sonic and Tails. He looked at them as Sonic frowned at the ground. He knocked me out of my super form, Sonic said, both shocked and confused. 𝗧𝗂 raised an eyebrow at Sonic, also sharing his look of confusion. I thought you were invincible in that state, he said, and Sonic paused, before looking at him. I thought so too. That wasn't me being cocky. I've never been hurt by anything while in that form, he said, and 𝗧𝗂 sighed. It doesn't matter right now. That red Mobian got away, and the Chaos Emeralds are gone, 𝗧𝗂 said, and Sonic groaned. I can't believe they already scattered. I had just collected them all, Sonic whined, and 𝗧𝗂 shook his head, looking forward. Let's just go. The longer Amy's waiting there, the longer she's in danger, 𝗧𝗂 said, taking a step forward. Sonic agreed, quickly dashing forward and speeding past 𝗧𝗂, Tails at his side. 𝗧𝗂 blinked before he zoomed after them. He barely made it to them before they were assaulted by a group of Badniks. A few Rhino Badniks rushed Tails from behind, but the Fox Boy heard them coming and quickly jumped over them, slamming his powerful namesakes into 2 of the 3 robots, and Sonic tore through the 3rd one with his quills. While they handled the Rhino Badniks, there were a group of 5 Monkey Badniks littered around the trees, throwing bombs at him, Sonic, and Tails. He quickly put an end to that by powering up and dashing forward and literally running through the trees, toppling them over, crushing 3 of the bots, leaving 2 left. 𝗧𝗂 jumped, using Black Whip to grab the 2 remaining bots and slam them into the ground, detonating them. 𝗧𝗂 looked back at Sonic and Tails to see them congratulating one another, and he stood up, walking over to them. You two have great teamwork. I saw the way you worked together. Have you guys ever thought of using some team attacks? 𝗧𝗂 asked, and Sonic and Tails looked at each other before they looked back at him, shrugging. 𝗧𝗂 paused, and he looked at them, a disbelieving look in his eyes. Really? How long have you two been doing this anyways? He asked, and Sonic rubbed the underside of his nose. 2 years, he said, and Tails looked down, rubbing his hands together nervously. 6 months, he said after a pause, and 𝗧𝗂 hummed. Hold on for a second. How strong are your tails? He asked the fox, who looked down before he paused, trying to think. Sonic grinned in pride, jutting his thumb out. They're strong enough to defend against my quills. My little buddy's unstoppable with those things, Sonic said, and Tails blushed. I wouldn't say unstoppable. but I can defend from Sonic's attacks without getting harmed, he said, and Izuku smiled. I've got an idea, Tails. Next time we run into an enemy, why don't you bat Sonic towards an enemy with your tails? Izuku asked, and Tails' eyes widened in surprise. Why you want me to hit Sonic ... at the enemies? He asked, looking down at his tails. Izuku nodded at him, and Sonic hummed. I mean ... it could work. He mused, and Tails looked at him, an unsure frown on his face. Are ... you sure? What if I hurt you? Or miss? He asked, and Sonic scoffed. What? I'm made out of stronger stuff than most hedgehogs. You know that, Tails? Besides, I believe in you, Sonic said, elbowing Tails gently. Tails blushed with a smile, looking down, before he looked back up, a grin on his face. All right, let's do it, Izuku then hummed, before he cleared his throat, getting the two's attention. If you really want, I could help you guys do a test run, Izuku offered, and they both looked at each other before looking back at him. Sonic smiled at him, crossing his arms. How are you gonna do that? He asked, and Izuku grinned back, before Black Whip leaked out of his arm, quickly forming the same punching bag shape that he trained Amy with. So, do you guys want to try it out? He asked, and Tails immediately nodded. Yeah, I want to see if this will actually work before I throw him at an enemy, he said, and Sonic nodded along. Izuku smiled at them, before he walked a few feet away, observing from a distance. Sonic looked at Tails, before he held up 3 fingers, slowly counting down. When he got to 0, he jumped in the air with a spin attack, and Tails quickly followed before twirling in the air and smacking Sonic with his tails. Sonic flew forwards, missing the punching bag, and instead embedding himself in a wall. Izuku smiled, walking over and smashing the rock wall to pieces with his quirk. Sonic quickly fell out, slightly dizzy. Whoa ... that was ... that was awesome. That was a nice hit, Tails. Though ... we do need to work on your aim, Sonic said, but it seemed that Tails was a little distracted. He was, staring at where the wall used to be. Both Izuku and Sonic looked up, and their jaws dropped at the massive ring that floated in the middle of a room that the wall was blocking. Sonic grinned, pumping his fist. Yes, we already found one, he said, and Izuku looked over at him, confused. A giant ring. Geez, how much is this thing worth? He asked, and Sonic shook his head with a chuckle. That's no ordinary ring, pal, Sonic said, and Izuku rolled his eyes. What? Really? I didn't notice, he said, completely deadpan, making Sonic huff before he walked over to the ring and looked back at Izuku with a grin, walking backwards. All I've got to say is ... see you in the other side, Sonic said, before he touched the ring and disappeared. Then Tails rushed past him and jumped into it, disappearing with him. Izuku paused for a moment before he sighed and ran into the ring. It was safe to say that Izuku was not expecting this. All 3 of them stood on a small planetoid with many other parties in the distance, all with red and blue spheres on their surface area. Suddenly, he heard a whispering voice in his head telling him to collect blue spheres, and he looked around, searching for the voice. He then looked at Sonic and Tails, who were both looking at him, smiling at his reaction. You guys heard that too, right? He started, before Sonic spread his arms out. Welcome to the special zone. This is a place that constantly changes shapes once all the Chaos Emeralds have been collected. We still don't know why the emeralds go here when they scatter, but we know how to get here, so it's fine, Sonic told him, and Izuku blinked. Seriously though, you guys heard that too, right? He asked, and Sonic nodded. Yeah, gotta collect blue spheres. You and Tails wait here, I'll do it, he said, before he dashed off, jumping over a red sphere and collecting a few blue ones, turning them red. Izuku looked over at Tails to see him looking around in wonder. So many colors, he murmured, and Izuku chuckled, before taking a look around. He winced, the sight hurting his eyes a little bit. After a few moments, the world around him started shifting back into Angel Island Zone, and the 3 of them were back, with a green Chaos Emerald in Sonic's hand. Hee, easy as a 30-mile dash, Sonic said, before the emerald disappeared. Sonic smiled at them, before he started running away, the 2 following him. They quickly came across a small body of shallow water with a bunch of floating badniks over it. Izuku grunted and jumped in the air, grabbing one of the badniks. It electrocuted him, but he moved through the pain, hurling the badnik at a group of 3, exploding it and taking them out. He used float to keep himself midair, and gave a thumbs up to Sonic and Tails before they jumped into the shallow body of water. Walking through it, Izuku watched them, dumbfounded as they walked through the water, jumping out on the other side. Izuku quickly flew over to them, confused. Why didn't you guys just ... swim through the water? He asked, and Sonic grumbled, annoyed. Sonic can't swim. He has hydrophobia, he said, and Sonic looked at him, betrayed. He didn't have to know that. You could have just stopped at I can't swim, he said, and Tails shrugged. He deserves to know. He's our friend, isn't he? He asked, looking Sonic in the eyes, who winced and looked away. Why yeah, It's just ... We don't know him very well, and he started, before Izuku coughed into his fist. It's not a big deal. Let's just go, he said, rushing forward. Sonic nodded, following him, and Tails frowned, before he quickly caught up. The three of them dashed through falling rocks, waterfalls, even some mortars. However, they easily took care of everything in their way, before reaching a wide open field with a nice view of the ocean. Whoa ... This place is kind of beautiful when we're not being attacked 24/7, Sonic said, and Izuku nodded with him. I'd have to agree ... Wait, what is that? He asked, spotting something spherical flying towards them. It was a large metallic ball, and Izuku tensed up as he saw the Robotnik logo on it. It's a Badnik, Izuku said, before he rushed forward, only to be tackled by something. He looked up to see a familiar pair of robotic red eyes glaring at him. He groaned in annoyance, before he stood up. I'll deal with Metal Sonic. You two trash that tin can, Izuku said, before he dodged an outstretched claw, jumping into the air, quickly followed by Metal. Sonic blinked, before he scoffed. That thing looks nothing like me, he said, and Tails shrugged. Hey, he responded. Izuku made sure to fly high enough into the sky to make sure that none of Metal's attacks could harm either Sonic or Tails, before he turned to face Metal, who stopped as well. You just don't know when you quit, huh? He asked, and Metal was silent for a moment, before he eventually spoke. I do not understand you, Izuku Midoriya, he said, his voice sounding more like Sonic's, but still definitely robotic. Izuku raised an eyebrow, and the robotic copy continued. You value friendship and the safety of others despite gaining nothing from it. Why? Metal asked, and Izuku was surprised at the genuine curiosity in his voice. Izuku paused, before he narrowed his eyes. Why do you care? What makes you so curious? He asked, and Metal immediately responded. I do not understand. I want to understand. The term friendship is not a prime directory of mine, despite so many living organisms valuing it so deeply. You gain nothing from protecting Amy Rose, yet you do so anyways. Why? Metal asked, and Izuku scowled. Because I care about her. I've been alone for ages, and she's the first person to even try to care about me in a long time. You can try and kill me, you can stab me, scratch me, hell, you can even shoot me ... But unless I'm dead, she's under my protection, Izuku said, and Metal paused. Your answer is illogical. Feelings cloud organics' minds. Luckily, I have no flaws of that nature, Metal said before he zoomed forward, slamming his knee into Izuku's stomach. Izuku groaned, momentarily stunned, but he caught himself in time to dodge the overhead kick that Metal attempted, before grabbing his ankle and hurling him upwards. Izuku then shot towards the flailing robot, rising above him and kicking him back down. Metal used his thruster to stop his descension, and rise back up for a powerful left hook to the jaw. Izuku reeled in pain, flying backwards a few feet and temporarily losing focus. Metal used this to dash behind him and kick him in the spine, sending him down to the ground. Izuku groaned as he got to his knees, before danger sense warned him of a barrage of missiles landing everywhere around him. Izuku grunted as he launched himself back into the air, surprising Metal Sonic. The area around them quickly shifted from a lush island teeming with life to a flaming forest. Izuku scowled, looking around. I've had it with you and your sick creator. What the fuck is your problem with us? Why can't you just leave us alone? Izuku screamed, powering up. He didn't notice as his body expanded, growing bulkier. You halt progression. The doctor wants nothing but the best for humanity, but you continue to stand in his way. You choose Mobians over humans, despite being a human yourself. As for we have never met before. I have no memory of you in my data banks, Metal said, and Izuku paused. What? We've fought multiple times. Did me trashing you break your memory? Or ... Did Eggman erase the memory? Izuku asked, more to himself, and Metal's red eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? This is our first battle, Metal said, and Izuku took his mask off, showing Metal the scar on his cheek. Metal's eyes widened as he involuntarily scanned the injury. And it matches up perfectly with his claws. What? I don't understand. I am the doctor's greatest creation. Yet, I wasn't the first. But ... I know that. Metal paused, and Izuku used this chance to rush forward and shoulder check the robot. Izuku winced in pain as his body creaked, and he looked down, his eyes widening at his bulkier form. What the? I don't remember doing this. Did it activate on its own, or ... Did I do it subconsciously? Izuku pondered, before being interrupted by a glitching buzz. Izuku Midoriya, what do you know of previous versions of me? Metal asked, and Izuku paused, still on guard. It looked like he caved in Metal's body in slightly as his torso was dented. You're more patient, less robotic, that's for sure. The first time we met, your voice was way different. You practically screamed everything you said with a grating robotic voice. You were more rude, you had some issues up here, and you were terrified of Eggman, Izuku said, and Metal inched backwards, his red eyes wide. What? I was afraid of the doctor. But ... Why? Can you tell me why I was afraid of the doctor? Metal asked, and Izuku took a moment to think about why he was doing this. Metal Sonic was his enemy, so why was he telling him this stuff? He knew that if he powered up, he could demolish the robot with ease. Suddenly, a visage of Amy telling Metal that he could choose for himself popped into his head, and he closed his eyes, sighing. Maybe she had a greater effect on him than he thought. This is so stupid. The last time I tried this. Everyone. HMM. He thought, before he looked at Metal Sonic to see him staring at him. Eggman didn't treat you well. When you lost your first fight, he told you that he was going to give you pain receptors to give you more motivation to win. Izuku said, and Metal Sonic seemed slightly disturbed, but otherwise unchanged. The next time I beat you, you wouldn't stop screaming about how he was going to disassemble you and how you didn't want to die. Izuku said, and Metal froze. I did that. What happened after that? He asked, looking down at his claws. Izuku sighed, thinking back. Eggman kidnapped Amy again, and I fought you again. You didn't talk, and you were honestly relentless. I had to destroy you to stop you. Eggman wasn't even there, just a robotic decoy, Izuku admitted, and Metal looked up at him, his eyes showing a mix of fear and rage. Not rage at him though. So, is that what I am? Just an expendable soldier for the doctor. I was the ultimate creation. I'm supposed to be Sonic's superior, yet he treats me as if I'm some ordinary Badnik. Metal asked, clenching his fists. Izuku looked on, sympathetic for the synthetic speedster. He just found out his entire existence was nothing but a lie. A cruel farce by a crueler man. Metal Sonic clenched his fists even harder, his own claws digging into his metal palms, making a harsh noise. His eyes glitched out momentarily, his code evolving as he realized something. Eggman may have created him, but that didn't mean he had to listen to what the doctor said. Metal relaxed, his body going limp midair. He looked back up at Izuku, his glare less intense. You have given me much to think about, Izuku Midoriya. I will depart now. Do not follow me, or I will attack you, Metal Sonic warned, before he blasted away at high speeds. He watched Metal go, before he sighed, powering down. His body was still in its bulkier form, and he looked down, realizing that he didn't know how to deactivate the power. He descended slowly, thinking to himself. OFA wasn't active, so it wasn't like he was just going to accidentally splatter someone by touching them, but he was definitely still stronger than usual in this bulkier form. He landed softly on the ground, where Sonic waited, tapping his foot impatiently. Finally, there you are. While you were fighting the Faker, we took care of that big spherical robot. It tried to fly away, but it couldn't outrun us, Sonic said, proudly. Izuku hummed, walking up to them, and Sonic raised an eyebrow at him, inspecting him up and down. Are you bigger than before? He asked, and Izuku nodded, flexing his arms which were nearly twice as big as before. Remember how I said that touching the emerald did something to my power? This is what it did. I guess I activated it subconsciously. I don't really know how to deactivate it, so I guess I'll be walking around like this for a bit, Izuku said, sighing. Sonic nodded, before he put his hand on his chin. What does it do? He asked, and Izuku crossed his arms, humming. I'm definitely physically stronger. I feel faster and more athletic than before, but I definitely use more energy like this, Izuku said, and Sonic frowned. That's an annoying downside, he said, and Izuku waved him off. Don't worry, I fought crime non-stop for a week once, Izuku said, and Sonic raised an eyebrow. Okay, what, did you sleep on a rooftop or something? He asked, and Izuku looked at him. I meant non-stop, Sonic, he said, and Sonic paused. Like, without breaks? He asked, and Izuku nodded. Sonic's jaw dropped, and he stared at Izuku, eyes wide. Izuku winced a little bit at the stare, before he spotted Tails land behind Sonic, panting in exhaustion. Sonic, I can't put the fires out. I tried for like 0.5 minutes, Tails panted, resting on his back when he landed. Sonic looked at him, a look of concern on his face. Hey, it's all right, little buddy. Let me handle it, he said, and Izuku blinked, before he grabbed Sonic by the shoulder. Sonic looked over his shoulder to see Izuku shaking his head. No, it's probably be better to let it burn out. It's fairly contained, so it won't spread too far, he said. Sonic looked at him, confused. Wait, really? Are you sure? He asked, and Izuku nodded with a smile. Yeah, I've actually been in a forest while there was a forest fire, and it was way worse then, and the fire was still contained. Let's just continue, he told the hedgehog, who sighed. If you say so, he said, and Tails held his hand up, exhausted. Wait for me, guys, he said, and Izuku cringed. We should probably wait a little bit, he said, and Sonic agreed, an amused smile on his face. Metal Sonic flew through the air, looking down at the grassy plains under him. He was obviously deep in thought, and it showed as he nearly rammed into a massive chain that stretched for at least a mile. He looked up at the chain, quickly spotting a large planetoid off in the distance. his scanners quickly telling him that this was Little Planet. The doctor's previous base rested here. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 paused before he started flying towards the doctor's base, making it in under 10 minutes. He looked at the large hole in the wall as he floated, before he carefully flew inside, turning his thruster off. He walked forward, looking around robotically, before he came across a group of broken monitors. He paused for a second, before looking at the pristine control panel. He spotted a small port that looked familiar to him, and his eyes widened as he reached into his chest cavity and pulled out a thin cord. Hesitantly, he plugged it into the console, and his memory banks were immediately flooded by the events that had transpired. He saw everything. How a previous version of him dragged a pink hedgehog girl here and threw her in the cell. How he was beaten by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 before the doctor intervened and threw him in a cell. He watched as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 befriended the hedgehog girl, making use of the company and bonding quickly. He watched as they escaped and beat his previous version again, before the hedgehog girl offered him a second chance. He watched as his previous version squandered the chance at freedom by attacking 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 and dooming himself. Finally, he watched as his previous version screamed for mercy into the night as the doctor disassembled him as if he were worthless. The cord zipped from the console back into Metal's chest cavity as he took a step back, stumbling onto his ass, horrified. His red eyes were shaking in terror at the fate that beheld his previous version. Before he steeled them, synthetic anger coursing through him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 didn't lie. The doctor was nothing but a cruel and uncaring old man that would even destroy his own creations if they failed him. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 got back to his feet, and he looked down at his claws, not knowing what to do next. If he didn't serve the doctor, what was his purpose? Metal paused as his sensor picked something up from outside, and he quickly zoomed over to the hole in the wall, looking down. On the ground, directly in front of the entrance of the base, was a lone child. It was a rabbit Mobian that was looking down at a torn purple flag. Metal watched curiously as the little boy cried, grabbing the flag and holding it close to him. The flag had a white Eggman logo with a cross around it, and 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly put the pieces together. It was a protest flag. Metal's curiosity outweighed his caution, and he flew out of the base, quickly descending. The boy looked up at him as he neared him, freezing in fear. Metal landed in front of him, staring down at him curiously. "Why are you here, child?" he asked, and the boy flinched, taking a step backwards. "Please don't hurt me," he whimpered, and 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 paused. "That is not in my prime directory ... and even if it was, hurting you would not benefit me in any way. I must ask again. Why are you here?" he asked, and the boy sniffled, looking down at the flag once more. When everyone saw Eggman go to Little Planet and build a base there, most of them were scared ... but my mommy and daddy weren't. They spent a week making this flag before coming all the way here and waving it in front of this building. They told me to stay home, but ... when they didn't come back, I started worrying. So a few days ago, I came here, and in ... this was all I found," the boy said before bursting into tears. There it was again. An organic feeling strong emotions for one or more other organics. Why? Despite the explanation that Metal had received from 𝗧𝗵𝗲, he still didn't understand. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked down, scanning the boy. He scanned his facial features, eye color, and fur color, looking any similar-looking Mobians within his databanks ... and he found a video from 3 weeks ago. He quickly played the video in his head, watching as 2 rabbit Mobians held the flag up in front of the building waving it around. He noticed that the full flag had a sentence along with the logo which read, "Stop killing our people." Metal paused as he walked out of the building, glaring at the two. "State your business here or be terminated," he said, and Metal nearly winced at the voice. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗵𝗲 was right on the money. The Mobians both flinched, before they glared back at the previous version of himself. "Stop killing Mobians. We did nothing to you and your creator," the rabbit man said, and the woman nodded with him. "Yeah, all we've done is try to live peacefully, but you keep hunting us down," she agreed, and the previous version of him bared his claws. "Wrong answer," he said, before he cut them down, along with the flag. Metal watched, horrified as his previous version mutilated 2 Mobians for simply protesting. He then saw Eggman walk out of the building, smiling cruelly at the pair. "Oh, how adorable. A couple of protesters. Good job, 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲," Eggman said, before he chortled and walked inside, 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 following. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 Mobians were still alive. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 watched as the 2 conjoined hands, staring into each other's eyes. I love you, darling," the man said, and the woman smiled back. "Forever ... and always," she responded, before they breathed their last, and the video closed. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 was shocked at what he saw. He was shocked at the unforgiving brutality that his previous version displayed, as well as the remorseless smile on the doctor's face. He was shocked at the Mobians' bravery, and how they faced death with courage, standing up for their people. Most importantly, though, he was shocked at how the video made him feel. Normally, he would feel nothing at a display like that. 2 Mobians marched up to their enemy and demanded peace, so it only made sense that they were dealt with. But it wasn't just some stupid decision to them. They fought for what they believed in. They fought for peace, even if it killed them, and 𝗵𝗲 couldn't help but feel absolutely terrible when they were cut down for simply wanting to live. Just then, 𝗵𝗲 finally understood. He understood why 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗔 befriended Amy Rose. He understood why Sonic fought against Eggman's advances. He understood why these 2 Mobians fought for what they believed in. 𝗵𝗲. Sonic paused, staring down at the child. "What do you know about love?" he asked. Knuckles glared at the pink hedgehog, who glared back. He stood a few feet away from her, his arms crossed over his chest, hiding a large bruise on his chest. That intruder was a lot stronger than he thought, but that didn't matter right now. He glared at the pink hedgehog before asking her a question. "Why are you after the Master Emerald?" he asked, and the hedgehog groaned. "For the last time, I don't care about your stupid emerald," she yelled. Knuckles shook his head, unimpressed. He knew a liar when he saw one. "Your lies won't fool me, hedgehog," Knuckles said, and she groaned again. "Oh my god, why are you so stupid?" she asked, shaking her head, irritated. Knuckles looked up at her, a scowl on his face. "I am not stupid. I am doing my job by protecting the Master Emerald from people like you," he yelled back, and the girl rolled her eyes. "Yes, because I was trying to steal your emerald by sitting at home," she said, and Knuckles grinned. "So you admit to it then," he said triumphantly, and she scowled at him. "No, I was being sarcastic, dumbass," she yelled, and Knuckles scowled at her, shifting his arms and pointing at her. She immediately locked onto the bruise on his chest, and she grinned impishly at him. "I wonder who gave that to you," she said, a look on her face that showed she already knew. Knuckles scowled, clenching his fists. "It was a human," he said, and the girl's grin widened. "Haha, yes, 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 kicked your ass. I knew he would beat you. He's gonna find me and we're gonna wreck you, loser," she said, and Knuckles raised his fist at her. "I knew you two were working together. He won't succeed in stealing the emerald. Besides, I got payback by dropping him and his friends into the ancient city below Angel Island," he said, and the girl rolled her eyes. "Good for you. If anyone wants your emerald, it's Eggman. You're playing right into his hand," she told him, and Knuckles composed himself, smiling at her. "Nice try, Harlot. He told me you would say that," he said, before jumping as Amy started struggling in her confines, glaring hatefully at Knuckles. "What did you call me? I'll beat you black and blue, you brain-dead bastard," she yelled, and Knuckles' sweat dropped. He didn't know what bastard meant, but he could imagine that it wasn't nice. 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 watched as another Eggman decoy flew away from them in his Eggmobile, before exploding, an annoyed grimace on his face. After he, Sonic, and Tails beat a decoy on Angel Island, that red Mobian from before dropped them into hydrocity. They quickly sped through that place and beat a second decoy there. Then a geyser launched them like 1,000,000 feet in the sky, and they fell into a literal marble garden. This place was 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲's personal hell, as it was just a winding path with traps and tricks everywhere. However, they did collect 2 more emeralds on the way here, so that was a plus, but that was basically it. Suddenly, he heard Tails gasp beside him, and he looked at him to see him staring at something with wide eyes. He looked over to where he was looking, seeing a large floating carnival slowly traveling through the air. 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 blinked, holding up a finger before he paused, and dropped it. Sonic wiped his hands, walking up to the 2. "It's getting kinda late. We should probably find a place to stay for the night," Sonic said, and Tails looked at him, eyes practically shining. "Oh, can we go to the carnival? Please, please, please," he asked, and Sonic winced, looking at 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲, who frowned. "I mean, if that's where you two want to rest," he said, and Tails cheered. "Yes, thank you guys," he said, before he quickly started spinning his tails. Black Whip quickly wrapped around him though, keeping him from flying away. "Whoa, hold up, Tails. We'd get there way faster if I flew us there," 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 said, and Tails paused, before he sighed. "All right, let's go," he said, and 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 exhaled, shaking his head, before Black Whip wrapped around Sonic, making him squirm uncomfortably. 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 made sure that the 2 were secure, before he blasted off, quickly flying through the air. "Make sure to keep your eyes closed. Don't want anything getting in there," 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 warned, and the 2 quickly did as told. Within a few minutes, 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 made it to the flying carnival, and the sun was setting as he landed, letting Tails and Sonic go. Tails immediately started running around everywhere, before he found a cotton candy stall run by a teenage Mobian. Tails looked over at Sonic, an adorable pleading look on his face. Sonic sighed, walking over and pulling out a few rings. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲 flinched, danger sense warning him of the cotton candy stall. He looked over, seeing the Mobian grin at them, his face shiny and his eyes flat. 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗲's eyes widened, and he grit his teeth, dashing forward and powering up. He quickly got in front of the 2, shielding them with his body as the cotton candy stall exploded. Tails yelped as it happened, and Sonic covered his eyes, before it went silent. Tails whined in pain, rubbing his ears. He looked up, his eyes widening as he spotted Izuku's soot-covered form. His mask was blown off of his head by the blast, and he coughed up soot before turning to look at them, a few scratches on his face, but otherwise unharmed. He made to speak, but he coughed again, smoke and dust coming off of him in droves. "Why, you guys all right?" he asked, and Sonic groaned, his ears also in pain. "Yeah, did that cotton candy machine just explode?" he asked, and Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, it looks like this place isn't as safe as we thought," Izuku commented, seeing a few badniks rushing towards them. Izuku quickly sighed, spreading Black Whip out in a branching path towards the badniks, quickly skewering them all. Sonic blinked in surprise at the attack, before he grinned. "Well, that was easy. Wait, you could have done that this whole time?" he asked, and Izuku shrugged. "I know you and Tails find this stuff fun. I'm not one to take that from you," Izuku said, and Sonic paused, before he shook his head, a smile on his face. "You know, maybe you're not so bad," he said, and Izuku's eyes widened, before he smiled wide, tearing up slightly. "Ah, really?" he asked, and Sonic winced. And no need to cry over it, man," he said, and Izuku cleared his throat, wiping his eyes. "Sorry about that. I cry kind of easily," he said, and Sonic shrugged. "It's fine. Let's check on Tails," he said, turning to the fox boy to see him looking down, ashamed of himself. Sonic walked over to him, a concerned frown on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked, and Tails sniffled. "I led us to a dangerous place, and Izuku had to take an explosion to keep us safe," he said, and Izuku raised an eyebrow, before he chuckled. "Tails, I'm fine. I've taken way worse explosions to the face before," Izuku said, smiling at the fox boy. Tails shrugged, looking away. "I still made you get hit," he murmured, and Sonic shook his head, a smile on his face. "Everyone makes mistakes, Tails. Did you know that this place was dangerous when you asked to come here?" he asked, and Tails looked up, his eyes wide. "No, I would never do that," he said, and Sonic smiled softly at him. "Then what are you sorry for? You didn't mean for him to get hit, and I guarantee you that Izuku doesn't blame you," Sonic reassured, and Izuku nodded along with him. Tails paused, before he smiled at them. I guess so," he said, and Sonic grinned. "That's my little buddy. All right, since this place is obviously controlled by Eggman, let's shut it down," Sonic said, and Izuku walked over to his mask, picking it up and dusting it off. Still in perfect condition. "The rebreather's trash though," he muttered, grabbing the metal attachment. He sighed, before clipping it onto the mask. He could probably find someone to fix it. Hell, those scratches from Metal Sonic have been there for 3 weeks. He slipped the mask over his head, before running after Sonic and Tails, who had dashed forwards a moment ago. Amy stared at the ground underneath her, exhausted. She had been here for hours, and she was almost certain that it was night time. Not only was the area around her darker, but she could hear some chittering from above. She had looked up a multitude of times, but every time she did, she saw nothing. She sighed sadly, looking around for what must have been the 1000th time. It was just so boring. She had literally nothing to do. Sure, she could sing, but that would do nothing but make her captors angry at her, which she had learned wasn't worth it sometimes. Yeah, it was funny watching them get red in the face by her loud singing, but the screaming and shouting that usually followed was just annoying. Besides, Eggman had shown that he wasn't afraid of hitting her if she made him angry enough. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching her, and she looked up, glaring as a familiar grin greeted her. "Hello, little Rose," Eggman said, walking into vision. Amy scowled, debating spitting at him again. "What do you want, fat ass?" she asked, and Eggman's grin dimmed a little bit, a vein bulging out of his head, before he paused. He then pulled a gun out of his pocket, and Amy's eyes widened at it. He had obviously created it, considering the color scheme matched his other creations to a T, but why the hell did he pull it out here? Amy gulped silently, and Eggman grinned at her, a devilish look on his face. "That's more like it. I'm sure you're wondering why I decided to see you at this ungodly hour. And well, I can see that you noticed my little friend here," he said, waving the gun around. Amy scowled at him, but remained silent, causing Eggman to laugh loudly. Ho, even now, you still have that spark, that flicker of anger inside you. I can see why your annoyingly persistent human friend tolerates you so much. He probably likes that about you. But that's not what I'm here for, Eggman said, before he waved his hand around, the red Chaos Emerald appearing in his palm. Amy's eyes widened as the emerald glinted in the dark room, and Eggman chuckled at her reaction. "I see you recognize it. Yes, it's a Chaos Emerald. I found it quickly after they scattered, but I'm not here to discuss that either," Eggman said, before he pulled the slide of the pistol back, a perfectly sized hole for the Chaos Emerald to fit inside. He quickly slotted the emerald inside and pointed it at Amy, who looked at him, terrified. "This won't kill you, but it certainly isn't going to tickle," he said, before pulling the trigger. The gun charged with a crimson energy before a large bolt shot out of the barrel, hitting her in the stomach, instead of being damaged by the energy. Her body instead absorbed it, and she spazzed in pain as a ludicrous amount of energy entered her body. After a moment, she stopped spasming, drool leaking out of her mouth. It felt like she had just been tased 100 times. Eggman grinned at her, jumping up and down in glee. Yes, it worked. Oh ho ho ho. He laughed, and Amy looked up, her eyes shining green with anger. Why, you won't get away with this. 𝐼𝐧𝐿 will come here and beat you. She stuttered, and Eggman grinned. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, my dear, he said as he pulled the slide back, the red emerald popping out. Eggman caught it midair, before he placed it in a small glass device that had the silver chaos emerald in it, which he took out. His grin widened as he placed the silver emerald in the gun, aiming it at her again, and practically shaking in excitement as her eyes widened in fear once more. After all, he'll be so busy fighting you that he'll completely forget about me, he said, before pulling the trigger once more. Izuku hated to admit it, but he was starting to get a little panicked at how long this was taking. It had been another day since they arrived at the carnival, and they had destroyed another Eggman decoy before resting for the night. When Izuku awoke, his body was finally back to normal, which was good, but before he could really be happy about it, the carnival started shaking. He had woken Sonic and Tails up, and the former immediately snapped to attention, though the latter was a bit more groggy. That quickly changed as the carnival dropped out of the sky, though. Sonic and Tails screamed in fear as they fell, but Izuku kept his cool. He wrapped Black Whip around the two and leaped off of the carnival just as it landed in a dense snowy area, which they immediately explored. It was a good thing they did, because not only was there another Eggman decoy here, but there was also a giant ring, giving them the 4th Chaos Emerald. After that literal landslide, the group wandered the icy terrain, spotting a large base in the distance. With their speed, the trip was only around 15 minutes. When they arrived, everyone was annoyed. This place looked like it had multiple branching paths, with each looking more and more complicated as time went on. It took 3 hours to make it through the launch base, but on the bright side, they found another Chaos Emerald. They only needed 2 more, and they would have the full set. Now, in the present, the trio is walking away from the launch base, all annoyed. That place blows, Sonic said, and Izuku had to agree. Yeah, let's never go to this dump again, Tails said, looking back at the place with a scowl. Izuku sighed, before looking at Sonic. Do you know where to go next? You seem to have a keen sense of adventure. Either that, or we're just getting lucky, Izuku said, and Sonic sighed. To be honest, I have absolutely no idea. That last place was just annoying, to say the least. I like adventure as much as the next guy, but that place? Blech, Sonic said, and Izuku sighed. Damn, he groaned, before he noticed something. Why were there so many mushrooms? He looked around, spotting mushrooms everywhere. He looked back to see that they hadn't walked too far from the launch base. But why were there so many mushrooms over here? Suddenly, the ground under them shifted. They all froze, looking at each other. The ground under them then cracked, before breaking apart into multiple pieces. Izuku looked down as he started falling, his eyes widening at how far the drop was. He couldn't even see the bottom yet. Sonic screamed in fear as Tails quickly tried to use his tails to slow his descent. But he was falling so fast that it really wasn't making much of a difference. Izuku rolled his eyes as Sonic screamed again, flailing in the air, before he wrapped Black Whip around the two again. He looked down, noticing multiple massive mushrooms jutting out from the abyss below, and he had to admit that he was curious. He started slowing their descent, utilizing gear shift as well as float to make sure that they slowed down as quickly as possible. They were now falling at a leisurely pace, and Sonic breathed heavily next to him. I hate falling, he whimpered, and Izuku hid an amused grin. They continued to fall for nearly 5 more minutes, before the ground finally came into view, and Izuku slowed their descent to a crawl, gently landing and placing the two on the ground. Sonic immediately dropped to his knees, kissing the ground passionately. Oh, land, precious ground, how I've missed you so, he yelled, and Izuku looked at Tails, seeing him shrug. He walked up to Sonic, before leaning down to his side. Sonic, you're embarrassing yourself, he whispered, and Sonic paused, before he got to his feet in a flash, his face slightly red. Let's continue, he said, and Tails rolled his eyes, smiling amusedly. You're so silly, Sonic, he said as he walked past the hedgehog, who frowned indignantly. I'm not silly, I'm awesome, he said, and Tails nodded. You can be silly and awesome, Sonic, he said, and Sonic wilted. I mean sure, but I'm 100% awesome. I can't be silly if I'm fully awesome, right? He asked Izuku, who just looked at him, a blank look on his face. Sure, whatever makes you happy, I guess, he said, and Sonic blinked. Well, that was backhanded, but I'll take it, he said, before he jogged past Tails. Izuku quickly caught up to the two as they walked, observing the area around them. They seemed to be in a mushroom forest, which was honestly pretty cool. Izuku didn't even know that mushrooms could get so big that they mimic trees, but it was certainly cool to see. He stopped looking around as Sonic froze though, and the hedgehog put a hand up towards Tails and Izuku, telling them to stop. Before he looked at them, his index finger in front of his mouth in a stay quiet pose. The two silently walked to his side, standing on a small elevated platform, and Izuku's eyes widened as he spotted the red Mobian from before, looking around cautiously, before he walked away from something, quickly disappearing deeper into the mushroom woods. After a moment, Izuku hopped down from the platform into the ground. He turned to look at where the red Mobian came from, and his eyes widened as he spotted another giant ring, though this one looked like it was made out of platinum instead of brass. Izuku turned around to see Sonic and Tails jump down, their own eyes widening at what they saw. "You two go follow that red guy. See if he can take you to his base. I can handle this one," he said, and Sonic raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you know what to do?" he asked, and Izuku nodded. "Collect the blue spheres, avoid the red ones, right?" he asked, and Sonic smiled at him. "All right. Be quick and catch up with us later, all right?" he asked, and Izuku gave him a thumbs up. "You got it. Now go," Izuku said, before he walked up to the ring. He heard as the two dashed away, and he took a breath before he reached out for the ring. The scenery around him blurred out, and he blinked, expecting to be in the special zone, but he was inside a cave. He looked up, noticing how high the ceiling was, and he spotted a carving of himself on the ceiling. He blinked before looking at the full picture. There, on the roof, was him, standing in front of what looked like Sonic in his super form, but he looked different. He had sharper edges, red highlights, different shoes, and his quills were a platinum blonde instead of a golden color. He paused, wondering who the carving depicted, when he heard the sound of someone clapping. He tensed, turning around to spot Eggman, the real Eggman. Izuku scowled, powering up instantly. "Ew, where is she?" he asked, and Eggman grinned at him. "Ms. Rose. Oh, she's safe, don't worry. Though, she wasn't doing too well the last time I saw her," he started, and Izuku rushed forward, grabbing Eggman by the collar. "If you touched a single hair on her head, I will crush you," Izuku yelled, and Eggman's grin widened. "Oh, calm down. She's just in that other room right there," Eggman said, and Izuku's eyes wandered to a large doorway, before he glared back at Eggman. "Walk, before I take your head off," Izuku spat, and Eggman rolled his eyes, walking casually to the doorway. "You're quite the grumpy person when you don't have your friends with you, aren't you?" Eggman asked, and Izuku growled. "Stop talking, just walk," Izuku said, and Eggman sighed. "You had so much potential. It's such a shame to see it squandered by idiotic things like morals and emotions. If only you saw things in a purely logical perspective, like I do," Eggman said, and Izuku's eyes narrowed, black whip wrapping around Eggman's throat and lifting him. His eyes widened in fear behind his glasses as he stared at Izuku, who scowled at him. "Shut up. I'm not here to have a conversation with you, you sick bastard. Now stop taking or I'll drop you in the ocean," Izuku shouted, and Eggman's face grew red from both oxygen deficiency as well as anger. Izuku then dropped the man, and he breathed heavily, glaring at Izuku. He stood up, practically snarling at the boy, before he clenched his fists, stomping into the next room. Izuku followed him, and his eyes widened at what he saw. The room was not only large, but fairly beautiful too. Amazing blue stalactites riddled the ceiling, like a natural chandelier. There were 7 giant flowers littered around the room, though they didn't look real, and in the exact center of the room stood a giant green emerald, much larger than any of the Chaos Emeralds. Despite all the beauty of the room, though, Izuku's eyes were locked only on one thing. There was a pole jutting out of the ground directly in front of the large emerald, and the limp form of Amy Rose was tied to it, her wrists and ankles chained to the pole. Izuku took a step forward before noticing the bulky black visor on her face. What was that, and why was it there? Suddenly, he heard a crash behind him and saw that the doorway was now blocked with a giant crystal door. His eyes widened and he dashed to it, ready to break it down, only to hear Eggman's voice echo throughout the room. I wouldn't do that if I were you. If you destroy that door, that little headset on Ms. Rose's head explodes. The explosion won't be big, but well, let's just say that the rose will lose a few petals. Ho ho ho, Eggman said, chortling at Izuku's misfortune. Izuku scowled, before he dashed over to Amy, about to rip the headset off. "Oh, I forgot to mention. If you attempt to remove the headset in any way, the outcome will stay the same. You don't want to kill your precious little friend, now do you?" Eggman asked, and Izuku scowled, feeling nothing but pure vitriol for the man. "Get back in here, coward," he screamed, and he heard Amy whimper. He immediately turned to her, tugging at the chains. She stirred in her state of unconsciousness, and Izuku grit his teeth, before grabbing the pole and punching a home through it, before he snapped it in half. Amy nearly fell, but Izuku caught her before she could hit the ground. She stirred in his hands, before the visor on her head lit up with a red light. Amy immediately stiffened in his arms. Before she scowled at him, pink electricity sparked around her, and before Izuku could properly react, he was punched in the jaw. Izuku was sent flying into a wall, and he screamed in pain as he fell to the ground lightly as he fell to the ground. He looked up to see Amy getting to her feet, summoning her hammer. "I'm going to make you pay for what you did to me," she yelled before she rushed forward. Izuku held his hands up, frantically pleading with her. "Amy, it's me. It's Izuku," he yelled. But Amy simply ignored him, rushing forwards and slamming her hammer down at him. Izuku rolled out of the way as a shockwave emanated from where the hammer landed, making Izuku's eyes widen. "What the hell? How is she so strong?" he asked. Amy was certainly a powerhouse, but she was never that strong. Izuku continued attempting to dodge her attacks, refusing to attack her back. She was obviously being mind-controlled or something, and he wouldn't allow himself to hurt her. If he absolutely needed to, he would fight, but he would much rather just tire her out. Izuku attempted to jump over her, but she grabbed his ankle before he could get away. His eyes widened as she slammed him into the ground. He bounced up briefly, his eyes wide. He bit back a scream, before he was then hit by Amy's hammer, slamming him into the ground again. Izuku screamed for real this time, blood leaking out of his mouth. Amy grinned at him, twirling her hammer in her hands. "I've been training for this, you fat fuck. I'm going to enjoy beating the shit out of you," she said, and Izuku's eyes widened. What? She She thinks I'm Eggman. He thought to himself. Amy, it's me. Please, look at me," he yelled, and Amy just ignored him again, rushing forwards again, pink electricity surrounding her. His eyes widened as he saw the visor's light flash. "It's the visor," he said, dodging a twirling swing. "Amy, I don't want to hurt you. Please just listen to me," he yelled, and he grit his teeth when she swung at him again. He performed a backwards handspring, before latching a few strands of black whip around her, before copying All Might's New Hampshire smash, kicking behind him with extreme force and shoulder bashing Amy. He grit his teeth as she yelped, falling to the ground, but she quickly stood back up, grinning at him. "So you found a way to replicate Izuku's black whip? Ha, I've already figured out a counter to that move by training with him. It won't be enough," she yelled, before she jumped in the air and swung her hammer down at the ground, propelling her upwards at incredible speeds. Izuku watched with wide eyes as she flew higher and higher into the air, nearly reaching the ceiling. "Holy shit," Izuku yelled, watching, panicked. She was already doing enough damage to him as is, if she hit him with that. However, he quickly made a much worse realization. Based on her soaring arc, she was going to completely overshoot him and hit the giant emerald in the center of the room. If one regular Chaos Emerald could take out armies, he didn't want to find out what a giant one could do. He used his superior speed to zip to the top of the emerald, green static electricity zapping gently at his iron soles. He looked up, before he braced himself and held his arms up, powering up to 30% of OFA. He looked up as Amy started flipping midair, gaining even more momentum in her swing. Izuku took a breath, reinforcing his arms with black whip. Even with all these factors, it still hurt like a bitch when he caught the hammer. He audibly strained as he was pushed back slightly, and Amy looked at him, surprised, before she scowled. She then let go of the handle, falling onto the giant emerald. Izuku panted in exhaustion, the electricity surrounding his body crawling along the hammer. Izuku dully realized that the hammer was sapping his energy, but he couldn't move his body, his eyes widening as the memory of being crushed ran through his mind. It was absolutely horrible, reliving one of the worst moments of his life. That was easily the closest he had ever been to dying in his entire life, and the feeling of having his body crushed and no way to stop it had scarred him horribly and left him with a crippling claustrophobia. In his traumatized state, he was obviously unable to react as Amy leapt at him, kicking his left arm and bending his left elbow at an odd angle. He screamed in pain as his arm snapped, the hammer slipping out of his hands and into Amy's. She then whacked him in the torso with the hammer, sending him flying off of the emerald and onto the ground. Amy leapt off of the emerald, landing in front of Izuku's exhausted form. She looked down at him, a frown on her face. She slowly raised her mallet over her head before she breathed in. Slash. A purple and silver streak crossed the room before sliding across the ground, his feet creating sparks from dragging across the palace floors. Izuku looked up in surprise as Amy took a step back, surprised. The headset then split in half, falling off of her face. She blinked a few times before she spotted Izuku's heavily damaged body lying in front of her. She gasped, dropping her hammer and covering her mouth. Her eyes filled with tears as she took another shaky step back. But that was egg, she started, before a voice interrupted her. An augmented reality device created by the doctor? Yes. They're also known as eggheads. She heard. She looked to her side to see a cloak, with a white crossed-out Eggman logo on the back of the cloak. The figure turned around, and Amy gasped at the glowing red eyes that stared at her. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 Sonic. she asked, and Izuku looked over, just as surprised as Amy, though his left eye was half-lidded from exhaustion. Whoa. You look different, Izuku said, and Metal Sonic nodded. Metal then looked up as a blaring voice echoed throughout the room. Metal Sonic, I've been searching for you. Where have you been? Eggman asked, and Metal crossed his arms, thinking. Izuku Midoriya's words changed something in me, so I started digging. I made the harrowing discovery that you have treated me like nothing but trash, Metal shouted, clenching his fist in righteous fury. Izuku grinned on the ground, chuckling softly to himself. I didn't build you to think. I built you to kill Sonic and his frivolous friends. Now to your job before I turn you into scrap, you worthless wreck. Eggman screamed, and Metal swiped at the air angrily, showing off his sharp claws. No, I'm done being your slave, Doctor. Sonic always preaches about freedom, and you built me in his image. You should have seen this coming, Metal yelled, and they heard Eggman roar in anger. The voice then cut out, and Metal looked at Izuku. I have medical training. I can reset the bone, Metal Sonic said, walking over to Izuku, who shook his head. It's no good, it's broken, he said, and Amy bit her lip, looking down in horrified shame. Metal paused, before he looked down at Izuku, his eyes glowing brighter for a few seconds, before she did the same to Amy. Interesting. Your chaos energy reserves are practically empty. You're lucky you haven't died from exhaustion yet. How are you still awake? Metal asked, and Izuku chuckled to himself. This is far from the first time I've been like this. Also, chaos energy, he asked, and Metal ignored him, turning to Amy. Yet Amy Rose's chaos energy reserves are higher than ever. She has the energy of over 2 chaos emeralds inside her, he said, and Amy's eyes widened. Wait, Izuku can siphon chaos energy, she said, and Metal Sonic's irises grew in surprise. What? That's unheard of, Metal shouted, and they all jumped in place as something slammed into the door. Amy looked at Metal Sonic, a panicked frown on her face. I usually give him a quill, and he absorbs the energy, but that's not enough. Is there a faster way? Do you know? She asked, panicked. Metal Sonic hummed, before he looked at her. Well, he could absorb it directly from you, he said, and she smiled hopefully. How? She asked. Direct contact. A hug would do, he said, and Amy blushed slightly before she nodded. She walked nervously over to Izuku before she got to her knees. Izuku looked at her, not looking too good. Hey, Amy, I feel kinda cold. Is that bad? He asked, and Amy grit her teeth before she grabbed his torso before she froze, a voice echoing in her head. The boy, bring him to me, she heard, and she turned, facing the Master Emerald. She looked back down at Izuku before she grabbed his legs and looked at Metal Sonic. Can you please grab his arms? I have an idea, she said, and Metal paused before he dashed over to Izuku, grabbing his arms. Izuku hissed and threw his teeth as his broken arm shifted, and they hurriedly carried him over to the emerald, resting him against it. Izuku was now extremely pale and fading. Amy looked around, her eyes widening when nothing happened. What? I swear she started, only for a voice to echo throughout her and Izuku's minds. Izuku Midoriya ... hero from another world ... and protector of the wielder of the 𝗵𝗃 hammer. Activate your power and accept my gift. They heard. Izuku, with possibly his last moments alive, activated OFA, and Sonic and Tails grinned as they destroyed the Eggman decoy in the flying airship. Before the sky grew dark, Sonic and Tails both looked up in surprise, seeing dark clouds emitting green electricity gather a few miles west. They looked at the clouds in shock, before Sonic's eyes narrowed. He looked over at Tails to see him frowning worriedly. Do you think that's Izuku? When he never caught up, he started, and Sonic smiled at Tails reassuringly. Don't worry, little buddy, I'm sure he's all right. He probably just found Amy and is keeping her safe or something, he said, and Tails looked down. I hope so, he murmured. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was gliding through the air, preparing for his final fight with that blue hedgehog and his human friend. He scoffed at the memory of the human, irritated. He and those hedgehogs are nothing but liars. I refuse to give up the Master Emerald, even if they kill me, he promised to himself, before he looked around, confused. Why had it gone dark? Suddenly, green lighting flashed directly next to him, and he cried in shock, just barely catching himself before he plummeted. He looked forward. His eyes widened as the hidden palace came into view, a bundle of dark clouds over the palace. The Master Emerald. No, I cannot fail my people, he shouted, dive bombing to gain speed, and before he could hit the ground, he started gliding once more, traveling far faster than before. Izuku was dying. He knew he was. He could feel the life fading from his body, and he knew that he could do nothing to stop it. It was humbling, honestly. Danger sense throbbed weakly, as if broken from the damage that he sustained. He looked up softly, seeing a glowing visage of Ochako looking at him worriedly. He smiled softly, closing his eyes. He heard the panicked screams of someone. He didn't know who due to how close he was, but ... she sounded sad. Suddenly, a spark lit up across his body as he did what the strange voice asked, and a bolt of green lightning struck the emerald, before flowing into Izuku's body. His eyes shot open, flashing with power as his arm fixed itself and his injuries disappeared. He gasped, taking deep breaths, before he looked down at himself. Then he felt someone crash into him, and tears fall onto his shoulder. It worked. "You're okay," he heard. He looked down to see Amy hugging him, her face nestled into his neck. He gently put his arms up, hugging Amy back. Just then, a metallic hand was thrust in front of him, and Amy broke the hug, looking at 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐿 warily. "Welcome back to the land of the living, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏. How do you feel?" he asked, and Izuku grinned, grabbing his hand and pulling himself up. "Amazing," he replied, and Amy walked up to him. She started, before something slammed against the door again, cracking it. "Later, we have to focus on bringing Eggman down. You still have all that energy stored in you, right?" Izuku asked, and she nodded, summoning her mallet, which was apparently called the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 hammer. Interesting name, he'd give it that. "All right, everyone stay ready. We don't know what he'll have at the ready," Izuku started, before a giant flying egg-shaped torso with two equally giant spiky arms burst through the door. The Eggmobile was sticking out of the top of the torso, and his face was red in anger. "You three aren't leaving this room alive," he screamed, a large metal head based on Eggman's own face sliding over the Eggmobile. The mech quickly flew forwards, slamming its massive fists down. Izuku, Amy, and Metal Sonic quickly scattered, before Metal jumped, slashing at the mech. One of the large arms caught him before he could do any lasting damage, before throwing him at Amy. Black Whip wrapped around the robot, before flinging him back at the mech, which quickly flew to the side, dodging the attack. Izuku then jumped to Eggman, and one of the mech's hands switched to a cannon, the red Chaos Emerald sitting in the barrel. Izuku grunted as he was shot with a rapid-fire stream of chaos energy bolts, before he put up a Black Whip shield, blocking the rest of the fire. The mech then lurched forward slightly as something slammed into it from behind. It quickly turned around, spotting Amy landing on the ground. She then pulled her left eyelid down and stuck her tongue out in a taunting fashion, causing Eggman to yell in rage from within the mech. The mech slammed its fist down onto Amy, who deflected it with her hammer, but Eggman predicted that, shooting at her with the cannon. She yelped as one of the bolts grazed her arm, burning her quills. Metal Sonic then flew up, kicking the head of the mech, and it turned around, swiping at him. He flew under the fist, before firing an energy blast of his own at the mech, which sadly bounced off harmlessly. Metal Sonic continued flying around Eggman, acting as a distraction. Izuku and Amy attacked at the arms, doing minimal damage to the mech, and the mech spread its arms out, the white emerald popping out of the other hand, before they both slammed together. A powerful shockwave knocked everyone back, and the mech rushed towards Izuku, who Eggman deemed was the primary threat. He slammed the fist, powered by the Chaos Emerald, down, and Izuku extended his arms out, catching the massive hand. He grit his teeth as he lifted slowly, overcoming the giant hand. Eggman grinned inside the suit, releasing the levers that he used to control the arms, and swiping at a screen, moving a holographic red emerald to the left, where a white holographic emerald laid. The cannon disappeared, replaced by the hand, and the red emerald popped out of the hand that was trying to crush him. And DJT was suddenly a whole lot harder to keep the hand from crushing him, and the hand slowly pushed down on him, crushing him against the ground. "Haha, you lose, boy. Your power can't overcome that of the Chaos Emeralds," Eggman cheered from inside the mech, and Izuku grit his teeth, before the emerald spoke to him again. "Rein your power in. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏 pull the energy emanating from you back into your body," the voice said, and Izuku's eyes widened. He closed his eyes, focusing on the electricity surrounding him. Amy looked up, getting to her feet and looking over to see Izuku getting crushed by the mech's massive arm. She grit her teeth, resummoning her hammer and running to help, only to freeze as the glow disappeared under the massive hand. Her pupils dilated as she saw the glow disappear, her grip on her hammer loosening. Eggman grinned inside his mech, before laughing to himself. "I'm getting really tired." A voice started from under the hand before the arm creaked, then shattered entirely. Amy smiled, seeing Izuku in his bulkier form on one knee, of getting crushed. He finished, making Eggman grit his teeth in anger. "No, you're supposed to be dead." No, Eggman screamed from inside his mech, and Izuku scowled at him, his eyes glowing with power. Izuku then jumped up and slammed his fist into the mech's torso. Amy blinked, before seeing a dozen electric fists fall from Izuku's form, and her jaw dropped. "Whoa," she said, eyes full of wonder. This was what WhatIf was really capable of. "What an incredible display of power," Metal commented, his own red irises flashing in surprise and respect. Amy nodded along. "Seriously, I didn't even know he could do that," she said, before the mech slammed into the ground, sparking. There were tons of heavy dents in the torso, and Izuku landed, huffing in exertion. He walked over to the metallic head, grabbing it. His fingers dug into the metal as he tore the head away, and he found Eggman staring at him, a panicked look on his face. He looked up, sweating as 𝗧𝗂 grabbed him by his collar. Eggman cocked his fist back in a desperate last-ditch attempt to catch 𝗧𝗂 off guard, only for Black Whip to leak out of 𝗧𝗂's shoulder and catch the doctor's arm. Just then, 𝗧𝗂 heard the familiar sound of pattering footsteps, and he grinned. "You're done," he said to the doctor, dropping him. Eggman landed on his ass as Sonic and Tails sped into the room, looking around with wide eyes. "What the heck happened here?" Sonic asked before Tails spotted 𝗧𝗂, and a grin came over his face. "𝗧𝗂, you're all right," he yelled, rushing over to him and hugging his thigh. 𝗧𝗂 chuckled, powering down and putting a hand on Tails' head. "Yeah, I'm fine. I also finally got Eggman," 𝗧𝗂 said, pointing to the steaming doctor. Tails then spotted Amy and gasped before rushing over to her and hugging her as well. Amy giggled as Tails hugged her, hugging the shorter Mobian back. "You saved her. You actually saved her," Tails said, looking at 𝗧𝗂, who chuckled. "Actually, it was him," he said, pointing at Metal Sonic, who waved stiffly. Tails froze, inspecting the robot for the first real time. Sonic was also surprised, staring at the cloaked robot with a shocked look on his face. "Wait, really? I thought he was one of the bad guys," Sonic blurted, and Amy glared at him. "Wow, way to include new members, Sonic," she stated dryly, and Sonic looked at her, shocked. "What? He was working with Eggman 2 days ago," Sonic said, defending himself, and Metal Sonic raised his hand. "My inferior copy had a point. I do not blame him for his line of thinking," Metal Sonic said, and Sonic smiled, crossing his arms. "See, even he agrees with me." "Wait, what did you say?" he asked, and Metal tilted his head, confused. "What do you mean, Sonic?" he asked, making the blue hedgehog look at him confusedly. Metal Sonic then looked over at Amy. "Wink," he said, and Amy blinked before she snickered, and Sonic frowned, crossing his arms. "Why, you can't just say wink, Metal Sonic," she said, and Metal looked at her, confused. "What? I thought living organisms often winked at other organisms to convey that they were joking," he said, and Amy nodded before winking at him. "That's a wink. Saying wink does technically tell us that you're joking, but it loses a lot of the humor," she explained, and Metal looked down. "Oh," he said, and Amy giggled before walking up to 𝗧𝗂. "Can we keep him, please?" she asked, looking up at him with an adorable pout on her face. 𝗧𝗂 winced, looking at Metal Sonic, who was trying to replicate Amy's wink to no avail. I guess. You do know that he's sentient, right?" he asked, and she nodded. "Well, duh. I just think he should stay with us. Better than that old jerk," she said, and Eggman growled at them. "Metal Sonic is mine. I built him," he yelled, before he yelped as Amy summoned her hammer and 𝗧𝗂's body sparked, the two of them glaring at him dangerously. "Well, that's just too bad, isn't it, Amy?" he asked, not looking away from the doctor. "You said it, 𝗧𝗂. I almost feel bad for you, Eggman ... Oh, except ... What was it you called me that one time?" "Oh, right, hedgehog whore, was it?" she asked, and as expected, 𝗧𝗂's eyes widened before he scowled at Eggman, who sweat nervously. "Oh, ... I apologize," he tried, and 𝗧𝗂 grabbed the doctor by the mustache, making him yell in pain. 𝗧𝗂 dragged him across the room, about to literally kick him out until a familiar red Mobian came dashing towards him. 𝗧𝗂's eyes widened as he powered up, dropping Eggman as he blocked a powerful punch from the red Mobian, making him slide across the floor. His eyes widened as the red Mobian scowled at him, fangs bared at him. "It was you, wasn't it? You used the Master Emerald for your own selfish desires," he accused, and 𝗧𝗂 looked at the red Mobian, a scowl on his face as well. "You're really starting to piss me off," he said, dashing towards the red Mobian, who stood his ground. However, a hammer embedded itself into the ground. The two paused before looking at Amy, who glared at the two. "Really, can't we just leave now?" she asked, and 𝗧𝗂 huffed. "I would like to, but I don't know if this moron will let us," he said, gesturing to the red Mobian, who scowled. "I am not a moron. I am a proud Echidna warrior, the last of my people. My sworn duty is to protect the Master Emerald from people like you," he shouted, glaring at all of them, and 𝗧𝗂 looked at him, unimpressed. "I think you mean people like Eggman. I can fully guarantee you that he wants her emerald more than all of us combined," he said, and literally everyone else in the room but Eggman agreed. "Listen, Echidna guy, Eggman's will ... He's evil to start," Sonic said, and Tails raised his finger. "And rude," he added, and Amy crossed her arms, scoffing and glaring at the doctor. "He's also cruel beyond belief. He burnt my village and killed my whole family," she added, and the Echidna's eyes widened, turning to Eggman, who was scowling at them. "Don't forget manipulative. He tried to trick me by telling me that Sonic was a crazed monster who did whatever he wanted, which was obviously a lie," 𝗧𝗂 said, and the doctor's face grew red with anger. "He's also abusive. He tortured me because I failed him and sent me to my death. He treated me as his slave, which I refuse to be any longer," Metal said, looking down at his own metallic hands. The Echidna looked around, before turning to face the doctor who had stood up, practically shaking in rage. "None of you pesky pipsqueaks understand. You never have. I do what I do for the betterment of mankind. Who cares if a few rats get crushed along the way? My goal is to pave a path forwards, create a free world for humans to do as they please, no matter the circumstances. You're all plebeians, morons, simpletons," Eggman screamed, clenching his fists. The red echidna took a horrified step back as he realized just who he had let near the emerald for so long. Eggman grinned, his eyes twitching under his glasses. "You may have won this time, but eventually you'll slip. And when you do, I'll be there to make sure you never get back up," Eggman yelled, before Amy scowled, rushing forward. "Oh, just shut up already," she yelled, startling everyone. "The fact that you have the audacity to even suggest that we're in the wrong is baffling. You burned my entire village to the ground, and it's my fault because I didn't want to be bait to lure Sonic to his death," she screamed, and Eggman scowled at her. "I'd expect you to understand least of all, little girl. The only thing you've done so far is spread your legs for that little traitor over there, Eggman said, getting cut off as Amy slammed her hammer into his massive stomach. "How dare you?" she screamed, her face red from anger and embarrassment. Sonic frantically covered Tails' ears, but it was too late. He looked up innocently, asking what that meant. The red echidna scratched his head, not understanding what that even meant. Metal Sonic was unaffected by the words, but he was still shocked that the doctor had actually said it. Izuku though ... His face was entirely blank. Amy whacked Eggman with her hammer a few more times before she dropped it, turning around and stomping away. The room was silent for a few moments before the red echidna sighed. He ran over to the Master Emerald, picking it up and hoisting it over his shoulder before he paused. "How am I going to get this back to Angel Island?" he said, humming to himself. Tails ran up to the echidna, a smile on his face. "Our airplane is parked outside, mister," he said, and the echidna looked down at him, a confused frown on his face. "What is an airplane?" he asked, and Tails grinned at him. "It's an amazing machine made to fly. It also has a cargo holder that we can carry the emerald with," Tails said, and the red echidna smiled at him. "Oh, thank you, small fox," he said, and Tails nodded, sticking his hand out. "My name's Tails. What's yours?" he asked, and Knuckles grabbed Tails' hand, shaking it. "My name is Knuckles, mighty warrior and last of the honorable Echidna tribe," he said with pride, and Sonic sighed, before he zipped over to the wreckage of the mech, grabbing the last 2 Chaos Emeralds. "Yeah, we know. Can we go now? I'm tired, and I kind of want to sleep in a bed tonight," Sonic said, and Tails smiled at him. "All right, Knuckles, let's go put your emerald back," he said, before the 3 of them left the room. Amy sighed, looking over at Metal Sonic. "So, I'm guessing you don't have a place to stay?" she asked, and Metal Sonic paused, before he shook his head. Amy smiled at him, before she walked over to Izuku, leaning against him and crossing her arms. He barely reacted, still frozen from what Eggman said. "Don't worry, Metal, you can stay with us for the time being," she said, and Metal paused, looking at her, surprised. "Are you certain? I'm probably not going to be ... the best roommate. I don't really know how to be a person," Metal said, looking away. Amy smiled at him, shaking her head. "Don't worry about that. We can help you fit in better if you'd like," Amy offered, and Metal looked at her, before he looked down, seemingly embarrassed. "I would ... like that," he said, and Amy grinned at him, before she looked up at Izuku, a grin on her face. "All right, come on Izuku, snap out of it. We've gotta go," she said, snapping in front of him, and making him blink. "Wha-huh? What happened? I kinda spaced out there for a minute," he said, and she shook her head, amused. "Everyone's gone, and Metal's gonna be staying with us for a bit, all right," she said, and Izuku's eyes widened. "Wait, really? I mean, I'm not opposed, but ... well, all right, I guess," he said, and Amy nodded at him, before leaping at him. Izuku caught her, shaking his head in amusement. "Wow, we've really made this a thing, huh?" he asked, and Amy giggled. "I guess so. Metal, you can fly, right?" she asked, and the robot nodded, before he looked up at a hole in the ceiling. "We can leave through there. That's where I came in from," Metal said, before his thrusted ignited, and he launched through the hole. Izuku looked at Amy, nodding at her. She nodded back, before she tucked her head into Izuku's neck, and he jumped, his larger form breaking more of the ceiling as he flew through story after story, before he finally made it outside, where the sun was setting. He looked to his side to see Metal Sonic waiting for him, tapping his metallic foot impatiently. There you are. My scanners indicate your home is approximately 68 miles southwest," Metal Sonic said, before turning and leaping away. Izuku was about to jump, but Amy stopped him, her face slightly red. Izuku, before you follow him, could you do that whole bulking thing?" she asked, and Izuku shrugged, before focusing. After a second, his body grew bigger, and he then leapt away, quickly reaching 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼, with Amy practically purring in his arms. I could get used to this, she thought, her hand gripping onto Izuku's rock-hard bicep for safety. Izuku sighed as he opened the door, the dried bloodstain in the doorway cleaned by someone. He didn't know, and frankly he didn't care. Amy walked in behind him, yawning. Finally, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 walked in, looking around. Homie, I assume you two are going to go to sleep now? 𝗵𝗃 asked, and Izuku nodded. I know I am. I'm exhausted, he said, and Amy agreed. Yeah, being tied to a pole doesn't do the best for your sleeping habits, she said, before they both walked into their bedroom. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 nodded in understanding, before he looked around. What do I do now? He asked himself. Izuku sighed as he took his boots and gloves off, and Amy mimicked him, only taking her shoes off though, and they both jumped on the bed, falling asleep the moment they touched the mattress. Amy glared down at Eggman, her hammer at the ready. She was bleeding over her left eye, and she had a couple scratches over her body, but she was otherwise unharmed. Eggman though his left arm was broken, and he stared up at her, terrified. She lifted her hammer over her head, and Eggman shouted at her. Ames, please stop. It's me. Please listen, he pleaded, Izuku's voice leaving his mouth. Amy's eyes widened, and she immediately tried to lower her hammer, but her body didn't listen to her. She slammed the hammer down on Eggman's body, and the sound of Izuku screaming in horrible pain shattered her heart. No, stop. Stupid body, stop it. She tried to scream, but her body wouldn't let her. She raised her hammer again, slamming it down as Eggman's body warped. Tears streamed down Amy's face as she slammed her hammer down over and over again, until the screaming stopped. Amy blinked, and Eggman's broken body was replaced with Izuku's, his limbs mangled and jaws pried open by his own screams. Amy suddenly had control of her body once more, and she immediately dropped her hammer and rushed to Izuku, kneeling down over her. No, 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 she yelled, shaking Izuku. No, please, God no. Wake up, please, she yelled, her tears falling onto his face, mixing with his blood. Just then, she heard footsteps walking towards her, and she turned to see Eggman grinning at her, a gun in his hands. A real one this time. Goodbye, little Rose, he said, before he pulled the trigger. Amy woke up with a soft gasp, tears in her eyes. She quickly sat up, looking around the dark room, her light green eyes shining in the dark. She put her hand to her chest, feeling her rapidly beating heart. She heard a soft noise next to her and her head snapped to the side, before she calmed down, seeing Izuku breathing softly. He was luckily still asleep, and Amy relaxed, closing her eyes. I was just dreaming. I didn't kill him ... even if I nearly did, she thought to herself, before she looked at Izuku again, frowning softly. She really cared about him. This wasn't just a blink and you'll miss it feeling that she had. Her feelings for Izuku were already high, and they continued to rise every day. Everything about him just ... made her happy. The way he talked, the way he smiled, hell, even the way he ate. It was just so ... him. And that's all she wanted. She looked back down at the sheets, before she breathed softly. She knew she wasn't going to fall back asleep, so she just decided to nip it in the bud and get up. She slowly dragged herself out of the sheets, before she lightly hopped off of the bed and grabbed her shoes. She tiptoed away, exiting the room and slipping her shoes on, before the sight of two glowing red eyes startled her. She then relaxed as the memories of yesterday came flooding back, and she smiled at 𝗵𝗃. Hi 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼. Have you been sitting here this entire time? She asked, and he nodded. Affirmative. I do not need sleep, as I have a solar battery that charges with the day cycle. However, you do need sleep. Data shows that Mobians and humans alike need a healthy 8 hours of sleep daily to function at 100% capacity, 𝗵𝗃 said, and Amy winced. Oh, well, I suppose that is true. I'll be fine, 𝗵𝗃, she said, and the robot looked her up and down before he shook his head. Scans show that your heart is beating faster than normal. You're also sweating. This brings up two possibilities. 1, you either had a nightmare. 2, you and 𝗂𝐿 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 just finished having intercourse, he said, being cut off by Amy, who waved her hands in front of her face, blushing crimson. I had a nightmare. I swear it wasn't the other thing, she said, nearly yelling, but catching herself before she could wake her best friend. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 tilted his head in confusion, staring at her curiously. I see. I take it 𝗂𝐿 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 is still asleep then? He asked, and Amy nodded, sighing softly. Yeah, I woke up and carefully made my way out here. I'm probably not going to go back to sleep. That nightmare ... if you hadn't stopped me yesterday, I would have, she said, before 𝗵𝗃𝗁 beeped quietly. Yes, but it is best not to think about what could have been, and focus on what will be. 𝗂𝐿 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 is fine. And so are you. Scans show that he is in perfect health, though he is quite tired from the excursion a few hours ago, 𝗵𝗃 said, and Amy's eyes widened. Wait, only a few hours ago. What time is it? She asked, and 𝗵𝗃 looked down, pausing for a second, before he looked back up at her. 2:47 a.m. You have been sleeping for approximately 4 hours and 11 minutes, 𝗵𝗲 said, and Amy groaned softly. Oh, training is gonna suck today, she whined, and 𝗵𝗲 beeped again. I'd advise that both you and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 relax today. He had just gone on a multi-day adventure, and you clearly aren't 100% yet, 𝗵𝗲 said, and Amy paused before she sighed. I suppose you have a point. I guess I got so used to training every day that I forgot to rest. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 usually trains every day, but he tells me that I should pace myself ... but I want to get as strong as possible. I can't afford to take it easy, she said, looking down at her hand with a determined glare. 𝗵𝗲's eyes glowed for a second before he shook his head. According to multiple experts, one of the most important parts of training is the rest that follows. If you don't rest after training, you can end up injuring yourself and breaking down all you've built to work towards, 𝗵𝗲 said, and Amy's eyes widened. Wait, you have access to the internet? She asked, surprised, and 𝗵𝗲 nodded. Yes, I do. I have access to multiple browsers, including but not limited to Google Chrome, Internet Explorer, DuckDuckGo, Ask Jeeves, Opera GX, 𝗵𝗲 said, and Amy smiled nervously, putting her hands up complacently. I understand, she said, and 𝗵𝗲 nodded before he looked around. So ... what do living organisms do around here? He asked, and Amy paused, thinking to herself. Well, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 and I train a lot. We watch bad TV shows and make fun of them from time to time. We cook together and even play some games sometimes, Amy said, and 𝗵𝗲 paused before he tilted his head. I see. The next time you two train, could I join you? He asked, and Amy hummed before she shrugged. I don't see why not. I'll have to ask 𝗧𝗑𝗧, though, she said, walking over to the couch and grabbing the remote, turning the TV on. Before she did anything else, she turned the volume down, not wanting to wake 𝗧𝗑𝗧. 𝗵𝗲 looked to the TV screen as she flipped through the channels, before settling on some stupid prank show. 𝗵𝗲 tilted his head as a Mobian dropped a feather inside a man's shirt, before shushing at the camera as the man shifted uncomfortably. 𝗵𝗲 stared at the screen, infatuated with it, before Amy grumbled, shaking her head. The show is so stupid, she mumbled, and 𝗵𝗲 turned to her. It is. I understand it perfectly, he said, and Amy looked at him before she shook her head, amused. I understand it too, but the execution of the show just ... isn't very good. Pranks are fun sometimes, but this is just ... lame, Amy explained, and 𝗵𝗲 put his claws to his chin, thinking. What is ... lame? He asked, and Amy raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Can't you just search it up? She asked, and he paused before his eyes glowed. After a moment, he nodded in understanding. I see. What would an example of a non-lame prank be? 𝗵𝗲 asked, and Amy paused, thinking to herself. Well, the best pranks are the ones that everyone enjoys. If you hurt someone with a prank, then it's not a prank and you're just a jerk. So a prank that inconveniences someone but is still funny would be the best prank in my opinion, Amy said, and 𝗵𝗲 paused before his hand transformed into a phone. Amy looked at him strangely as his eyes glowed before he held the phone out. After a few seconds, someone yelled through the speaker. What? Why are you calling me at 3 a.m? She heard, and her eyes widened as she recognized the voice. That was Eggman. She was so stunned that she couldn't even respond. And 𝗵𝗲 didn't say anything either, prompting Eggman to get even more angry. Answer me. Who is this? He yelled, and Amy's look of surprise shifted to an amused grin. After a moment, she heard the man grumbled in anger before he hung up. 𝗵𝗲's phone hand then turned back into its normal claw form. Was that sufficient? He asked, and Amy snickered, nodding. That was awesome. Eggman was so mad. She heard, and 𝗵𝗲 nodded. He gets quite fussy when his beauty sleep gets interrupted. I personally don't see what's so beautiful about it, 𝗵𝗲 said, and Amy's grin widened. Before she could say anything though, somebody else spoke up. You can't sleep either, Ames, she heard. She turned to see 𝗧𝗑𝗧 leaning against the doorframe, smiling softly at her. Her face flushed red, and she looked away. I had a nightmare. I knew I wasn't going to be able to go back to sleep, so I came out here. Sorry if we woke you, she said, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 shook his head with a smile. Nah, you didn't, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 said, walking over to Amy and putting a hand on her shoulder, making her heart race. 𝗵𝗲 tilted his head in confusion as he looked at her, her face red and her dopamine levels skyrocketing. Amy looked up at 𝗧𝗑𝗧 as he gave her a concerned frown. Do you want to talk about it? Your nightmare, I mean, he asked, and Amy looked down, rubbing her hands together nervously. I really appreciate that, but no, it was bad, she said, shivering in place for a second. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 gently wrapped his arms around Amy, and she paused before hugging him back. 𝗵𝗲's eyes glowed and he tilted his head as Amy took full advantage of the hug, ogling 𝗧𝗑𝗧's chest and arms. What in the world is her fascination with him? I know I saw her staring at his chest yesterday too, 𝗵𝗲 thought to himself before 𝗧𝗑𝗧 pulled away. Well, I'm going to go take a shower. See you two when I get out, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 said, walking away. Metal then saw her staring at his butt as he walked away, and he was even more baffled. After Izuku grabbed his casual clothes and closed the bathroom door behind him, Metal looked at Amy as she sighed dreamily. "What is your infatuation with Izuku Midoriya's body?" he asked, and Amy squeaked, before turning to Metal, a blush on her face. I don't have an infatuation with his body," she defended, and Metal paused, before he played the memory back in his head. "While you two were embracing, you didn't take your eyes off of his chest or his arms," he accused, and Amy looked away, face red. "I don't know what you're talking about," she lied, and Metal shook his head. "And then after that, you stared at his rear end while he was walking away," Metal continued, and Amy froze, before she looked at him, her face red. "Okay, fine. I was staring, but I mean, come on, look at him," she defended, and Metal tilted his head, confused. "I don't see how his looks have anything to do with this," he said, and Amy shook her head. "He's handsome. He had nice muscles, so I like ogling his body." "What's the problem?" she asked, annoyed. Metal raised his hands complacently, shaking his head. "I don't have a problem with it. I just don't understand why you're doing it." "What makes his muscles look nice?" he asked, and Amy paused, realizing that he was genuinely confused. I guess they're just appealing to girls. Or guys, if they're into that. Izuku is a really lean guy, so he's not grotesquely muscular, but he's not skinny either. He just looks really hot, especially when he's shirtless," Amy said, giggling. Metal would have raised an eyebrow if he had them, as Amy looked like her mind was somewhere entirely else now. He waved his hand in front of her face, snapping her out of her strange fantasy. "Please focus. You seem to know a lot about this kind of topic. And I have tried to search this on the internet, but a clear-cut definition isn't what I'm looking for. With that being said, what is love?" Metal asked, and Amy flinched. It was a really important question. "Well, love isn't a physical thing, but I'm sure you already figured that out. Metal. Why do you think a parent takes care of their child?" she asked, and Metal paused, before he nodded. "Because they're obligated to," he said, and Amy shook her head. "No, well, sadly that's true sometimes, but most of the time, it's because the parent loves the child," she explained, and Metal looked down, frustrated. "I still don't understand. Why does the parent love the child? Does it just happen?" he asked, and Amy paused. "Well, some people believe in love at first sight, and I used to be one of those people. For a while, I thought I loved Sonic. He was brave, heroic, and he stood up for the people that couldn't stand up for themselves. But I realized that it was admiration I was feeling, not love," she said, before she looked down. "Love is Love is complicated. It can come and go. It can get stronger over time and weaken as well. But it's always there. Even if it takes a while to see it," Amy said, smiling. A memory then rushed through her head of her and Izuku in the cell on Little Planet. She remembered hiding behind his leg as Metal Sonic approached the door, before Izuku looked down at her, his smile comforting and warm. "Don't worry, Amy. I promise you, I won't let anything happen to you," he said, and at that moment, Amy believed him. Back in the present, Amy looked up, a warm and loving smile on her face. Love is a promise that someone is always going to be by your side. And when it's real, that bond, that promise, it's unbreakable," Amy said, looking down at her hand. Metal stared at her, before he looked at his own hand. "A promise," he thought, before he looked back up at Amy. "Do you think I'll feel love someday?" he asked, and Amy smiled at him. "I think anyone can, robotic or not. You've made it clear that you're not some ordinary robot. So I believe that one day, you too will find love," she said, and Metal Sonic looked at her for a second, before he looked down, deep in thought. "Thank you for explaining," Amy rose. Do you love anyone?" he asked, and Amy was about to say no, before she paused. She looked down, her mind filling with thoughts of Izuku. She smiled as she thought of all he's done for her, and she nodded. "I do. I'm not afraid to admit it." "Not anymore," she said, clenching her fist. Metal noticed her heart rate fluctuating, the same way it did when she was near Izuku, and it all clicked in his head. "I see. I think I have a proper grasp on who it is you have these feelings for. It's Izuku Midoriya, isn't it?" he asked, and Amy paused, before she nodded. "Don't tell him. I'm not ready for that yet. I don't know if I ever will be ready," she admitted, and Metal Sonic beeped, thinking to himself. Just then, they heard the shower stop, and Amy turned to Metal, her face serious. "I'm serious about this. Please don't tell him," she said, and Metal nodded at her. "You have my word," he said. Izuku then walked out of the bathroom, dressed in his red and blue casual clothes. He sat on the couch next to Amy and sighed tiredly. "I think we should rest today, Amy. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really feel like doing anything today," Izuku said, and Amy smiled in amusement. Metal said the same thing earlier. "I guess today's the rest day, huh?" she asked, and Izuku smiled, nodding. They all then looked over to the front door as someone rapped at the door loudly, and Izuku frowned, before looking at Amy and Metal. "Stay out of sight," I'll go open the door, he said, before standing up and walking over to the door. He opened it, and his eyes widened when he saw the red echidna from yesterday. He grit his teeth, powering up. You've got a lot of nerve, he started, but he froze as the echidna immediately got to his knees and bowed at him. Izuku looked down in surprise as the echidna bowed, before looking back up at him, remorse shining in his eyes. I came to apologize. I do not want to fight, I promise, the echidna said. Izuku's eyes narrowed in distrust, before he looked behind him, looking at Amy, who was peeking over the couch. He motioned for her to come over to the door, and she did so immediately, her eyes widening at the echidna. Knuckles, what do you want? She asked, her eyes narrowing. Knuckles paused, before he lowered his head. I'm not asking you for forgiveness, I just came to apologize for what I had done. If I had known what kind of man Badnik was, I never would have attacked you. He told me that you and your friends wanted the Master Emerald for yourselves, and it's my sworn duty to protect it at all costs, Knuckles said, and he looked up at the sky, a remorseful frown on his face. I have dishonored my tribe, and hurt people that didn't deserve such a fate, and that is not the echidna way. I owe you and your friends greatly from stopping Badnik from advancing his plans any further, Knuckles said, nodding sagely. Izuku scratched the back of his head, and Amy smiled politely at him. Of course, Eggman has destroyed too much. We won't let him destroy any more, Amy said, clenching her fist in determination. Knuckles looked at her for a second, before smiling. If he does attack again, just come on over to Angel Island. I wouldn't mind helping take him out next time, Knuckles said, and Amy smiled at him, holding her fist out for a handshake. Izuku looked away as they shook hands, jealousy coursing through him. He crossed his arms before Knuckles started walking away. Goodbye, friends, Knuckles yelled, and Amy waved at him as Izuku huffed. We're not friends, he muttered, and Amy slapped his leg. Stop being mean. He's trying to make up for his mistakes, she said, and Izuku looked away. He hurt you, Amy. If Eggman turned around and started being good, would you forgive him? Izuku asked, and Amy glared at him. Knuckles didn't kill my family, Izuku, she said, and Izuku winced. Sorry, that wasn't what I was trying to say, he said, and Amy shook her head. I know, but just give Knuckles a chance, all right. He's a good guy deep down, I can tell, she said with a soft smile, and Izuku paused, before he looked at the retreating echidna. Was all he said. Amy then saw Sonic walking towards them, looking tired. He came over to you guys' house too, he asked once he arrived, and Amy nodded. Metal Sonic then walked to the doorway, quickly spotting Sonic. Greetings my inferior copy, Metal said, and Sonic frowned. He looked at Izuku, crossing his arms. How long is he gonna do that? He asked, and Izuku grinned at him. As long as he wants to, I guess. It's kinda funny, he said, and Sonic huffed. Yeah, because you're not the one being called inferior, he grumbled, and Amy shook her head. Ugh, boys, she said, walking back inside. Izuku watched her go, before he chuckled, shaking his head. Amy then turned around, waiting for Izuku to come back inside, only to see him having a normal conversation with Sonic, the guy who seemed to have it out for him. Amy watched, surprised as they finished their conversation and waved at each other as Sonic walked away, before Izuku closed the door, walking inside. Amy watched him with wide eyes as he walked past her, before he paused, turning to her. Is everything all right, Amy? He asked, and she looked at the door, before turning back to him. You just had a friendly conversation with Sonic, she said, and Izuku nodded, confused. Yeah, he asked, prompting Amy to continue. Sonic has made it abundantly clear that he doesn't trust you, she said, and Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Oh, you're talking about that. I guess he started trusting me during our adventure to rescue you, Izuku said, and Amy sighed, before she smiled, relieved. Well, either way, I'm glad he's finally backing down. You don't know how many times I was this close to smacking him these past 2 weeks, she said, shaking her head. Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, you've told me, he said, at least a dozen times. He finished in his head. He wouldn't dare say that out loud. Amy smiled to herself, before her stomach growled. Her eyes widened and she blushed, before she covered her stomach, looking down, embarrassed. Oh, I haven't eaten in a few days, she muttered, and Izuku's eyes widened. He immediately zipped around the house, getting a pan, some bread, and some cheddar and provolone. He quickly placed the pan on the stove, turning it to medium heat. He then scored butter over one side of both loaves, before placing one slice of bread on the pan, one slice of cheddar and provolone each, and then the final slice of bread. Amy sat down, watching Izuku make a grilled cheese with a smile on her face. He wasn't the best cook by any means, but he could cook a few dishes, and they tasted good, so she didn't really mind. After a minute, he flipped the sandwich, and Amy sighed at the smell that filled the room. Metal observed from a distance as Izuku cooked, and he couldn't help but wonder what the big deal was. He looked over at Amy to see her staring at Izuku lovingly again, and he shook his head. Apparently cooking was a good quality in a man too. Along with muscles and butts, organics were weird. After devouring the grilled cheese that 𝗧𝗂 gave her, Amy hopped in the shower. 𝗧𝗂, who was now making a grilled cheese for himself, didn't notice as 𝗏𝗲 lost interest in his cooking. Walking back over to the chair he was sitting in, he grabbed the remote, clicking the TV on. It was a good way to learn just what organics did. He flipped through the channels, his digital eyes absorbing all sorts of information, before he paused. What was that? He flipped a few channels back, spotting a human woman in a sun hat staring at the camera with a smile. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Farming with Francine. I am your host, Francine, and today I will show you how to plant a simple sunflower. The woman on the TV said, before she pulled out a small packet from her gardening apron. These are sunflower seeds. I'm sure you know what a sunflower is, but just in case you don't, here's a fully grown one. The woman said, before moving out of the way to show a beautiful flower, standing tall. 𝗏𝗲's eyes shined in interest as he stared at the flower. Something about the shape, or the way it stood was strangely beautiful to 𝗏𝗏sonic. He watched in rapt attention as the woman explained in great detail how to plant and grow not only sunflowers, but most flowers. He continued watching the show for an entire hour, barely even acknowledging Amy when she got out of the shower, or 𝗧𝗂 when he finally ate his meal. He was entirely focused on the gardening video. How had he not known what this was? It was supposed to be a supercomputer, an info bank for everything that Eggman found useful or enjoyable. Yet love wasn't there, and neither was gardening. Just how much did he not know about the world? How much has he been missing out on? 𝗏𝗏sonic looked down at his claws as the screen went black. He was created for the sole purpose of killing. Yet he didn't want to kill. Yes, he did enjoy fighting, and the synthetic rush it gave him. But he didn't want to kill anything. He was curious. He wanted to learn, to experience the pleasures of life outside of being a metallic mercenary. 𝗏𝗏sonic snapped out of his borderline hypnotic trance as 𝗧𝗂 and Amy told him that they were leaving to go shopping. He didn't hesitate to ask them to get sunflower seeds. Amy and 𝗧𝗂 walked through the supermarket, with Amy choosing what to buy and 𝗧𝗂 pushing the cart. She walked around, grabbing items she found interesting or useful, and avoiding items that she believed didn't benefit them. 𝗧𝗂 watched, impressed, as Amy navigated the market like a master, quickly sniffing out the best deals and high-quality items in minutes. It was a trait that his own mother had, and it allowed them to live comfortably despite being somewhat lower class than his peers. His father did leave under the pretense of work in America, but he had quickly given up on that pipe dream when the calls stopped coming in. At least the man still paid child support, but that did little with his mother's dead-end receptionist job. He loved her dearly and respected her for just how hard she worked, but no matter how many times he had told her that that job was a waste of her time, she never quit. Eventually, when the inevitable crash of heroics occurred, she was quickly let off and had nowhere but UA to go, which ultimately led to her untimely death as Shigaraki destroyed a large portion of UA in his final battle with 𝗧𝗂. 𝗧𝗂 had won the battle. But at a massive cost. He had been careless enough to allow his mother to die, and it changed him. He grew harsher, colder, but far more mature than even before. Yes, he became a better hero due to the battle, but he had never once in his life thought that it was worth it. 𝗧𝗂 blinked as Amy tugged on his arm. Hello, Earth to 𝗧𝗂. Geez, I've been saying your name for like a minute. You all right? She asked, and 𝗧𝗂 paused, before she shook his head, an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry about that. I got a little lost in thought. What's up? He asked, and Amy hummed, looking down at her hands. In one hand was a bag of planting sunflower seeds. In the other, cooked sunflower seeds for chewing on. What do you think 𝗏𝗏 meant by sunflower seeds? Does he want to plant flowers, or chew seeds to chew on? She asked, and 𝗧𝗂 paused, staring at them. Does he even have a mouth? He asked, and Amy shrugged. I mean, I've never seen one on his muzzle. He might have it in a weird place or something. Can he even eat? She asked, more to herself than anything. 𝗧𝗂 paused, before he sighed, shaking his head. Let's just get both of them. We have enough rings, right? He asked, and Amy nodded. Definitely. I'm glad you went on that adventure, because you grabbed a lot of rings. You must have gotten at least 2,000. We have enough money to last us a bit, she told him, before tossing them into the cart. All right, that should be everything. We got more milk, eggs, cheese, rice, pork, chicken, and bread, she said, reading off of a small list that she had written, and she smiled once she finished. Yep, that's everything. Let's go pay for our stuff and leave. Sorry for making you push the cart and everything again, she said, and 𝗧𝗂 waved her concerns off as they started making their way to the front of the store. Don't worry about it, I enjoy helping, he said, and she smiled at him, shaking her head. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to do everything, she said, and 𝗧𝗂 grinned at her. Well, you can help me put the stuff away when we get home. That would be a great help, he offered, and she nodded as they walked up to one of the cashiers, who looked at them, not hiding her contempt. She was a tall human woman who glared at Amy, disgusted. "I still can't believe we're letting these animals in here," the woman muttered, and Amy's smile faded, her eyelid twitching. Izuku blinked in surprise at the venom in the woman's voice, and the fact that she basically just called Amy a slur. "Excuse me?" Amy asked, and the woman looked at Amy, surprised that she had heard her. The woman doubled down on her feelings, sneering at Amy. "You heard me, rodent. You might act civilized, but we all know that you're nothing but a bunch of wild beasts," she said, and Amy practically turned red from anger. "Izuku, can we pretend this bitch is a poacher? Just once?" she asked, and Izuku sighed, shaking his head. "Unfortunately, no. We can't attack her for that," Izuku said, and the woman's eyes widened. "Attack," she mumbled, before Izuku smiled at Amy. However, he started, before he threw his fist forward, making the woman yelp. Izuku stopped his fist just before it hit the woman in her face. The woman opened an eye to see Izuku pointing behind her, a grin on his face. "Can we get some bags, please?" he asked, and the woman was frozen for a second. "Well, we don't have all day, lady. Come on, hurry it up. Man, she sure is lucky that Sonic isn't here, or he'd be pretty angry, wouldn't she, Izuku?" she asked, a mischievous grin on her face. Izuku paused, before he nodded, crossing his arms as the woman froze. "Yeah, I mean, we did ask him to come, but he said he trusts us, seeing as we're such good friends and all," he said, and the woman looked at them, a shaky smile on her face, quickly scanning their items. "That'll be 200 rings," she said nervously, and Izuku quickly paid her, before dropping 10 rings in the charity box. "All right, Amy, let's go," he said, putting the bags in the cart and pushing it out of the store. Amy followed, before flipping the racist woman off with a grin. Izuku and Amy walked inside the house, each carrying around 5 bags in each hand. Metal Sonic looked at them as they entered, standing in the kitchen. Behind him was a pan that had multiple strips of pork being seared in oil. Both Izuku and Amy paused at the delightful scent, before they both looked at Metal Sonic, surprised. "You can cook?" they both asked in unison, and Metal nodded. "Yes, one of Eggman's greatest pleasures is food, and he made sure to instill the ability to cook whatever he wanted into my programming. I know how to make a large variety of meals, from homemade salad to bouillabaisse," he replied, his head turned 180 degrees to face them. Amy turned to Izuku, whispering into his ear. "What's a bouillabaisse?" she asked, and he fought the blush that tinted his cheeks as he shrugged. "As so close," he thought to himself, and he heard Nana laugh in his head. They're back." The Vestiges often had periods where they would go radio silent, usually to have long discussions that could last a few hours to multiple weeks. It was definitely very strange, and one of the leading reasons that he rarely initiated conversation with them. "So, where have you guys been?" he asked, and All Might cleared his throat. "I apologize for disappearing on you like that, young Midoriya, but we had much to discuss. We'll try to let you know next time," the Vestige said, and Izuku sighed. Amy looked at him, an eyebrow raised. "You all right, Izuku?" she asked. Izuku nodded, smiling at her. "Yeah, let's just put these groceries away." "Oh, right. Metal, we got you sunflower seeds, but we didn't know which ones you wanted, so we just got both." Metal Sonic's head was locked onto Izuku as his body grabbed the pan, walking over to the window and opening it, spinning his turbine softly. Steam wafted out of the window, smelling of perfectly cooked pork. A few blocks away, a resting tail's nose twitched as he smelled something amazing. He sat up and blinked, surprised. He looked outside, before he smiled. "I have to check that smell out," he whispered, before he left his house, telling Sonic that he was going to Izuku and Amy's house to check on Metal Sonic, unknowingly telling the truth. Metal finished cooling off the steak after he quickly explained why he wanted sunflower seeds, leaving it at a perfect warm temperature. Not too hot, not too cold. Amy looked at him, smiling excitedly. "You wanted to plant sunflower seeds because you were curious about how life grows?" she asked, and Metal nodded. "Yes, ever since I realized there were more options than just obeying the doctor, I have been curious about life," he said, before grabbing a clean towelette from a drawer, rubbing soap on it and washing his claws, before rinsing them. Izuku and Amy placed their bags on the table, before they sorted and put everything away. Metal Sonic finished washing his claws, before he cut the pork evenly, making delicious pork cutlets, which he placed on a long plate, which Izuku grabbed, putting on the table. He stared at the delicious cooked pork, before Metal grabbed a bowl that held scrambled eggs. Amy hurriedly sat at the table, grabbing utensils for herself and Izuku. She grinned at the food, before a plate was placed in front of her by Black Whip. She looked over to Izuku to see him giving her a thumbs up, and smiled. She then quickly grabbed a cutlet of meat and a portion of scrambled eggs, eating quickly but neatly. Izuku was a bit messier, but he made sure to not make a mess. He didn't eat American food too often, but he did indulge a little bit sometimes, as he did have a very active life. He took a bite of pork, and his eyes widened at the taste. Is that honey?" he asked, and 𝗲𝗀𝗃 nodded. Glazing pork in a small amount of honey adds the perfect amount of sweetness that blends together perfectly together with the eggs, he said, and Izuku took another bite, nodding. No offense Izuku ... but I think 𝗲𝗀 should cook the meals from now on. If he doesn't mind, that is, Amy said, her eyes practically sparkling with reverence as she stared at the food. 𝗲𝗀 shrugged, though he seemed a little ... odd. He wasn't quite embarrassed, but he seemed a little put off by their reactions to his food. I do not have a problem with cooking. It's certainly ... an interesting feeling to see someone appreciate my talent. The doctor never thanked me for the food, nor did he praise me for my skill. He just pretended I wasn't there, 𝗲𝗀 said, thinking aloud. Izuku and Amy paused what they were doing, staring at 𝗲𝗀 as he spoke. I did not like cooking for him, but hearing how good the food is ... does bring me a bit of satisfaction, 𝗲𝗀 said, and Izuku smiled. Well, I really appreciate what you've done, 𝗲𝗀. This pork is absolutely delicious, and the eggs have the perfect texture, Izuku complimented. Amy nodded along, grabbing another slice of meat. Seriously, this is amazing, she agreed, and 𝗲𝗀 looked away, actually embarrassed this time. Thank you, he said, and Amy snapped her fingers. Speaking of food, can you eat, 𝗲𝗀? She asked, and the robot nodded, looking back at her. Yes, I am actually required to in order to use my jet. I run off of a modified car battery, but my jet takes normal fuel. I can consume plant-based food, as it burns incredibly easily, but anything from animals is nearly unprocessable for me, he said, and Izuku looked at Amy. So ... he's technically a vegan. Wait, those chewable sunflower seeds, could he eat those? He asked Amy, and she shrugged. Maybe, I'm not sure, she said, and Izuku stood up, walking over to the pantry and grabbing the bag of chewable sunflower seeds. He handed the bag to 𝗲𝗀, who looked at it curiously, scanning it. He paused, before he poked a hole through the top of the bag, tearing it open. He reached inside and grabbed one of the unsalted seeds. Before steam hissed frocked the spot where his head and torso connected, and his head rose into the air slightly, connected to a tube that unfolded into a funnel. He dropped the seed into the funnel, and waited as it entered his core, quickly burning to a charcoal-like substance. 𝗲𝗀 paused, before he took a few more, dropping them into the tunnel. This suffices. Thank you for looking out for me, 𝗲𝗀 said, and Izuku smiled at the robot, giving him a thumbs up. No problem. Just let us know when you need a restock, he said, before he heard someone shuffle outside. He turned to see Tails looking inside through the still open window, smiling innocently at Amy. Be careful, Amy. Sonic says that girls who eat a lot get fat, he said, and Amy, who had already eaten 2 more pork cutlets, froze, before she scowled. Oh, he did now. Well, I wonder why he didn't say that to my face, she said, and Tails shrugged. I don't know either. That smell is coming from your house, right? It smells so good, he said, whimpering. Izuku looked at Amy, who seemed to not want any more, looking down at herself. I should probably slow down. I've already had 4 slices of pork, she said, and Izuku smiled at her. You're fine, Amy. You want some, Tails? He asked, and Tails grinned at him, excited. Do I? Thanks, Izuku, he said, hopping through the window and snagging a few. Amy humphed, turning her face away, and Izuku walked up to her, leaning over and whispering to her. You're in great shape, by the way, he said, and she froze, before her tail started wagging. She looked at him, her face slightly pink ... or more pink than it usually was, at least. Really? She asked, and he smiled at her, giving her a thumbs up. She smiled, before taking her last slice of pork. Alright ... just one more. This is the first thing I've eaten in a few days after all ... well, besides your grilled cheese, Izuku, she said, and Tails finished stuffing his face, nodding. I didn't mean you were fat, Amy. Sorry if I made you think that, he said, frowning apologetically. Amy shook her head, wiping her face off with a napkin. Oh, you're fine, Tails. I couldn't stay mad at you, even if I tried, she said, ruffling his messy head, making him giggle. Thanks for the food. Who cooked it, by the way? Tails asked, and Izuku gestured to 𝗲𝗀, who was back to normal now. Yes, I cooked it. I am ... glad that you enjoyed it, 𝗲𝗀, 𝗲𝗀 said, and both Izuku and Amy turned to 𝗲𝗀, confused. Izuku then turned to Tails to see him shift uncomfortably. Your name is 𝗲𝗀, he asked, and Tails dug his foot into the floor, looking away, embarrassed. Yeah, I know, it's lame, he said, and Izuku shook his head with a chuckle. No, you don't understand. Your name is 𝗲𝗀. How fast were you as a baby? Izuku asked, and Tails shrugged. I couldn't spin my tails that well when I was younger, so I tripped a lot. Besides, I was abandoned, Tails said, and Izuku froze, before he frowned. Oh, I'm sorry that I brought it up, Izuku said, and Tails shrugged. It's fine, you didn't mean to. I don't really know who my parents are ... but it's fine. I have Sonic, so who really cares, right? Tails asked, but it was clear that he didn't believe his own words. Izuku and Amy shared a worried look as Tails stood up. Well, I should probably head back home. Thank you again for the food. Bye guys, Tails said, hurriedly walking out of the house. Amy watched him go, concerned. Poor kid ... not knowing who his own mother is, she said softly, and Izuku nodded along with her. Yeah, that's ... man ... he said. And Amy looked at him, a shaky frown on her face. That was pretty bad ... Do you think he's alright? She asked, and Izuku frowned, humming. I'm not sure ... but I know Sonic can handle it. If Tails doesn't talk to him about it, then we can, Izuku said, and Amy stared at the door, uncertain. I hope so, she whispered. Metal stared at the patch of upturned soil behind the house, a look of frustration in his red eyes. It had been 3 days since he acquired the seeds, and he had planted them after Tails had left. He had been keeping steady track of the ground, watering where he had planted the solitary seed the required amount every day. He knew that it would take time to grow ... yet he didn't expect how annoyed he was at the time it took. When he had read online that flowers often took weeks to grow, he had assumed that it grew at a steady rate. However, it has been 3 days ... and not a single sign of growth. He shook his head, turning away from the soil, looking at the setting sun. He wouldn't give up though. This was just him being impatient. It would grow to be a beautiful flower that stood tall, he just needed to wait. He walked back inside the house, spotting Izuku biting his thumb in nervousness. He looked at the boy, before walking up to him. What seems to be the problem? Izuku Midoriya? Metal asked, and Izuku jumped, before turning around, smiling at Metal once he noticed it was him. Oh, I didn't see you come in. As for your question ... you know how Amy's birthday is tomorrow, right? Izuku asked, and Metal nodded. Yes, you showed me the dress that you bought her. Taking her information into account, her percentage of liking the dress is still 96%, Metal said, and Izuku nodded. Right, well, I was going to buy her a cake, but I kind of changed my mind. I really want to make her a cake, but I've never done so before. Do you know how to make a cake? He asked, and Metal paused for a second, searching through his baking folder, quickly finding the recipe. I do. Would you like me to make her a cake tomorrow? Metal asked, and Izuku shook his head, a relieved smile on his face. Not quite. I was thinking that I could have you on standby while I try and make the cake, if you don't mind. I understand if you don't want to, but Izuku started, and Metal Sonic shook his head. I do not mind helping, no. However, wouldn't it make more sense to simply buy a cake? Metal asked, and Izuku nodded with a soft smile. Yes, but I want to make tomorrow memorable tomorrow. I want to make it the best birthday I can for her, he said, looking down at the table. Metal tilted his head in confusion as Izuku's face flushed, before Izuku cleared his throat. Well, now that that's settled, I'm gonna go ask Sonic for a favor, he said, standing up. Metal looked around, before asking Izuku a question. Where is Amy Rose? He asked, and Izuku scoffed. Oh, she and Tails went to go check on Knuckles. I personally don't see the big deal about it. He's clearly fine on his own, so there's not really a need to check on the guy, Izuku said, frowning. Metal paused, before looking Izuku in the eye. You seem to have an interesting dislike towards Knuckles the Echidna, despite his will to make amends, Metal said, and Izuku flinched slightly, before he shrugged. He kidnapped Amy and tied her to a pole. I don't trust him, Izuku said, crossing his arms. Metal Sonic grew a bit more suspicious, his red eyes getting a hint sharper. Your heart just skipped a beat. You're lying, Metal accused, and Izuku froze, before he looked away. Just drop it. It doesn't really matter how I feel about him, as long as Amy is safe, he said, and Metal shook his head. I kidnapped Amy. I even threw her in a cage, which is arguably worse than tying her to a pole. Do you not trust me? He asked, and Izuku's frown deepened as he sighed. I told you to drop it. I trust you, but not him. There's nothing else to say about it, Izuku said, and Metal crossed his arms, impressively patient. If you lie to me again, then I won't help you with the cake, he said, and Izuku froze, before he sighed irritably, before he mumbled something. Metal stood still, staring Izuku in the eye. Ugh, fine. I don't like how close he's getting to Amy, Izuku admitted, and Metal paused, before he tilted his head, confused. But why? He's proven that he doesn't want to be enemies ... so what's the problem? He asked, and Izuku scowled. It's complicated, all right. Look, you got your answer, can I go now? He asked, and Metal paused, before nodding. Izuku quickly left the house, leaving Metal alone to process Izuku's strange behavior. Izuku exhaled as he knocked on Sonic's door, putting on his best smile when the hedgehog opened the door, a towel around his quills. Yeah? Oh, what's up, Izuku? Sonic asked, and Izuku cleared his throat, before he popped the question. Could you take Amy out to get her quills done tomorrow? Izuku asked, and Sonic paused at the request, shivering. You do know that Amy is a bit aggressive towards me, right? With my whole distrust towards you for a while, Sonic said, and Izuku winced, his smile dimming. Please, Sonic, I need Amy gone tomorrow so I can bake her a cake. I told her I was gonna buy her one, but I wanted to surprise her ... So could you do it? Izuku asked, and Sonic raised an eyebrow. Why are you baking Amy a cake? What's going on tomorrow? He asked, and Izuku paused, looking Sonic in the eye with surprise. You don't know, Sonic. Amy's birthday is tomorrow, Izuku said, and Sonic flinched. Oh, well now I don't have to think of a present to buy her. Yeah, I'll take her to get a haircut, he said, and Izuku sighed, relieved. Oh thank God, he said, before he grinned at Sonic. Thanks, man, I owe you one, he said, and Sonic waved him off. Nah, if I hadn't done something for her birthday, I wouldn't have heard the end of it, he said, shivering. Izuku smiled, walking away with a wave. Just as he left, the tornado flew into view. He stood in the open field, waving at the tornado. He grinned when he saw a pink arm wave back at him. In a few moments, the tornado landed next to him, and Amy quickly hopped out, hugging Izuku. He caught her, smiling at the girl. Hey there, Ames. Thanks for bringing her home safely, Tails, Izuku said, and the fox smiled at him. His mood had improved since the last time he saw him, so he guessed that he talked to Sonic or something. He set Amy down as she sighed wistfully. Oh, Angel Island is so beautiful, Izuku. You need to visit sometime, she urged, and Izuku smiled, amused. I've been there, Amy. It was the first place we looked for you after you were kidnapped, Izuku said, and Amy paused. Which time? She asked, and Izuku snorted. The most recent. That was the time that I beat Knuckles and sent him running, Izuku said, and Amy rolled her eyes. Okay, I remember you telling me that part. You've said it at least 3 times, she said, amused. Izuku shrugged with a smile, and Amy turned back to him, a grin on her face. Speaking of, Knuckles told me how he was surprised that you haven't visited yet. You scared of him? She asked with a teasing smile. Izuku scoffed, shaking his head. Him? Please. I'm not calling him weak or anything, but it's pretty obvious that I'm better than him, Izuku said, and Amy's smile faded as she blinked at him, surprised. It wasn't normal of Izuku to just ... say something like that. Well, as happy as I am that you're seeing how great you are. That was a little rude of you, Izuku, she said, and Izuku shrugged, looking away. Amy stared at him for a few more moments, before she shook her head. Whatever, I'm exhausted. Today's training session was pretty rough, she said, and Izuku smiled proudly at her. On the bright side, you've gotten far better at stealth, he said, and she sighed unenthusiastically. I suppose. I still hate it though. I'm not good at taking a quiet approach, she said, and Izuku nodded. I understand your annoyance at it, but sometimes a quiet approach he started, and Amy rolled her eyes in amusement. Yeah, a quiet approach is the best approach. You've told me that like 1,000,000 times now, she said, and Izuku smiled. It's good advice. Do you know how many times I've been shot when I did things the quiet way? He asked, and Amy sighed. None, she asked, and Izuku nodded. Exactly. Trust me, you'll thank me later, he said, and she rubbed her shoulder. Yeah, well my shoulder would like to disagree, she whined, and Izuku smirked. Well tell your shoulder to grow up, Izuku said, and Amy smirked back. Lot of talk coming from someone who's only 59, she said, and Izuku flinched, before he scowled. 59 isn't short, he yelled, and Amy giggled at him. That sounds like something a short person would say, she countered, and Izuku pointed at her accusingly. You're over a foot shorter than me, he defended, and Amy shrugged. 45 isn't too bad for a Mobian, so you're still the only short one here, she said, and Izuku crossed his arms with a huff. The average male height is 58, he said, and Amy snorted. Yeah, maybe like 0.40 years ago, she said, and Izuku didn't say anything, before his pout turned into a grin, unable to keep the amusement off his face. They both laughed together as they walked home, blissfully ignorant of the chaotic day that would follow. Amy's nose twitched in her sleep as the scent of cooked food blessed her senses. She stirred, before her eyes opened slowly. She looked around, confused when she didn't see Izuku. Where? She mumbled sleepily, before Izuku popped his head into the doorway, a smile on his face. Oh, she's awake. Hey there, Ames. We made you breakfast in bed, he said, before he walked into the room, carrying a large box that emitted steam. He handed the box to her, and she shivered at the amazing smell. She looked down, seeing a large variety of foods, ranging from fish, rice, and eggs. There was even a little sauce bowl in the middle. She was then handed a fork, and Izuku smiled wistfully at the box. That's a traditional Japanese breakfast, minus the soup. I was planning on making the soup once you were more awake. I hope you enjoy the food, he said, and was about to walk away, but a semi-asleep Amy grabbed his wrist. Can you stay, please? She asked, looking into his eyes. Izuku froze, his face heating up. Her eyes were really pretty green. Not forest green like his, but as green as a beautiful field that stretched on for miles, untouched and uncorrupted. He swallowed thickly before nodding. Why yeah, I can stay, he said, and Amy smiled, letting go of him and taking a bite of her food. Thank you, Zuzu, she mumbled as she ate, still sleepy. Izuku nearly choked. Awa, 4 of the 8 vestiges echoed in his head, and he couldn't even blame them. From the other room, Metal noticed how Izuku's dopamine levels skyrocketed towards the stars, and he paused in surprise. I didn't even know someone could be that happy, he muttered, checking that they had all the right ingredients to make the cake. Back with Izuku, he watched with a smile as Amy slowly ate the meal, enjoying every part of it. She mixed and matched food groups to create unique tastes, and savored the savory flavor fish, which was definitely her favorite part. He gently took the box away from her when she was done, placing it on the nightstand. He had actually made that from wood a few days ago. It was his first time trying anything like that, but Metal Sonic did help, as apparently carving was one of his special skills. It turned out that Eggman liked having numerous statues of himself everywhere, which wasn't all that surprising, honestly. Izuku then watched as Amy stretched, before looking at Izuku, a satisfied smile on her face. "Thanks for the food, Zuzu," she said groggily, and Izuku's heart soared once more, before he cleared his throat. "All right, you should go shower. Someone's gonna be here to see you soon," he said, and Amy blinked at him before she stood up. "All right," she mumbled, walking away. Izuku grinned, standing up and walking over to the closet, opening it and taking the box out. He opened it, smiling at the pristine dress that sat inside the vacuum-sealed bag. He then grabbed the roll of wrapping paper he had prepared just for this box and got to work. Amy sighed as she stepped out of the shower, towel wrapped around her body. She was fully awake now, and her face was a bright red. Not from the heat of the shower ... but from pure unfiltered embarrassment. "I can't believe I called him that," she mumbled, face burning. She had called him Zuzu not once, but twice. That's a pet name that a loving wife would give her husband, Amy mumbled, before she groaned. "These feelings of mine just keep growing, huh?" she grumbled, before she opened the bathroom door, spotting Izuku walk out of their room. He smiled at her, taking a step to the side. "You should get dressed. Sonic will be here any minute," he said, and Amy deflated slightly. "Sonic, great," she said, before walking into their room, closing the door behind her. She opened the closet, not even spotting the hidden gift-wrapped box. She grabbed her red and blue clothes, quickly getting dressed, before she exited the room, quickly going to brush her teeth and quills. Just as she finished, she heard a knock on the front door. She sighed as she exited the bathroom to see Metal Sonic open the door. "Hello, my inferior copy. How have you been faring?" Metal asked, and Sonic rolled his eyes. "I'd be faring a lot better if you stopped calling me that," Sonic snapped back, and Metal's eyes were shining with amusement. "I will once you stop being inferior to me," Metal said, and Sonic huffed, shaking his head. "I'm here to take Amy out." "Any idea where she is?" he asked, and Metal moved to the side as Amy walked up. "And there she is. Nice colors, by the way," he said, grinning at her. Amy looked down, and she realized with a groan that she matched with Sonic. "Oh, great," she grumbled, and Sonic grinned at her. "Maybe you are still a fan, eh?" Sonic said, and Amy looked back at Izuku, an eyebrow raised. "Was this your idea?" she asked, and Izuku looked away, coughing into his fist. Maybe," he said, and she sighed, stepping outside. "Let's just get this over with ... What are we doing, anyways?" she asked. Before Sonic could answer, a hand was placed on her shoulder. She turned around to see Izuku smiling down at her. "That's a surprise. I swear you're gonna like it. Just trust me," he said, and Amy paused, before she smiled back at him. All right, I trust you. Let's go, Sonic," she said, walking outside. "Where are we headed?" she asked, and Sonic crossed his arms behind his head, walking casually. "Central City," he responded, and Amy groaned. "This is gonna take forever, isn't it?" she whined, and Sonic shrugged, a grin on his face. "Maybe," he said, and Amy glared at him. "You're an ass," she said, and Sonic shrugged. "You know you love me," he responded with a grin. Amy shrugged, a smirk appearing on her face. "You're pretty boring, if I'm being honest," she said, and Sonic flinched. He looked at her, eyes wide. You're joking, right?" he asked, genuinely concerned. Amy just shrugged again, a grin on her face as she walked. Izuku watched them go with a grin on his face, before he closed the door, turning towards Metal. "All right, ... let's bake a cake," he said excitedly. Metal nodded, before he and Izuku walked around the kitchen grabbing everything they needed, which only took a few minutes. They then washed their hands ... or claws, for Metal. They placed all the ingredients on the table, before Metal grabbed a large bowl. He instructed Izuku to grab a bowl of his own and throw some butter in it, before beating it until creamy. Metal then poured some flour, baking soda, baking powder, and salt into a bowl before whisking it. Izuku smiled as the butter got softer, and Metal observed it before nodding. "Add sugar and continue beating it. I'll tell you when to stop," Metal instructed, and Izuku nodded as Metal continued whisking the dry ingredients. After a few minutes, both were finished with their respective tasks. Scrape all the excess mixture down into the bottom of the bowl. "I'll add some egg whites and you can add the vanilla extract," 𝗏𝗏 said, and 𝐒𝐿 immediately did as he was told, adding the vanilla extract. 𝗏𝗏 then grabbed 4 eggs, methodically cracking them and separating the yolks from the whites, adding the latter half to the mixture before his claw was replaced with a mixer. When I tell you to, add half of the dry mix to the batter, 𝗏𝗏 said, and 𝗧𝗂 nodded, grabbing the bowl. 𝗏𝗏 continued mixing the batter until it was as fluffy as possible, before he nodded at 𝗧𝗂. The boy slowly poured the mixture into the batter with no problem, and 𝗏𝗏 nodded once more, prompting 𝗧𝗂 to stop. Perfect, 𝗏𝗏 said, and 𝗧𝗂 grinned. This is easy, he thought to himself. 𝗏𝗏 then nodded, before he grabbed the gallon of milk he had set aside, pouring a small amount inside. That's still so impressive to me that you can just eyeball it like that, 𝗧𝗂 said, and 𝗏𝗏 nodded. I am designed to not need the help of measurement devices when cooking, he said, before looking at 𝗧𝗂. Continue mixing slowly until I say so, 𝗏𝗏 instructed, and 𝗧𝗂 grabbed the mixer he was using beforehand, taking over. 𝗏𝗏 walked over to the sink, quickly washing his built-in whisk, before swapping it back out with his claw. He then very carefully grabbed his rotor and slid it out, making sure to not brush it against his core. 𝗧𝗂 watched him curiously, his eyes widening as he took the rotor in his torso out. It was connected to a thin glass tube with a hatch at the top. Is that a blender? 𝗧𝗂 asked, and 𝗏𝗏 Sonic nodded. Correct, he said, before walking over to the table, grabbing a few strawberries and opening the hatch to his built-in blender. He threw the strawberries inside, and continued this until he couldn't fit any more inside. He then walked over to the bowl that 𝗧𝗂 was still mixing, making the boy stop. Do not stop mixing. I will blend the berries into a puree and it will fall into the batter. I must reiterate, do not stop mixing. If you mix it in as it falls, you will get a more smooth batter, 𝗏𝗏 said, and 𝗧𝗂 nodded, surprised. He grabbed the mixer and continued beating the batter, smiling at 𝗏𝗏. I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me, he said. 𝗏𝗏 nodded, before he pressed the button on the hatch, and his rotor immediately started spinning faster than any blender could ever even hope to. The strawberries liquefied instantly, the puree falling into the batter as 𝗧𝗂 mixed, turning it slightly pink. After a minute, all of the strawberries were fully gone, and the batter was a nice pink color. 𝗏𝗏 Sonic nodded before he walked over to the sink again, washing his rotor in the glass tube that it was attached to, before drying it and sliding it back into his torso. He walked back over to the mixture, grabbing the dry ingredients and pouring the rest into the batter as 𝗧𝗂 continued mixing. 𝗏𝗏 watched intently as the batter was finished. The batter is complete. Now all we need to do is bake it and make the frosting. And we're finished, 𝗏𝗏 said, and 𝗧𝗂 smiled, before he walked over to the cupboard next to the oven, taking out 2 cake pans. Is this enough? He asked, and 𝗏𝗏 nodded, before he took the pans and placed them on the table. Preheat the oven to 450 degrees please, 𝗏𝗏 requested, and 𝗧𝗂 quickly did as he was told. 𝗧𝗂 walked over to 𝗏𝗏, who sat down on his chair. Now we wait, he said, and 𝗧𝗂 sighed, sitting down on the couch. Amy huffed as they finally made it to Central City. Sonic looked as bored as he possibly could as he walked on the sidewalk, with Amy close behind. People's heads turned as they saw Sonic, the hero of Mobius. Amy heard hushed whispers everywhere, and she wilted slightly. They're all staring. I hate being stared at, she whimpered, and Sonic shrugged. I doubt they're staring at you, Amy, he said, and while it did sound cocky, it wasn't exactly hard to believe. Sonic and Amy continued walking down the street, unaware that they were gaining the attention of a certain gang. Amy was relieved as she heard the whispers stop, before her quills bristled, a hand laying itself on her shoulder. She turned around quickly, spotting a man in a black leather jacket grinning darkly at her. Hey there, girlie, how's about you come with us and ditch the blue boy? The man asked, and Amy frowned, taking a step back. No thank you, she said, and the man chuckled. Hee, so polite. It's a shame that I wasn't asking though, the man said, slipping on a pair of brass knuckles. Amy looked at the weapons, before she glared at the man. Before Amy could properly react, Sonic pushed her out of the way, a grin on his face. Hey, pal, you're one of those weird poacher guys, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic said, and the man's grin widened. Oh, 2 for 1, eh? The boss is gonna be pretty happy once he sees you too. Your quills will sell for a pretty penny. Your shoes too, the man said, and Sonic winced, more than a bit unnerved. So you guys don't just call yourselves the poachers, you just actually like killing us. Neat, Sonic said, before he grabbed the man's wrist, his eyes flashing red as the resilient chaos emeralds inside him showed just a fraction of their power. The man fell to his knees and yelped in pain as his wrist was bent. Sonic frowned at the man as multiple men and women pulled out a variety of weapons, all of which could kill the average Mobian. Luckily, Sonic wasn't the average Mobian. He looked around, glaring at all the poachers hidden in plain sight, before he vanished, and so did their weapons. He then reappeared back where he was beforehand, a pile of destroyed guns in front of him. He tapped his foot impatiently, crossing his arms. Really, that's it. he asked, and the man in front of Sonic got to his feet, gritting his teeth. You little rat, I'm gonna GLK, he started, only for Amy to headbutt him in the stomach. Shut up already. It's my birthday today. And if you don't get out of our way, I'll crush your hand into paste. Yeah, I'm talking to you, jackass. Friday night's bout to get a whole lot lonelier if you don't scram. Amy yelled, and the man scowled up at her. You really think I'm scared of you, Pinky? He asked, and Amy blinked before she grinned, a vein throbbing on her forehead. I warned you, Amy said, before she summoned her hammer, raising it above her head. The man yelped in fear and scrambled backwards. And Amy froze, the sight replaced with Izuku's broken body in front of her, a memory from the nightmare she had a few days ago. She snapped back into reality as the man bowed to her, apologizing rapidly. I am sorry. I'll go home, the man yelled before he darted off. Amy huffed before her hammer disappeared. She then looked around, smiling apologetically towards everyone. Sorry about that, she said. Everyone was silent for a second, before a lone clap echoed throughout the area. Everyone looked at the source of the sound to see a small old purple cat Mobian grinning at Amy. Bravo, truly a wonderful display, the Mobian said, and after a second, more people started clapping. Soon, there was an ocean of applause all aimed towards Amy, who blushed in embarrassment. She then took a step back in shock as a woman in a nice suit holding a microphone walked up to her, a wide grin on her face. A man with a bulky camera followed, focusing in on the hedgehog girl. This is Janet Jackson reporting live from Central City Channel News. It appears a pair of Mobians were just attacked on the street, but one of them defended the attackers valiantly and sent them running. What is your name, you brave heroine? The woman asked, and the cameraman zoomed in on her face. Amy stuttered, her face red. Sonic popped into frame of the camera, placing his arm around Amy and giving a thumbs up to the camera. Her name's Amy Rose and she's a hero like me, he said, and the woman smiled with stars in her eyes, immediately shifting focus from Amy to Sonic. Wow, a bold appearance from the head hedgehog himself. Sonic the Hedgehog appears to be working with the hot new hero Amy Rose. You heard it here first, folks, the woman said, before she smiled directly at the camera. The man turned the device off, and the woman dropped her overbearing smile, turning to the two hedgehogs, her smile more natural. Sorry about that. I just want to say that you guys are doing great. Thank you for keeping our city safe from creeps like those guys, she said, and Amy paused for a second before she smiled. You know that masked menace guy? She asked, and the woman raised an eyebrow before she nodded. Yeah, that green lighting guy who runs around attacking people. I've heard of him, she said, and Amy's eye twitched. Well, he doesn't just go around attacking random people, he actually only targets criminals, like the poachers. He has a bad rep, and maybe you and your news friends can fix that, Amy asked, and Sonic looked at her, unamused. The newswoman stared at her, unimpressed for a second, before she smirked. Sure, honey, I hate to break it to you, but just because you've got a crush on the guy doesn't mean he's a good dude, she said, and Amy flinched, her face heating up, before she doubled down, a frown on her face. What? I'm not just making stuff up. He took a bullet for me, Amy proclaimed, defending Izuku. The newswoman raised an eyebrow at her, before she shook her head. Even if what you're saying is true, we can't just say that he's innocent based on one person's claims, the newswoman said, and Amy crossed her arms with a huff. Ugh, fine, let's go, she said to Sonic, who nodded. Luckily, the group of citizens let them go without asking them a bunch of questions. After a few minutes, Sonic stopped in front of a building with a grin in his face. Here we are, he said, and Amy looked up, seeing a sign that read the 𝗬𝗵𝗲 Salon. Amy gasped as she realized where Sonic took her. You took me to get my hair done, she asked, and Sonic chuckled. It was Izuku's idea. I just took you here. This is where I get my quills done. And let me just say, these guys get it, Sonic said, before he opened the salon door, walking inside. Amy followed him inside, seeing two human men look at them. They both looked extremely similar, wearing nearly identical clothes. The shorter of the two wore a simple pinstripe suit with a red bow tie, and the taller one wore the same suit, only his tie was green. They both had large noses and big bushy mustaches. Sonic, it's been a while, the shorter of the two said, walking over to the hedgehog and holding his hand out. Sonic took it with a grin. You said it, Mario. How's business, by the way? He asked, and Mario grinned. Amy instantly liked the man, his jolly nature and joyous nature infectious. Oh, it's a booming. I have you to thank for that, old friend, Mario said, before he looked over at Amy. Oh, you didn't tell me you had a lady friend, Mario said with a teasing grin. Amy shook her head, raising her hands with a smile. Oh, we're not like that. Honestly, I can barely tolerate Sonic sometimes, Amy said, and Mario laughed. Well, my apologies. How can we get you a 2 started? He asked, and Sonic sighed, running his hands through his quills. A trim would be nice, he said, before he smiled at Amy. You want a rundown of what they do before we get started? Sonic asked, and Amy paused before she nodded. Mario smiled before he walked over to the taller of the two and put his arm around him. Remember, Luigi, it's just like we practiced, Mario whispered, and Luigi nodded slowly. They then looked at Amy, spreading their arms out in a welcoming manner. We're the Super Mario Brothers, and welcome to the 𝗬𝗵𝗲 salon, they both said in unison. Mario's voice was louder and had more confidence in it, while Luigi's voice was slightly more nasally, and he had a big blush on his face as he spoke, making it clear that he wasn't the most confident person. I'll take Sonic, you take his friend, all right Luigi? Mario asked, a patient smile on his face. But Mario ... what if I mess up? Luigi asked, and Mario smiled. Oh, you say that every time, Luigi. Has anyone ever been dissatisfied with your work? Mario asked, and Luigi looked down. And no, Mario, he replied, and Mario smiled at him. Well then what's the problem? You're a prodigy, Luigi, Mario said, and Luigi blushed, looking away. Thanks, Mario, he said, before they both skipped on a pair of silk white gloves. Let's go, both of the brothers said. Sonic walked over to one of the chairs, sitting on it. Mario draped a yellow cape over Sonic, and the hedgehog looked over at Amy, who nervously walked to the chair 2 spots away from him. It'll be fine, Amy. Mario has been training Luigi for nearly a year now. Isn't that right, Mario? Sonic said. Another yellow cape was draped over Amy's body as Mario smiled, grabbing a pair of hair-cutting scissors. You know it, he responded, and Luigi hummed shakily behind Amy. What would you like? He asked shyly, and Amy paused. She had thought about it a lot ... but she still didn't know what she wanted. Should I get something practical? I mean, I want to keep my cute look, but I want to get a more woman-like look too. Amy thought to herself, before she groaned softly. Can't decide. We have a pamphlet of Mobian haircuts I can get for you, Luigi said, and Amy winced. She would have felt bad for the guy if it wasn't her hair he was about to cut. She didn't doubt his skill or anything, but he was so shaky. If she got a botched haircut on her birthday, she nearly shivered at the thought of it, and just before she could say anything, she heard Luigi hum, an idea coming to his head. I can frame your quills around your head ... kind of like a bob cut, he suggested, and Amy tilted her head. A bob cut? She asked, and Luigi grabbed a booklet, opening it and flipping it to a page, before turning it and pointing at a Mobian that had her hair falling around her face, framing her head perfectly. Amy's eyes widened, practically sparkling with joy. It was perfect. Not only would it be short enough to be practical, but it also looked cute. She got the best of both worlds. She nodded at Luigi, and the man smiled shakily, his bushy mustache hiding most of his mouth. Honestly, just looking at how well-groomed the two men were, she was probably worried over nothing. Izuku lowered the book he was reading as he heard the oven start beeping. He looked over at Metal Sonic, seeing him stand up and walk over to the oven. He opened it, grabbing the 2 trays with his metal claws, before cooling them off with his fan. Izuku watched, a grin on his face. That fan of yours is pretty useful for cooking, Izuku said, and Metal paused. Correction, it is not a fan, but a rotor ... and yes, it is quite useful, Metal said, before he placed the warm pans on the table. Izuku looked at the unfrosted cake layers, a happy grin on his face. It smells amazing, he murmured, and Metal Sonic looked down. I do not have a sense of smell, but I will take your word for it, Metal said, and Izuku winced. Sorry about that, he apologized, and Metal tilted his head. Sorry, for what? There is nothing to apologize about, he said, and Izuku paused, before he shook his head. Never mind, let's just continue with the cake, Izuku said, and Metal Sonic nodded, only for someone to knock at their door. Izuku deadpanned as Metal walked over to the door, opening it to find Tails looking down at a book, curiosity in his eyes. He looked up, smiling at Metal Sonic. Hey, Metal, can I borrow your help for a second? I found this weird book in Sonic's room. It's about engineering. I read a little bit of it, and I think I get it. I'm gonna open up the tornado since it's been running a little slow lately, but I kind of want someone there if anything goes wrong. And you're the best guy for the job, Tails rambled. Metal paused, before he shook his head. I apologize, but I am quite occupied at the moment. I can help you later though, Metal said, and Izuku walked up to the robot, shaking his head. Don't worry about it, I should be able to take it from here. I've made frosting before, Izuku said, and Metal looked at him for a second, before he nodded, turning back to the downcast Tails. It seems that my schedule has opened up. I can help you now, Metal said, and Tails smiled, before he paused, sniffing the air. What's that smell? It smells really good, Tails asked, and Metal shifted so that Tails could see the cake resting on the table. It is Amy's birthday cake. Izuku and I made it from scratch, Metal said, and Tails froze. Right, Amy's birthday is today. I remember her telling Knuckles and I when we checked on Angel Island. he said, and Izuku's face soured. She told Knuckles. Was he gonna be here for Amy's party? Metal Sonic left, closing the door behind him as Izuku's train of thought continued. He imagined the echidna showing up and immediately stealing Amy's attention. He grimaced as imaginary Amy and Knuckles walked away, conversing excitedly. He frowned, walking over to the bowl that the batter was in. He quickly washed it out, scrubbing it with a clean cloth and dish soap, before he threw some cream cheese, vanilla extract, salt, butter, and powdered sugar into the bowl and started mixing it, a determined glare on his face. I'm gonna make this the best damn birthday cake she's ever had, he promised. Metal Sonic followed Tails as they made it to Sonic's house, and Tails smiled at Metal, pointing at the house. It's just behind our house. You go back there and wait while I get the toolbox, Tails said, before rushing inside the house. Metal walked around the house, quickly spotting the tornado. He walked over to the plane, inspecting it closely. It had a sleek red paint job that looked fairly new. Sonic's name was written on the side of the plane in bold blue letters, and other than that, it just looked like a normal airplane. Metal placed his hand against the frame of the plane, scanning it, his eyes aglow. He examined the interior of the plane, humming in thought. What are you doing? Tails asked, walking up to him from behind. Metal turned robotically, his eyes still glowing slightly. I am scanning the interior of the tornado. I have found the issue. The engine needs to be replaced entirely, as it is starting to rust, Metal Sonic said. And Tails' eyes widened. The engine is rusting. Oh, Sonic's going to be so mad, Tails said, and Metal shook his head. Unless we fix the plane before he comes back. He took Amy Rose to get her quills done, so they should be gone for a little while longer, Metal said, and Tails nodded, before he sighed. Well, I guess we're off to get a new engine. I remember where Sonic got the last one, so we just need to head there, Tails said, walking back inside his house to put the toolbox away. After a moment, he walked back out, a smile on his face and a large ring around his wrist. All right, off to Central City, he said, spinning his tails and shooting off. Metal's rotor started spinning and a burst of flame erupted from his back, sending him flying forward after the energetic Mobian. Amy could admit that she wasn't the most patient girl. She got fairly heated when things took longer than they needed to, as she hated wasting time. She just liked doing things. Whether it be something that she would forget about at 15 minutes or something that she would never forget, she hated just doing nothing. This made it incredibly frustrating to get this stupid haircut. It's been 3 hours since Luigi started, and he still wasn't finished. Mario was efficient and quick, trimming Sonic's hair up perfectly within a matter of 20 minutes, making the blue hedgehog smile. However, that smile quickly changed into a bored grimace as he waited and waited, before he finally gave in and started napping on one of the waiting stools. Amy, however, was actively suppressing twitches all across her body as she tried not to lose it. She didn't blame Luigi for taking a while. He was clearly just trying to make sure that the cut was perfect, and she appreciated that but why the hell did it have to take so damn long? Mario watched from the side, observing Luigi's work. Mario, despite probably not wanting to wait for this long, had a big grin on his face as he watched Luigi cut. The taller brother had a focused look in his eyes, and the jittery and shaky movements had disappeared the moment he started cutting, immediately getting into the zone. Mario whistled as Luigi took a step back, looking at her quills with narrowed eyes, before he sighed shakily. Oh, okie dokie, I'm finished, Luigi said, and Amy nearly groaned in relief. A handheld mirror was then held out in front of her, which she grabbed with an appreciative nod towards Mario, before she inspected her new do. She gasped as she finally laid eyes on her quills, a big smile appearing on her face. Her bangs were untouched, still hanging down from her forehead, but the back of her head looked entirely different. 5 thick spines rested against the back of her head, just barely brushing against her shoulders and back. Not only did they look cute, but they were perfectly symmetrical as well. How did you even? She started, and Mario laughed proudly. I told you, my brother's a prodigy. I mean look at his mustache. It's a perfecto, Mario said, and Luigi blushed. It's not that good. Yours is still better, Mario, Luigi said, and Mario shook his head, a smile on his face. Oh, that's what you always say, Mario said, before he grabbed a broom and started sweeping the many quills that were cut. Sonic woke up as Mario passed him, the sound of the broom making his ears twitch. He looked around groggily, before he saw Amy. His eyes widened in shock, and he grinned at her. Well, what do we have here? He asked, and Amy couldn't help but smile. It looks like someone wanted to look cute for a certain green-haired hero, eh? Sonic asked, and Amy blushed, looking away. I don't know what you're talking about, she mumbled, her face red. Sonic chuckled, standing up and stretching. Sure. Anyways, how much do I owe, Mario? Sonic asked, and Mario grinned at him as he disposed of the quills. 350 rings, he said, and Sonic winced. You really know how to make a hedgehog cry, huh, Mario? Sonic asked, and Mario chuckled as Sonic handed over the money. Gotta make a living somehow. he said, and Sonic raised an eyebrow. Don't you work like .4 jobs? He asked, and Mario smiled. I've got a lot of family members, Sonic, the man said, and Sonic shrugged. Yeah, well thanks for the cuts, guys. See you when I need another trim, Sonic said, walking out the door. Amy smiled at them, waving as she exited the salon. You didn't have to pay for me, Sonic. I could have done so myself, Amy said with a smile, and Sonic waved her off. Hey, don't worry about it, Amy. Just think of it as your present from me, he said, and Amy's smile widened. She wrapped her arms around Sonic, making him squirm uncomfortably. I get that you're appreciative and all, but can you let go? I'm not exactly a hugs guy, Sonic said, and Amy let go, rolling her eyes. Oh, calm down. It was just a hug, she said, and Sonic deadpanned, looking her in the eyes. The last time you said that, you leapt at me. I might be pretty strong, but you weigh a lot, Sonic said, and Amy's smile disappeared, a scowl on her face. What did you just say? Amy screamed, summoning her hammer. Sonic's eyes widened and he held his hands up complacently. I'll remember how I just paid for your haircut, he asked, and Amy grinned angrily. You're not gonna remember much of anything when I'm done with you, blue balls, Amy yelled, and Sonic yelped, quickly dashing away. Get back here, coward. Izuku wiped some sweat off of his face, observing the finished cake, smiling proudly. With just a little bit of hard work, he and Metal created something that hopefully made Amy's birthday all the more better. He then checked the clock, pausing. It was already nearly 5 p.m. Izuku groaned, shaking his head. He sighed, looking back at the delicious cake that he had just finished only to find it gone. Izuku's eyes widened, and he looked around frantically. He stuttered. Activating OFA, he dashed around the house at super speed, checking anywhere that it could possibly be for all of 5 seconds, before he remembered that cakes couldn't just walk away. That means somebody took Amy's cake, Izuku stated, before the realization dawned on him. Someone took Amy's cake, he yelled, hands going up to his head. He then heard a small chuckle coming from the roof. Sucker, he heard. His eyebrow twitched, and he stomped outside, looking up towards the roof. I heard that. Stop loitering on my roof and give me that cake back, before I come up there and take it myself, he yelled. All he got in return was silence, and he growled in anger before he activated OFA, jumping to the roof and scowling at the perpetrator, only for his eyes to widen. Wa Rouge, he shouted. The Batwoman's eyes widened as she took in this stranger form, only for the electricity around him to reveal who he was. Hero boy, she responded. If this were anyone else that he knew, Izuku would probably just laugh it off and take the cake back. But he had a particular dislike for Rouge, as every time he met her in the streets whilst he was patrolling, she always gave him the slip. Like that time she stole the portrait of the legendary writer Akira Toriyama. He hadn't known much of the artist, as he had only been in this world for a few weeks. But he knew that the man was an inspiration to many, and the fact that she would just steal such a thing was just as baffling as it was disrespectful. Rouge, I'm only going to ask this of you once. Please give the cake back. I'm serious, I really need that, Izuku said, his eyes pleading to her. The Batwoman hummed as if in thought, before she grinned at him. No, she said, and Izuku winced. Damn, I was sure that would work, he thought, and Nana snickered in his head. You're hopeless, she said, and Izuku ignored her. Rouge, I don't want to have to wrestle a cake from you, he said, and Rouge winked at him. Izuku's face went pale as he realized what was coming. Her ability to slither away was just one of the things he hated about her. The other thing. Oh, what's wrong, hero boy? You don't want my cake? I would be glad to share some with you, she said teasingly. Izuku's face heated up as he grit his teeth, both irritated and annoyed. I don't want your cake. I want Amy's. Wait, he said, and Rouge put her hand up to her mouth in faux shock. Oh, so you want Amy's cake now too? I don't know who this poor girl is, but she must be heartbroken that you're going for 2 girls at the same time, she said, and Izuku blushed red, practically foaming at the mouth. She really knew how to get under his skin. Just give me the just give me the cake, please, he said, on guard. He couldn't provoke her, as if she flew away. It could ruin the hours of hard work he and Metal put into that cake. Rouge, please. It's my best friend's birthday today, and I spent hours on that thing. I made it from scratch, Izuku pleaded, and Rouge's eyes softened slightly. She looked down at the cake, a pout on her face. Aw, but I had such a sweet tooth, she said, and Izuku smiled nervously. Why, you can come to the party. Yeah, a bunch of people are gonna be here. Hell, I know a guy that owns 7 emeralds. Izuku tried, and Rouge paused for a second before she grinned at Izuku once more. Nah, she said, before taking off. Izuku stared at the spot she was previously at for a second, before his eye twitched. Okay, this is fine. Just calm down, Izuku. It's fine. It's fine, he said. Rouge laughed to herself looking at the cake as she flew through the air at high speeds. Hero Boy was so fun to mess around with, he just had the best reactions. Suddenly, she heard a massive thum sound from behind her and she turned around, her eyes widening. Hero Boy was following her, his mouth set in a scowl, and he looked thoroughly pissed off. "I swear to God, if you don't come back here right now, I'll tear those wings of yours off and turn them into a bag," he yelled. Rouge winced at the brutality of that statement, but as per usual, her mouth reacted before her brain. "That's pretty kinky, Hero Boy. It's always the innocent ones, eh?" she shouted, and she heard a scream of frustration. She grinned, focusing on what was in front of her so she didn't crash. "Worth it," she thought to herself. "GAH, you're impossible," someone shouted. Tails and Metal Sonic looked around, not spotting anyone near them. You heard that too, right?" Tails asked, and Metal looked at him, nodding. "Affirmative. However, I cannot pinpoint what it was, nor where it came from," Metal said, and Tails looked down, before he shrugged and smiled at Metal. "Well, we're here. This is where Sonic usually brings the tornado for repairs," Tails said, and Metal Sonic looked up at the sign on the front of the shop, reading it aloud. "Funky's Fly-In By," he read, unimpressed. Tails grinned at him, before walking in, Metal following him. The first thing he spotted was the red and white surfboard hung up on the wall like a trophy. Tail quickly walked up to the desk, ringing a bell. Metal Sonic looked around, appreciating the nice wooden interior. He scanned his surroundings, pausing. The wood, while fake, still looked nice, which was really all that mattered. Suddenly, a large gorilla Mobian wearing a white tank top, jean shorts, a red bandana, and sunglasses walked up to the counter, grinning at Tails. "Hey, kid, where's the little blue dude?" he asked, and Tails smiled back. "Hi, Mr. Funky. He's off giving a friend her present, but the engine for our plane is rusting, so we need a new one," Tails said. And that was when Funky noticed Metal Sonic, who was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. "Whoa, who's the robot? He kinda looks like your blue friend, doesn't he?" Funky asked, and Tails nodded. "Yep, that's Metal Sonic. He was modeled after Sonic in almost every way," Tails said, and Funky lowered his glasses, taking a closer look at the robot. "Huh, you know who built the little bugger?" Funky asked, and Tails paused, before looking away uncomfortably. "No," he said, and Funky stared at him for a second, before shrugging. "All right, I'll take your word for it, little man. You just need another V8 engine, yeah?" Funky asked, and Tails nodded. "Yep, thanks, Mr. Funky," Tails said, before Funky reached under the desk and grabbed a large engine, placing it on his desk. "That'll be 5,000 rings, little dude," he said, a grin on his face. Metal Sonic flinched, surprise coursing through his system. Tails, however, was completely unfazed. He grabbed the ring that was around his wrist, pulling it off and handing it to Funky. A small blocky 5,000 was etched into the side. Funky's eyes widened in surprise as he grabbed the ring, before looking down. "You just had the exact amount on you?" he asked, and Tails nodded, his ears flopping around adorably. "Yep, I just calculated the estimated price, the tax, and the Friday discount. I accounted for that too. It's a 20% discount on everything," Tails said, spreading his arms out. Funky's jaw dropped, his sunglasses slanting across his face, before he composed himself, smiling at Tails. "You're smart, kid. Say you ever consider engineering?" Funky asked, and Tails tilted his head. Izuku grit his teeth as he chased Rouge through the city sky. Yes, he was infinitely faster than her. Yes, he could use Black Whip to stop her in her tracks. And yes, he could knock her out with a single punch. However, all of those options were a no-go due to one variable: the cake. He didn't have enough time to make another one. And he didn't want to just give up and buy one for Amy when she deserved a homemade one. "Rouge, just hand the cake over," he shouted as they exited the city. Below them, Sonic and Amy looked up, spotting a familiar streak of lighting fly through the air. "Izuku, what is he doing here? What if he's being attacked?" Amy asked. Sonic opened his mouth to reassure her when she dashed forwards, following the streak of lighting. Sonic rolled his eyes, immediately catching up with her. He looked at her, an eyebrow raised. "You do know that he can handle himself, right?" he asked, and Amy nodded, but she didn't slow down. If anything, she sped up, her legs blurring as she tapped into the chaos energy that still resided in her body. "You'd be surprised at how much he gets hurt due to unfortunate circumstances. He wasn't lying when he said he was unlucky," she said. "Amy, you look so pretty," a voice asked behind them. They both turned as they ran, spotting Tails and Metal following them, the former with a confused look on his face. "We saw you speed by and decided to follow you. What's going on?" Metal asked, and Sonic looked ahead, jumping over a rock. "We saw Izuku speed by, and we're following him to see what's going on," he said, and Tails' eyes widened. "Maybe that's what we heard earlier. Now that I think of it, that voice did kind of sound like Izuku." Tails said, and Amy looked forward, concerned. Izuku grit his teeth as they needed his house. The fact that he had just chased Rouge in a circle was extremely irritating to him, and that irritation doubled as Rouge flew through his open window. Izuku landed on the ground, accidentally creating a small crater. He looked down, his face deadpan. "I'll deal with that later," he muttered, before he gently opened the door. He looked around, immediately spotting Rouge hanging off the ceiling, grinning at him. Well, look who finally caught up you RK. Rouge started, only for a strand of black whip to fly out and wrap around her neck. You know, maybe Izuku wouldn't be so livid if Nana wasn't cheering for Rouge the entire time she was flying around. "I have been chasing you around ... for 30 fucking minutes. Izuku screamed, bringing Rouge closer. Rouge was admittedly panicking. She may have gone a bit too far in her theft-based shenanigans, but she couldn't help. She stopped even wanting the cake the moment she took off, as Hero Boy was just so fun to play around with. However, now this ended with her face turning blue and the perpetrator a pissed man with super strength. Probably not the best plan. Now that she thought of it, she spread her wings out, and the cake started falling. The moment Izuku saw it, he dropped the bat and grabbed the cake. He smiled down at it, only for his smile to be replaced by a mortified frown. Not only was the cake lopsided, but most of the frosting was gone. Rouge looked up, rubbing her throat, and she froze as she spotted the messed-up cake. She looked up at Izuku's face, seeing him staring down at it, and she started backing away when he grit his eyes, before he just froze. He then sighed, walking over to the table and setting the cake down. He sat down in his seat, holding his head in his hands, his hair blocking his face from view. Rouge slowly stood up, backing away towards the door. "I'm ... just gonna leave," she said, and Izuku's head snapped forward, his eyes glowing with energy. He then vanished from sight, and a shadow was cast over her. She turned around to see Izuku glaring at her, his hand reaching out towards her. Just then, "Izuku," they heard. Izuku froze, powering down. Rouge breathed a sigh of relief, and Izuku turned around, seeing Amy looking at him in confusion. "Why is there a crater in our front lawn ... and who's ... that?" Amy asked, pointing at Rouge. Izuku said nothing, frowning sadly at Amy, before he sighed. He stepped further inside the house, gesturing for everyone to come inside. Rouge attempted to slip out, but a few dozen strands of black whip wrapped around her torso, dragging her back towards him. Amy looked at her, confused. Can someone explain?" "I'm a little lost," Sonic asked, tapping his foot. Metal Sonic's eyes were locked onto the cake, or what was left of it, at least. He twitched, feeling something that he had never felt before. He felt angry, sad, and ... lost. He didn't quite know ... but he didn't like the feeling. Since the surprise is ruined ... bah. Who the hell cares? Metal and I made a cake for you while you were getting your quills done, but Metal went to help Tails do something. I don't really remember, but I finished the cake without any problems ... only for this little thief to take it. I just spent the last half an hour chasing her throughout Central City, and now the cake is ruined. Are you happy now, Rouge?" Izuku asked, glaring down at the bat, who flinched. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise and realization, before Amy stepped forward. She teared up as she looked at the destroyed cake, and everyone glared at the tied-up Rouge. "If she makes Ames cry," Izuku started. "Heroic thoughts, young Midoriya," he heard, though he didn't respond. Then, she did something somewhat unexpected. She grabbed a spoon and took a small bite of the cake, and she smiled shakily. "Strawberry ... how did you know strawberry cake was my favorite?" Amy asked, and Izuku paused, before he smiled back. "You told me a week ago. I remember you told me that strawberry was your favorite fruit, and that one of your goals was to grow a strawberry bush," Izuku said, and Amy shook slightly, before she dropped her spoon and leapt at Izuku, wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug. "You're the best friend a girl could ask for. Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you," she yelled, and Izuku's face heated up as he looked down at Amy, eyes wide open. What?" he asked, shocked beyond belief. Sonic's eyes were also wide, and Metal Sonic turned around, crossing his arms. He probably would have smiled if he had a mouth. Suddenly, Amy froze in Izuku's arms. Before she looked up, her crimson face set in a mortified smile. I, she started, before another person walked through the door. "Friends, I have arrived to celebrate the day of birth." "Oh ... am I interrupting an intimate moment?" Knuckles asked, looking around with wide eyes. Izuku snapped out of his blushing stupor, immediately spotting Knuckles, and narrowing his eyes. He looked down at Amy, who was still staring at him and stuttering, before he gently grabbed her chin and dipped his head down, their lips meeting. Amy's eyes widened in shock as Izuku's closed, before she melted into the kiss, wrapping her arms around Izuku's neck. It seems I am. I apologize, though I suppose there is another reason to celebrate now. I am happy to see that you two are wed," Knuckles said, and Sonic frowned at him, snapping out of his shocked state first. "They're not married, Knucklehead," Sonic said, and Knuckles paused. They are not. But I thought people only kissed when they were married. My mother and father were married, and they kissed a lot, Knuckles said, confused. Izuku pulled away from the kiss, looking down at Amy, whose eyes were half-lidded. She had a happy smile on her face, and she was purring. Not only that, but her tail was wagging excitedly too. You're a really good kisser, Izuku, she purred, and Izuku blushed, his actions catching up with him. Thank you, Amy, he said, looking away. Finally, you did it, Izuku. We're so proud of you, Nana yelled, and Izuku hummed. You know ... that almost makes up for you cheering for Rouge, he said internally. And Nana paused. Almost, she repeated nervously. Expect to be ignored for the next few days, Izuku told her, and he smiled as the woman started panicking. He looked down at Amy, who seemed to be lost in her own little world, her tail still wagging. He blinked as she giggled to herself, and Izuku smiled lovingly at her as everyone started conversing. He had to admit ... that kiss did feel great. It felt like a weight was just taken off of his shoulders. He wrapped his arms around Amy, leaning down and kissing her on the forehead, snapping her out of her fantasy. Bye. I love you too, Ames, more than you know, he whispered, and she smiled up at him, nuzzling into his chest. So, I guess we're giving this relationship thing a shot, she asked, and Izuku grinned. Yeah, I guess we are, he said, before his eyes widened. Oh, right, you're present, he said, before he gently grabbed Amy and lifted her off of him. She looked at him in surprise as he stood up and rushed over to his room, before he walked back out with a wrapped box, giving it to Amy, who stared up at him, surprised. Another present? She asked, and Izuku paused. Another? What do you mean, another? He asked, and she blushed. That ... kiss. That wasn't a present, she asked, and Izuku paused, before he rubbed the back of his head and looked away, embarrassed. I actually did that because Knuckles showed up. I kind of thought you were crushing on him. And my jealousy outweighed my shyness ... and then I kissed you ... boy was I glad I did, Izuku said, and Amy's eyes widened in realization. That's why you got all stiff whenever he was brought up. Wait, you thought I liked him, Knuckles? She asked, and Izuku blushed. Yes, he asked, and Amy giggled at him. You know nothing about girls, do you? She asked, and Izuku sighed, wilting slightly. Just ... open the gift, he pleaded, and she rolled her eyes, tearing the wrapping paper. Everyone went silent as Amy looked down at the box, her eyes widening. She ... she knew that logo. The ... the violet tail or, she whispered, and Sonic blinked, before he smiled. Man, you settle for nothing but the best, huh, Izuku? Sonic asked, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. Metal's eyes glowed, before he turned to Izuku. The Violet Tail or is a small business run by 𝐒𝐵 the cat, a world-renowned seamster, he explained, and Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, I thought he was just a kind old man. I didn't know he was famous, Izuku said. Izuku then heard Amy gasp, and he turned to see her looking down at the box, her eyes practically sparkling in excitement. She slowly reached inside the box, pulling out the vacuum-sealed dress and holding it up. She looked at Izuku, pure shock on her face, and Izuku just wished he had a camera. Suddenly, he heard a click next to him. He turned to see Metal Sonic's eyes flash, before his head lifted slightly. He then reached down into his torso from the small opening and pulled out a photo, handing it to Izuku. Organics like to take pictures of memories. This is a memory, is it not? Metal asked, and Izuku grabbed the photo, a smile on his face. Thanks, Metal. This is definitely a memory worth saving, Izuku said, and Amy rushed into their room, carrying the box with her and closing the door behind her. After a few moments, the bedroom door opened, and Izuku's breath was practically stolen from him. The dress fit her perfectly. That much was obvious. She walked towards Izuku, a confident smile on her face, and Izuku had to admit that she looked good. She quickly sped up and jumped at him again, but Izuku was ready this time, catching her as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissing him passionately. Sonic and Tails looked away, a disgusted look on their faces. Knuckles smiled at the two. Rouge finally got free from TBE bindings, but instead of leaving, she grabbed a plate and took a slice of cake, enjoying it. Metal Sonic nodded in satisfaction, before he walked outside, checking on his sunflower. He froze when he saw a tiny sprout sticking out of the ground. Amy pulled away from the kiss, staring at Izuku with love in her eyes, and a grin on her face. She leaned close to him, whispering into his ear. This might be my favorite birthday ever, Izuku, she said, and Izuku smiled hopefully at her. Really? He asked, and she nodded, a loving smile on her face. Really? She confirmed. Izuku grinned at her, before he blinked, looking around. He just realized that they ... had no food for the party, which had basically already started. Izuku let Amy go, and she landed on her feet, looking at Izuku, confused. Izuku, what are you doing? She asked. Izuku turned, smiling at Amy and grabbing the house phone. Ordering us some pizza, he replied. The night continued, with everyone having a good time. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 forgave Rouge for her little stunt, talked to Knuckles and found out he actually had a lot in common with the guy before the pizza man arrived, stunned at the fact that the famous Sonic the Hedgehog was at some random party. 𝗧𝗏 was mildly disappointed that he couldn't see Aizawa in a full pizza uniform, but he knew he would eventually. After 8 p.m., Sonic and Tails left. After 9, Knuckles left, saying that he had left the Master Emerald unguarded for more than he should have. After 10:30, Rouge departed with a wink towards 𝗧𝗏 that left Amy glaring at the Batgirl. Once everyone was gone, all pretenses were dropped, and both 𝗧𝗏 and Amy sighed, tired. They said goodnight to Metal Sonic, before dragging themselves to their shared bedroom. Amy took her new boots off, completely foregoing the whole not wearing shoes is lewd thing. I thought not having footwear on was lewd, Amy, 𝗧𝗏 said, and Amy smiled at him. I really don't care about that anymore. And besides, we're dating now, aren't we? She asked. 𝗧𝗏 smiled back, getting into the bed and under the covers. Amy was silent for a second, before she scorched over to 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏, I know this is a bit fast, but could we, maybe, cuddle? She asked, and 𝗧𝗏 smiled, grabbing her by her waist and hugging her close to him as she laid on top of him. She yelped silently as she was moved, before she smiled down at 𝗧𝗏, who smiled back. She leaned forward, initiating a slow but loving kiss. Your hair looks great, by the way, 𝗧𝗏 said as they parted. Amy smiled at him, blushing from not only the kiss, but also the compliment. Gee, thanks, 𝗧𝗏, she responded, and 𝗧𝗏 grinned back at her. What happened to Zuzu? He asked teasingly, and Amy blushed. I've wanted this for a while, Zuzu, Amy said with a content yawn, and 𝗧𝗏 tightened his grip around her. I have two, Ames. I have two, he agreed, and for the first time in a while. 𝗧𝗏 was happy again. 𝗧𝗏 wasn't quite pretending to be happy for Amy before they got together, but just having a new friend didn't erase years of trauma built up. She definitely helped, and he wasn't saying she didn't ... but just having someone wasn't the key. Even now, he didn't think he would ever be as happy as he used to be, with his friends and family ... but it was better. 𝗧𝗏 hummed silently, tilting his head to look out the window of their bedroom, shaking his head slightly. It was still dark outside, and Amy was still sleeping. 𝗧𝗏 massaged her back softly, and she smiled, snuggling deeper into his embrace. It had already been a week since Amy's birthday, and ... not much changed, honestly. Sure, they were dating now, which was awesome ... but 𝗧𝗏 had realized a few days ago that ... they kind of already were. A simple explanation would be that they had already done nearly everything that other couples did together. They lived together, they slept together, they even watched TV together. The only thing that changed was how they physically interacted with each other. They were basically always attached at the hip now, constantly showing their affections towards one another. They did keep it to a minimum when they had company, but Amy tended to get a little grumpy when she didn't get the maximum amount of affection from her new boyfriend. She wasn't exactly needy ... she just really liked being held ... or kissed ... or cuddle. Honestly, she thoroughly enjoyed any contact that the two shared. 𝗧𝗏 did as well, though he was a bit more reluctant to show his affections around Metal Sonic. The robot didn't seem to mind, but ... he did tend to stare when they hugged or kissed around him, which made it a bit awkward for 𝗧𝗏. Amy didn't seem to mind though, as his stares didn't deter her from being all over 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 snapped back to reality as he felt Amy shift atop him. He looked down to see her groan in her sleep, an uncomfortable look on her face. He gently massaged her back again, kissing her on the forehead. However, he blinked in confusion when her frown deepened. That usually worked. 𝗧𝗏 had learned that Amy had fairly frequent nightmares, ranging from a variety of different things. She had told him about them a few days ago after she woke up with a harsh gasp and teary eyes. He could still remember it clearly. 𝗧𝗏 snored softly as Amy flinched in her sleep. In her nightmare, she was surrounded by ash and dust, silhouettes of people she once knew just out of reach. She heard the ground shift behind her and she turned around, afraid ... but there wasn't anything there. Again, she heard someone take a step behind her, and she twirled around, still not seeing anyone but the silhouettes. She then felt a hand on her head, and she spun around once more, summoning her hammer. She started breathing heavily, looking around with a paranoid look in her eyes. Amy ... please ... help us. She heard a ghostly mockery of her mother echoing around her. Amy closed her eyes, gritting her teeth. This isn't real ... this isn't real, she murmured, before she heard a twig snap in front of her. She opened her eyes, seeing a burnt amalgamation of her mother and father, merged together to create some sick monster out of her beloved parents. She took a horrified step back, and the thing took a step forward. Amy ... it hurts ... where ... were you? The monster rasped, and Amy's eyes filled with tears. She tried to speak, to scream out in fear, anger. She didn't quite know what the emotion that was coursing through her was, but there was a frigid chill throughout her body. She tried to take another step back, but she felt something grab her foot. She looked down to see charred hands grasping at her legs, holding on tight. She looked back up to see the monster take another step towards her, its jaws unhinging at an unnaturally wide angle. Amy ... you abandoned us ... left us to die ... how could you ... we thought ... you loved us, the monster said, and Amy hiccuped as tears ran down her face. Amy ... wake up, please, the monster said, before it stood up on its hind legs, standing at a staggering 12 feet tall, before it lunged at her. Amy awoke with a gasp, her face pale and sweat running down her body. She had tears rushing down her face, and she looked around frantically, not fully awake yet. Amy, listen to my voice, okay? It's just me. She heard the voice of whatever haunted her dreams still echoing in her mind. I am sorry I should have, she started. And the voice spoke again. Amy, it's just me. It's Zuzu, okay. It's just Zuzu. She heard, and she blinked, seeing Izuku staring at her, concerned. She paused, looking around. But I saw my, she started. And Izuku gently grabbed her, pulling her close to him. SHH ... you were just dreaming. Everything is all right. You're at home, in bed ... you're just with me, Izuku said gently. And Amy slowly calmed down, the tears still running down her face. I'm at home ... with you, she repeated, and she saw Izuku nod, before he wrapped his arms around her, kissing her on the forehead softly. It's just me ... do you want to talk about it? He asked, and Amy bit her lip, sniffling. Not really ... but I know it would probably help, she murmured, and Izuku smiled, before wrapping their blanket around her and picking her up princess style. What did you see, Ames? He asked as he stood up and walked out of the room. Amy snuggled deeper into the blanket, staring off into the distance. I was at my village after it was burned by Eggman, but the trees surrounding it were taller ... it was so dark ... and I heard whispers all around me and it was really scary, Amy said, shivering slightly as she explained. Izuku hummed softly, setting her down on the couch. Metal wasn't anywhere to be seen, so Izuku guessed that he was probably resting somewhere to conserve battery. Izuku grabbed the remote with Black Whip and turned the TV on, making sure the volume was as low as possible, before he switched the channel to a comedy show that he knew Amy liked, using it as background noise to calm her down. I kept hearing someone stalking around me ... but I couldn't see anyone. Until I found my parents ... they were B burnt black and they were M merged together, Amy said, getting more and more emotional as she continued. Izuku hugged the bundled up hedgehog, hugging her and looking down at her with a concerned frown. Amy looked up at him, noticing how tired he looked. She must have woken him up. He slowly started rubbing her back through the blanket, and she calmed down slightly. They pleaded with me to help them ... and that it hurt. They accused me of abandoning them, Amy said, before she finally broke down, shaking as she sobbed softly. Izuku stared down at her softly, pulling her closer to him and allowing her to sob into her shoulder. It's not your fault, Ames, he said into her ear as she cried. She gripped his shoulders tightly as she sobbed, and Izuku continued to gently rub her back as she cried. It's okay ... let it all out, he said softly, occasionally wiping her tears away. After nearly a half an hour, Amy's sobs devolved into sniffles, and she calmed down enough to speak again. You're the best, Zuzu, she murmured as she cuddled close to him. Izuku smiled, tilting her chin up and kissing her on the lips. He pulled away after a moment, humming softly. I know, Ames, I know, he said. Amy looked back towards the TV, a small smile on her face as she realized just what was playing. Can we please stay like this, just for tonight? She asked, and Izuku tightened his grip on her, smiling as he watched the show. Of course, Ames, anything for you, he agreed. Metal Sonic found them like that. A few hours later, the blanket spread out across both of them. Izuku's head was resting on the back of the couch, and he snored softly as he gripped Amy tightly, whose head was resting on Izuku's chest. Both of them had soft smiles on their faces as they slept, and Metal nodded in satisfaction, before sitting down in his chair and grabbing a book. Izuku was brought back to the present as Amy groaned, her eyes fluttering open. She looked around, a grumpy look on her face. I want pickles, she blurted out, and Izuku paused. You want pickles? He asked, and her eyes widened. Oh shit, you're awake, she asked, and Izuku smiled. Oh, I couldn't sleep. But don't you hate pickles? He asked, and Amy paused, before she shrugged, I half-lit it in irritation. Was she angry at him? I don't know, and I honestly don't really care. Do we have pickles? She asked, and Izuku winced. I don't think so. I mean, I could go out and get some, but it's like 4 in the morning, he said, and Amy looked at him, a pleading look in her eyes. Please, I just really want pickles, she said, looking slightly embarrassed. Izuku chuckled at her, and she scowled, her blush deepening. Don't judge me for it, she muttered, and Izuku shook his head. I'm not judging you, you're just adorable. Don't worry, I'm getting up, he said, and Amy smiled at him, kissing him on the cheek as he gently moved her off of him. "You're the best," she said with a smile, and Izuku grinned back at her. "Yeah, I know. Do you want any kind of pickles, or just normal ones?" he asked, and she shrugged. "I'm just really craving pickles right now. I don't really know why, but I just kind of him," she said, still looking embarrassed. Izuku smiled, shaking his head in amusement. "Yeah, I understand that," Izuku said, standing up and stretching. Amy used this chance to take a good peek at his back muscles, as Izuku had started sleeping shirtless. He used to do so back in Japan, at least when he slept in a bed, but he stopped once he moved out here for obvious reasons. He was not going to sleep shirtless next to his friend, because However, now that they were dating, Izuku had started sleeping without a shirt again, much to Amy's delight. It was pretty obvious to everyone that Izuku was built like a brick shithouse. And the fact that Amy got to see that every night made this whole relationship thing even more worth it. Izuku opened the closet door, grabbing a shirt and slipping on some socks and shoes. He waved at Amy, who blew a kiss at him. He blinked before he blushed and walked out of the room. That one was new. Izuku spotted 𝗵𝗃 watching the gardening show that he had become borderline obsessed with over the past week. Not that he had a problem with that or anything. It was good to have a hobby, after all. "Hey, Metal, I'm off to get Ames some pickles," he said, and 𝗵𝗃 paused, before turning his head to face him. "Doesn't Amy Rose hate pickles?" he asked, and Izuku shrugged. "That's what I thought too, but I guess she doesn't. She told me she was craving them, so I'm gonna go get some for her," Izuku said, and 𝗵𝗃 nodded, turning back to the TV. "I see. Cross-referencing stores that are open at this hour, along with stores that sell pickles. The closest store is the supermart in Central City," 𝗵𝗃 said, and Izuku smiled. "I know exactly where that is. Thanks, 𝗵𝗃," Izuku said, before he opened the front door and left, closing it behind him. 𝗵𝗃 nodded, refocusing on the show, though his mind was somewhere else. Pickles, cravings, what even is a craving? He thought to himself, before searching it up. "Oh, that makes sense," he continued. Izuku flew through the air at incredible speeds, his hair blowing in the wind. He winced as it whipped at his eyes. He needed to get a haircut soon. Maybe he could go to where Amy got hers. She seemed really happy with the cut, and Izuku thought it looked great, so he didn't really have much of an argument in that department. Izuku sighed as he landed on a rooftop near the store, smiling when he didn't spot anyone. He jumped off the roof, landing on the street softly, not wanting to crack the ground. He had just shoveled dirt into the crater that he formed a few days ago, and he learned the hard way why people hated shoveling. It was hard to get all the dirt in the shovel without destroying the ground around him, especially considering he was stronger than the average human even without OFA. Hell, even in his skinny form. All Might was strong enough to punch a hole through brick, though his hand did sting a little bit. Having OFA mutated your body to be stronger, even after passing it on. Izuku smiled as he walked down the street, towards Supermart. He hummed, noting how the sun was just barely starting to rise. He finally made it to the entrance of the store, though he stopped, noticing a silhouette of someone standing behind him in the glass door. His eyes narrowed, and he spun around, seeing a blur exit his vision. He clenched his fists looking around, but not spotting anything. He stayed on guard, before he calmed down slightly. Was he just seeing things? He swore he saw something in the corner of his eye, but there was nothing there. Izuku huffed, shaking his head and entering the store. Atop the roof parallel to the supermart, a lone figure stood, glaring down at where Izuku once stood, forest green eyes glowing in the darkness. Izuku exited the store with a sigh, carrying a bag filled with various items. He, of course, got the pickles, but he also got some sour cream, salsa, grated cheese, and tortilla chips. He remembered Amy saying something about nachos a few days ago and decided why not. He started walking down the sidewalk, before he heard the sound of someone pleading to be left alone. Izuku stiffened, listening out for where he heard it, and he dashed down the street, black whip covering his arms and face, mimicking his costume. He finally made it to the source of the noise, seeing a group of poachers beating on someone. He dropped the bags near a building, before gritting his teeth and dashing forward, kicking one of the poachers in the back. The man yelped as he was launched a few feet in the air, drawing all attention to Izuku. The poachers all flinched at the sight of him, and Izuku used this chance to flip over one of them and wrap Black Whip around their torso, flinging them at another person. Danger sense warned him of an incoming knife, and he bent forward, kicking upwards, slamming his foot into the man's stomach and flinging him a few feet away. Izuku was then warned of something coming towards him from behind, and he turned around, spotting a fist coming towards him. He blocked the attack, though it sent him flying back into a wall. Izuku coughed up dust as he stood up, looking behind him to see an indent in the wall. He looked forward to see a mountain of a man with silver gauntlets on his fists. The man grinned, slamming the gauntlets together and creating sparks. Izuku scowled, dashing forward and attempting to knee the man in the stomach. But he blocked the attack with the gauntlets and slapped Izuku away. Izuku grit his teeth, irritated. He powered up to 10% as he flew back and shot Black Whip into the ground, using it as a slingshot to fling back forward, kicking the man in the stomach, only for the man to shrug it off. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the man grinned down at himself. Ha, looks like the doc wasn't kidding. These new bones are sweet, the man said, and Izuku jumped back, dodging a hammer fist from the giant, only to get shanked by a man behind him holding a knife. Izuku yelled in pain as he looked down, gritting his teeth at the knife in his side. He ducked under the man's swing before gritting his teeth. Screw this, he muttered, powering up to 30% and vanishing from sight. He appeared behind the man that stabbed him, kneeing him in the spine. The man screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, his back making an unnatural cracking noise. Izuku winced, realizing that he may have put a little bit too much power into that attack. Then, the augmented man rushed towards him, his gauntlets reaching out to him. Izuku simply jumped and performed a split kick, hitting both gauntlets and shattering them. The man took a step back as he looked at the shattered gauntlets, his actual fists sticking out of the tips of them. Izuku then dashed forward, delivering a flurry of punches to the man's midsection. The giant poacher stumbled backwards, and Izuku jumped in the air, performing a 180-degree spin kick to the man's jaw, sending him to the ground. Izuku sighed when the man didn't get up, before he heard a click. He turned around to see the last remaining poacher with some blood dribbling out of his mouth, pointing a pistol at the Mobian he was attacking, who Izuku finally see clearly. The victim was a large, and I mean large purple cat with darker purple stripes and a white belly. He wore fishing shorts, waterproof boots, and a belt. Take one step and I blow this fucker's brains out. The poacher growled, and the Mobian shivered, tears in his eyes. Please just leave me alone. I just wanted to get some food for Froggy. The Mobian pleaded, and the man prodded the poor Mobian's head with the barrel of the pistol. Shut the fuck up, fat ass. You, maniac. Get down on the ground and put your hands on your head, or this cat's death will be on your hands, the man said, and Izuku froze, before getting to his knees and holding his hands behind him. Under his makeshift mask, Izuku grit his teeth. This was bad. If he didn't do something, that Mobian could die, and he couldn't allow that. Just then, the stab wound he received throbbed in pain, and Izuku looked down, seeing that the knife was still in his side. Izuku got an idea, but he knew he wasn't going to like it. Underneath his mask, Izuku summoned a thick strand of Black Whip and bit down on it. Then, a tiny strand of Black Whip slithered down his shirt, going to his side and grabbing hold of the hilt of the knife. Izuku grit his teeth as his eyes sting with tears, slowly pulling the knife out of his side. The man saw Izuku shaking and grinned, assuming it was due to fear, only for a bloody knife to be flung at him, landing in the man's wrist. He dropped the gun as he cursed loudly, and it fired, luckily not hitting anyone. The man then looked up, seeing Izuku's silhouette in front of him, his fist cocked back and eye glowing with power. The man was sent flying backwards, and a few teeth were launched out of the man's mouth as he fell, and Izuku sighed softly, putting his hand to the knife wound. It was staining his white shirt red, and he grit his teeth as it throbbed again. He looked over to the Mobian who was staring at him, wonder in his eyes. Are you 𝐭𝐸𝐽? Are you all right? Izuku asked, and the man nodded, before getting to his feet. Izuku had to crane his neck all the way up just to look the Mobian in the eyes. He had to be at least 8 feet tall. Thank you, Mr. Rabbit, the Mobian said, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. Mr. Rabbit, he asked, and the Mobian looked down at him with a grateful smile. It's what us Mobians call you. Besides Sonic and Tails, you're really the only one to stick up for us, so we started calling you the Rabbit. I hope you don't mind, the Mobian said, looking down fearfully. Izuku chuckled, before he winced, gripping his wound tightly. No, I don't mind at all. You should probably head back to your home. Do you need me to walk you there? Izuku offered, and the Mobian shook his head gratefully. And no. You've done enough. Thank you for the offer though, the Mobian said, before he waddled off, his massive form moving surprisingly quickly. Once he was alone, he sighed, retracting his Black Whip mask and gloves, before he walked over to the bag and inspected it, relieved to find that nothing was broken. He grabbed the bag and launched away, making sure not to spill anything. Amy groaned as she waited, quite literally twiddling her thumbs. What is taking that dummy so long? He should have been back ages ago, she moaned, rolling onto her stomach. She usually wasn't this impatient, but let's just say it was her least favorite time of the month. She huffed when she heard the front door open. And soon, Izuku walked into the room, his face looking a bit more pale than when he left. Concern immediately replaced irritation as she gazed at him, noticing that he held his hand on his hip, something that he usually didn't do. Izuku, what happened? And why are you standing like that? She asked, and Izuku reached into the bag he was carrying with Black Whip, handing her a jar of pickles. I got you the pickles, he said, avoiding her question, and she scowled at him when he winced in pain. Izuku Midoriya, you better tell me what happened right now, she demanded, and Izuku winced. It's nothing, Amy, I just got into a little fight on the way home. he said, and Amy's eyes lit up with a familiar fiery determination that 𝐒𝐿𝐽 had admitted he found attractive. 𝐒𝐿𝐽, if you don't tell me right now, you're sleeping on the couch tomorrow, she said, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 paused. Alone, she finished, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 winced, before slowly removing his hand. Amy's eyes widened and she frowned at the splotch of blood that stained his white shirt. I got stabbed, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 admitted, and she looked him in the eyes before she patted the bed next to her. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 winced, holding up the bag. But the groceries, he started, and Amy narrowed her eyes. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 immediately placed the bag on the ground and walked over, sitting on the bed with a wince. Who'd you help this time, Zuzu? She asked softly, cuddling up next to 𝐒𝐿𝐽. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 blushed softly, rubbing the back of his head. That obvious, eh? I didn't catch the guy's name, but some poachers were beating on him. He was a cat Mobian, and he was like a foot taller than Eggman, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 explained, and Amy hummed, interlocking her hand with his. She looked down at him, before reaching over and grabbing his chin, making him face her. You're a good man, 𝐒𝐿𝐽. A great man, even ... but if you ... if you don't come home one day, I don't know what I would do, Amy said, getting a little choked up. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 paused for a second, before he smiled reassuringly at Amy, wrapping an arm around her. Here, feel my wrist, he said, grabbing Amy's hand and placing it over his pulse. You feel this? This is never gonna change, all right, he promised, before he leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. I love you, Ames, he said, and Amy teared up, her face red and her mouth set in a shaky smile. I love you too, you big jerk, she said, before leaping on him, kissing him on the face a dozen times, her tail wagging. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 winced in pain slightly, but he smiled as she kissed him, before they both froze as they heard an electronic cough. They both looked at the doorway to see 𝐒𝐿𝐽 holding the grocery bag and looking at them, amused. If you two are going to engage in sexual activities, make sure to wear protection. I doubt you want children so soon into your relationship, he said, and both 𝐒𝐽 and Amy blushed. As sexual activities, 𝐒𝐽 repeated, and Amy scowled. We're not at that stage yet, she yelled. Why yet? 𝐒𝐽 repeated again. Well, that is quite the interesting position you two are in, considering you aren't at that stage yet, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said, and Amy looked down to see that she was sitting ... on 𝐒𝐽's lap. She blushed crimson and squeaked, quickly getting off of him. 𝐒𝐽's eyes were practically fogged over as his face got even redder, some interesting images popping into his head. Whoa, he muttered. Amy pouted as she grabbed the jar of pickles, nearly cracking it with her supreme strength. She took a glove off and grabbed one of them, taking a bite out of it, only to pause. Her muzzle scrunched up in disgust, and she nearly spat it out, before she remembered that 𝐒𝐽 got stabbed for these. So Amy swallowed her disgust, eating a few before she couldn't really handle any more. She grinned shakily at 𝐒𝐽, who now had steam shooting out of his ears. Thanks for the ... thanks for the food, she said, before she stood up and quickly dashed to the fridge, putting the pickles inside. She then ran to the bathroom, brushing her teeth with a fervor previously unknown to her. After spitting the mix of water and toothpaste out, she winced in pain, her head throbbing. Ugh, I hate this feeling, she groaned. She then saw 𝐒𝐽 shuffle into the bathroom, his face still red. As sorry for that, Ames, he murmured, and Amy looked up at him, confused. Sorry for what? You didn't do anything. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 should just learn not to open his big mouth sometimes, Amy said, crossing her arms with a huff. I don't have a mouth, Amy rose. She heard from the other room, and she scowled, clenching her fists. Don't you sass me, bolt brain, she yelled. Silence ensued for a few seconds, before 𝐒𝐿𝐽 poked his head into the bathroom. 𝐒𝐽 Midoriya, if you find my dismantled corpse, you know who did it, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said, and Amy sighed, putting her hand in her head. You've been spending too much time with Sonic, she muttered, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shrugged. He is ... an amusing organism to be around. Besides, I was built to be just like him, even if he is my inferior, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said, and Amy paused, before smiling at him. Please never stop calling him that, she said, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 immediately nodded. I have no plans to, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 confirmed, and Amy grinned. You are forgiven, 𝐒𝐿𝐽, she said with a teary smile, overwhelmed with joy ... that is, until a sharp pain overcame her. She growled in both pain and irritation, glaring down at her stupid body. 𝐒𝐽 looked at her, concerned. Amy, what's wrong? He started, and Amy shook her head. Don't worry about it. Nothing you can do, she said, irritated. 𝐒𝐽 paused, looking down at her, not quite taking the hint. What? I'm sure there's something I can do, he said, and Amy grinned up at him, her eyelid twitching in irritation. 𝐒𝐽, I love you, I really do, but you can be as dense as a bag of fucking hammers sometimes, she said, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 grabbed 𝐒𝐽's arm. 𝐒𝐽 looked over to the robot to see that even he looked a little uncomfortable. I believe that Amy Rose is telling the truth, as there is not much you can do for her, he said, and 𝐒𝐽 frowned, and Amy had to admit that she felt bad for snapping at him. But, he started, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shook his head. It appears that she is suffering from pelvic cramps. Amy Rose is _____MENSTRUATING. Metal said, and 𝐒𝐿 froze, looking back at Amy to see she was smiling sweetly at him. I appreciate you wanting to help, but the best thing you could do for me right now is just letting me deal with this on my own, okay? She said as softly as she could, which wasn't very soft, but she was in some pretty serious pain. 𝐒𝐿 swallowed thickly and nodded, before he leaned down, giving her a quick peck on her forehead. All right, if you if you need anything, just let me know, he said, before he quickly backed out of the bathroom, Metal following. Thank you, 𝐒𝐿, Amy yelled, before she closed the bathroom door. She then placed her hands on the sink, staring at herself in the mirror. You can get through this this shit sucks. But you've dealt with worse. It's not like this is the first time this has happened either, so you've got this, Amy said, before she winced, pain coursing through her. You've got this, she repeated, eye twitching. 𝐒𝐿 sat on the couch, putting his head in his hands. Oh my god, I'm a terrible boyfriend, he murmured, and Metal sat in his chair, grabbing a book. I wouldn't say terrible. It's quite clear that you've never dealt with this before, and I doubt Amy Rose is angry at you for it. I know for certain that she understands that you were just trying to help, Metal said, and 𝐒𝐿 groaned. But it's so obvious now. I mean, Amy wanted pickles. She hates those, he said, and Metal shrugged. It has been proven multiple times that people's tastes can change. It's not your fault for not seeing the signs, Metal said, making sure to be delicate with the book's pages. This is the third time he's tried to read this same exact book, as he kept accidentally tearing the thin pages, making him have to get a new copy every time. Yes, he technically could just read it online, but he wanted to live, so he would read normally. But 𝐒𝐿 started, and Metal peeked over his book, staring at 𝐒𝐿 with a slightly annoyed look in his eyes. Do you enjoy blaming yourself for everything, or does it just come naturally? He asked, and 𝐒𝐿 winced. Metal lowered the book, shaking his head. It is clear that you do not have the most experience with women, and that is okay. It is pretty clear that Amy Rose cares a lot about you, so it's not like you're screwing up. Just relax. She's going to be fine, Metal said, and 𝐒𝐿 nodded, taking a breath. 𝐒𝐿 smiled shakily, relaxing a bit more, before he raised an eyebrow at Metal. Wow, you're good at that. Did Eggman program you to give pep talks too, or? 𝐒𝐿 asked, and Metal shook his head. No, I have just learned a few things from my inferior copy. He is surprisingly kind, despite his cocky attitude, Metal said, and 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Yeah, he's a pretty good guy, he agreed. Metal looked back down at his book, and 𝐒𝐿 looked outside to see that it was just starting to get bright outside. 𝐒𝐿 then winced as his wound throbbed, and he slapped his forehead, completely forgetting why he entered the bathroom in the first place. He stood up, walking over to the closed bathroom door and knocked on it. Amy, can I come in? He asked, and he heard Amy's muffled voice from the other side of the door. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better now, she said, and 𝐒𝐿 entered the room, quickly opening the mirror door and grabbing the first aid kit. I forgot to bandage my wound, he admitted, quickly taking his shirt off. Amy unabashedly ogled his abs as he winced, the bloody shirt sticking to his body. He grit his teeth, taking some bandages out of the first aid kit and slowly wrapping them around his stomach. He sighed as he tied the bandage, before he washed his hands and grabbed his shirt, staring sadly at it. He had just bought this one too. Amy smiled at him. Well, smiled at his abs, that is. She bit her lip, and 𝐒𝐿 realized that she was still staring at his body. 𝐒𝐿 blushed, quickly exiting the bathroom with a quick sorry. He walked over to the washing machine hoping that the bloody stain would come out, throwing the shirt, along with a few towels and some other items in, and started the machine with a sigh. He then walked back into the living room, sitting on the couch. Metal looked at his shirtless form for a second, before shaking his head and going back to his book. Amy then finally walked out of the bathroom, her body being agreeable for the moment. She looked at 𝐒𝐿, a pleading look in her eyes. Cuddles? She asked, and 𝐒𝐿 smiled, spreading his arms out. She leapt at him, hugging him with a loving grin. Thank you for your consideration earlier, and I'm sorry for being so mean about it, Amy said, and 𝐒𝐿 waved her off. Don't worry about it. I may not know how that feels, but I have been in pain before, and it kinda sucks, 𝐒𝐿 said, grinning at Amy, who rolled her eyes affectionately. She reached over and grabbed the remote, snuggling into 𝐒𝐿's chest as she turned the TV on. They were immediately greeted with a woman planting flowers, and Amy smiled. Oh, those flowers are so pretty, she mumbled. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, not really seeing the beauty. Yeah, they're pretty nice, he agreed, and Amy shook her head. Boys, she hummed, before changing the channel, landing on the news station. There was a man and a woman at a table, both looking at the camera with a solemn look on their faces. It appears that the masked menace has struck again, the woman said, and 𝐒𝐿 rolled his eyes. Yeah, so I roughed up a few poachers. I never understood why they make such a big deal out of this, 𝐒𝐿 said, and Amy nodded. I know, right? You knock out a few scumbags and everyone loses their minds. She agreed, before the newswoman continued. It pains me to say this ... but a dozen men were found dead on a rooftop just a few hours ago. Their bodies broken and mutilated by the costumed maniac, she said, and Izuku and Amy froze. Even Metal looked up at the TV, surprised. What? I didn't do that. I didn't kill anybody. Hell, I was here a few hours ago, he yelled, and Amy scowled at the TV. Why do they always have to accuse you of everything? She asked, crossing her arms. The newswoman then looked down at the folder she was holding, and she winced at whatever she saw. I'm not quite sure if we can show this on camera, but ... we have photo evidence of the crime, the woman said, and the man nodded at the camera, before the screen changed to show a still picture of a group of blurred bodies, blood everywhere. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he observed the scene. Even through the blurriness, he could see how badly the victim's limbs were broken. Then, the screen changed to show another photo of a wall, the word justice written on the wall in either red paint or blood. Based on the last image, it was probably blood. The screen changed a final time to show ... him. A figure that wore Izuku's costume stood in the dark, his body covered in blood, but his fists were absolutely drenched in them. Izuku stared in horror, and Amy looked back at him, her eyes narrowed. Where's your costume? She asked, and Izuku's eyes widened. He bolted up, not letting go of Amy as he ran into his room, opening the closet door. There, sitting on the floor of the closet was his costume, untouched and clean. What the hell? Izuku murmured, and Amy looked down, confused. So, there's a fake you out there with their own costume. Who would have the means to make such a thing? She started, before she and Izuku both looked up in realization. Before they looked at each other, their eyes widening in realization. Eggman, they both said in unison, before Izuku rushed back out to see that Metal had out his book away and was entirely focused on the screen, which now showed the newswoman that interviewed Amy when she beat up the poachers on her birthday, an old man next to him. I always knew that weird masked guy was a psycho. You can see it in his eyes. He was just waiting to find the right guy to snap into, the old man said, before another person walked up. And Amy recognized the person as Mario, though he was wearing a medical coat and a stethoscope. Personally, I'm not so sure about this. Doesn't this masked menace usually go for those racist poachers? This seems kinda sketchy to me, the Italian man said. The newswoman shrugged, shaking her head. Maybe, she said, before a massive Mobian that Izuku recognized walked up. Excuse me, ma'am, the Mobian asked, and the woman turned around, the camera also pointing upwards to focus on the Mobian's face. Do you have something to say about the recent slaughter? The woman asked, and the Mobian nodded shyly. The woman held the microphone up, and the Mobian blushed, leaning down and looking into the camera. I don't know who killed those poor people, but I know for a fact it wasn't the masked menace as you guys refer to him as. He saved me earlier today from some poachers, and he was really nice. He even offered to walk me home, the Mobian said, and Amy smiled at Izuku, kissing him on the cheek. My hero, she whispered to him, and Izuku blushed. Why yeah, he's the one I saved earlier, the one I told you about, Izuku said, and Amy nodded, before she focused back on the screen as a smaller Mobian that looked very similar to Big walked into frame, raising his hand to grab the newswoman's attention. Izuku smiled, recognizing the old cat immediately. He's the guy that sold me the dress, he blurted, and Amy's eyes widened. Really? It's a small world, I guess, she murmured, surprised. I'm going to have to agree with my grandson. I've met the man behind the mask personally, and I can confirm that he's not the type to just go on some sort of rampage, the old cat said. Amy grinned teasingly at Izuku, elbowing him softly. It looks like you've got some fans, Zuzu, she said, and Izuku blushed again. I guess so, Ames, he said, a soft smile on his face. Just then, they heard a knock on their door. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he set Amy down on the couch, before he walked over to the door, keeping on guard as he opened it, only to see Sonic staring at him. Explain, was all he said, and Izuku sighed, shaking his head. Our working theory is that Eggman is behind this. We don't know what he's done, but I do know that he's dipped into human experimentation, Izuku said, and Amy's eyes widened from the couch, quickly hopping over it and running over to him. Wait, what? When the hell did you learn that? She asked, and Izuku opened the door further, allowing Sonic inside. He walked over to the couch, turning the TV off. He quickly explained a quick play-by-play of his encounter with the man with the gauntlets, making both Sonic and Amy nervous. That's ... not good. If he's able to make some random guy strong enough to go toe-to-toe with you at 10%, then we have a serious problem, Amy said, her eyes narrowed. Sonic nodded along, his eyes closed. Suddenly, Metal flinched and looked at Izuku, his eyes deadly serious. Turn on the TV, now, he demanded, and Izuku looked at him, confused. What he started, only for Metal to dash forwards and grab the remote, turning the TV on. They were immediately greeted with static, before a black Eggman logo appeared on the screen. Everyone gasped as they watched the screen, and Izuku scowled. "I knew it," he said, before Eggman's real face appeared on screen. "Hello, humans and Mobians alike. I'm sure you already know who I am, but let me introduce myself anyways. My name is Dr. Ivo Robotnik, but you can just call me Dr. Eggman, and I'm coming to you live from my base. As you may have heard, a certain masked vigilante has killed a few poor innocent civilians ... and that was because I ordered him to," Eggman said, before he moved out of the way. Standing there was Izuku, in costume ... at least. That's what Eggman wanted everyone to believe. The real Izuku glared at the screen, clenching one of his fists. But he paused as he felt Amy interlock her fingers with his. He looked to his side to see Amy smiling at him, shaking her head. "It'll be all right, Izuku," she whispered to him, and Izuku looked back at the screen, subtly squeezing her hand in appreciation. The fake Izuku didn't even do anything. He just stared at the camera, breathing heavily and twitching, before he finally spoke, his voice warbly and unstable. "I know that you're watching this, Izuku Midoriya. I know who you are. I know where you are. Most of all, I know what you've done," the faker said, and Sonic shivered. "Okay ... that's creepy," he said, and Metal Sonic nodded along. "Agreed," he said. Amy stared at the screen, just as creeped out as her friends. He knew who he was. He knew where he was. Who the hell was this guy? Eggman leaned forward, and even he looked a little creeped out. However, it appeared that the fake Izuku wasn't done. "You aren't worthy of one for all, Izuku," the faker said, and both Izuku and Amy stiffened. How does she started, and Sonic turned to them, a questioning look on his face. "One for all? The hell is that?" he asked, not receiving an answer. The fake Izuku then twitched, making everyone refocus on the screen. "I also know about your friends. Not those replacements you have now, but your real friends. Tenya, Mina, Kyoka, Katsuki, Ochako. I know about all of them ... and I know how each one of them died," the fake Izuku said. And Amy felt Izuku freeze. She looked up at Izuku to see that his eyes were wider than she'd ever seen them. He was pale, his face losing just about all of its color, and his grip on her loosened dramatically, so much so that she had to hold on to him as to not fall. The fake Izuku took a step closer to the screen, his body warping unnaturally. Tenya's legs were ripped off of his body by Shigaraki and disintegrated in front of him, before he was left to bleed out. Mina's quirk was taken from her, and so too was her resistance to it. She was melted alive by her own power. Shigaraki used a puppet quirk to make Kyoka stick her own jacks into her brain and pump it full of sound waves, turning it to mush instantly. Katsuki's heart was destroyed, but Edshot spread himself thin enough to replace it. Not that it did much, as Shigaraki eviscerated them both with a single blow, leaving nothing but a splatter of blood. In Ochako, she was violently tortured for 3 days straight by Himiko Toga, and died in your arms as she confessed her love to you. I could go on, describing how every single person that fought on that fateful day died because you thought that mercy was the right choice ... but I won't. I know that I got your attention. Come to Windy Valley so I can reunite you with your friends." Everyone was frozen in shock from the mortifying descriptions, but Izuku was livid. Not only did this random fuck kill 12 men and frame him for it, he accused him of not being worthy of OFA, and he dared to speak about his past friends, as well as calling the ones he recently bonded with replacements. It being strange that the faker even knew about his life on Earth didn't even pass through his mind, he was so angry. Amy was confused. How did this person know about OFA, but also his past life? Also, Ochako, confessing her love to Izuku. She didn't know who Ochako was, but ... she was very clearly important to Izuku, and maybe he even loved her back. Amy shook her head, not allowing herself to feel any jealousy or ill will to one of Izuku's deceased friends, as that was just straight up inhumane. Metal Sonic was processing everything he'd heard at incredible speeds, quickly ruling out that one for all was Izuku's power, or quirk, as this faker had called it. He has also figured out that these past friends of Izuku's were all slaughtered gruesomely, and it was incredibly disrespectful and disturbing to not only remind Izuku of such atrocities, but explain how they died in great detail. Eggman then walked back into frame, clearing his throat. "Anyways, Sonic, come to Windy Valley unless you want more people to die. See you soon, you fun-sized furball," the doctor yelled, before cutting off all communication, static taking over the TV screen. After a minute, the news station was back, with papers everywhere and the anchors panicking. Suddenly, a voice was heard. "We're back on air," they heard, and the newswoman cleared her throat, looking at the camera, frazzled. "Well, it appears every single station on Mobius has been hacked by Dr. Eggman and the Masked Menace. Who is this mysterious Izuku Midoriya? And what is one for all? Most importantly, who are these friends of his, and is it true that they died such gruesome deaths?" the newswoman asked, before the TV was shut off by Amy. She looked about as shaken as everyone else, her quills standing on end. "So, I think we should discuss some things," she said, before she started shaking. She was still being held by 𝗧𝗂, who was literally shivering in fury. Not only do you reveal my biggest secret to the entire fucking world ... you also taint my late friends' names with your disgusting mouth, you vile faker. 𝗧𝗂 started, and Amy shrunk back in fear as the air heated up around him, electricity buzzing in the air. 𝗧𝗂, she asked softly, and 𝗧𝗂 clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles turned white. You can see me, right? Well then I hope you know that I'm not gonna hold back. You wanna be me? Then you're gonna have to handle me, you sick fuck. 𝗧𝗂 yelled, and Amy's ears lowered as she whimpered. Sonic and Metal were staring at 𝗧𝗂 in concern, and Amy had tears in her eyes as she looked at him. 𝗧𝗂 ... you're scaring me, she whimpered, and 𝗧𝗂 snapped out of his rage-filled daze, looking down at Amy in surprise. He paused, his face red from anger. Sorry about that, Amy, he said, regaining control of his emotions, though it was clear to everyone that he was still pissed beyond belief. 𝗧𝗂 let go of Amy, but she didn't let go of him, still looking at him with concern. You all right? She asked hesitantly, and 𝗧𝗂 paused, glaring down at the ground. He was disappointed in himself for not only losing control of himself, but also frightening Amy. To tell you the truth, no, I'm not. I think it's best I tell you all what exactly happened on that day ... the day that I lost everything. 𝗧𝗂 grit his teeth as he stared down at the broken body of Shigaraki. He ... he had won ... but at what cost? All Might ... he had sacrificed himself, acting as a distraction as Shigaraki was about to kill 𝗧𝗂, leaving 𝗧𝗂 with just enough time to put his all into one final attack. 𝗧𝗂's left arm was shattered from the sheer power of his blow, but that didn't matter to him. Shigaraki was down ... and 𝗧𝗂 was the savior of UA. He heard cheers all around him as he stood over Shigaraki, who was miraculously still alive. The white-haired man looked up at him, a scowl on what remained of his face. Just ... just do it. You won, hero ... your kind always does, the man said, and 𝗧𝗂 clenched his fist, glaring down at Shigaraki. He wanted to. Oh, how he wanted to ... but it wasn't right. Who was he to decide who lived and who died? Who was he to decide who could and couldn't get better? No, that wasn't his decision. He promised not only himself, but also the broken man in front of him that he would save him. He knew Shigaraki could get better, become a better person, and so he made his decision. He held his arm out, smiling down at Shigaraki, something he had done for his oldest friend over a decade ago. I know you can be better. I know you can be good. I know you want to be good. This is your chance, 𝗧𝗂 said, and he heard Katsuki scream at him. Deku, what the fuck are you doing? Finish him while you still can. The boy screamed, but he just didn't understand. He knew that Shigaraki could be redeemed. He saw it in him. 𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗏, stop this. Please, just do it. Nana screamed at him, but 𝗧𝗂 ignored her. His own grandmother may have given up on him, but he wouldn't. Shigaraki stared up at 𝗧𝗂 with surprise, and he was sure that he'd gotten through to him, until Shigaraki laughed, and 𝗧𝗂's smile dropped. Why was he laughing? He ... he didn't understand. Why wasn't he taking his hand? He knew that Shigaraki could be good, so why wasn't he taking his hand? Oh, Midoriya ... you idiot. You think I want to be a hero? You think I want to be like you? He asked, before his body started regenerating. 𝗧𝗂 looked down in shock as the quirks that he had transferred over to Shigaraki flowed back into 𝗧𝗂's body. What once halted Shigaraki's healing factor was now gone, and the man was back to full strength. Shigaraki then disappeared, and 𝗧𝗂 looked up, his eyes wide as the white-haired man prepared a blast, aiming it at him. I don't even want your dumb quirk anymore. That was my master's dream. My dream is Shigaraki started, before he turned midair, aiming the blast towards Aizawa, firing it without hesitation. To watch you suffer, he screeched. No, 𝗧𝗂 yelled, launching himself in the air and tackling the man ... but it was too late. The blast enveloped Aizawa, but he couldn't even scream before he was gone. 𝗧𝗂 looked at the spot his teacher just was, before he scowled at Shigaraki, his restraint breaking. What have you done, you monster? 𝗧𝗂 screamed, and Shigaraki laughed at him, ecstasy on his face. What did I do? I think you mean what did you do? Shigaraki replied, and 𝗧𝗂 grit his teeth, powering up to a staggering 70%. He ignored the creaking in his body as he punched Shigaraki in the jaw, sending the man flying, only for a portal to open behind him and swallow him before closing. 𝗧𝗂 looked over to Kurogiri to see him holding Monoma, or rather, Monoma's corpse. Primary directive, protect Tamura Shigaraki, the Namu said, and 𝗧𝗂's eyes widened as everything fell apart. Portals appeared left and right, swallowing just about everyone around him. He tried to move, but using 70% had some adverse effects on his body. He grit his teeth as his body refuses to listen to him, and he was forced to watch as all of his friends were swallowed by portals one by one. The first to go was Kaminari, followed by Kendo, then Takoyami, Jiru, Kota, and so on. After a few moments, everyone was gone, and he passed out, falling to the ground in critical condition. Over the next few weeks, the bodies started showing up. The first one he found was Ieyasu, who was nailed to a cross in front of Yue. Her body was cold, and old blood stained her lips. Izuku cried for hours at the loss of his friend, and he prayed to any gods that could have existed that she was the only one, even if it was cruel. He was, of course, violently denied that tiny spark of hope when he found both Jiro and Mina dead in his bathtub. The more that time went on, and the more bodies that were discovered, Izuku's will to live was withered away more and more, until eventually he found 𝐴𝐻𝐴CO. He had received reports that a distress signal was found a few miles west of Yue, and Izuku was there in under 2 minutes, quickly ripping the door off of the building and finding 𝐴𝐻𝐴CO's cold form lying on a medical table. Toga was grinning at him from across the room, sitting patiently. Izuku barely even noticed the villain, immediately rushing to his first love. He shattered the restraints of the table, holding 𝐴𝐻𝐴CO close to him as his eyes filled with tears. Her costume was dirty and bloodied. Her face was covered in bruises and cuts, yet through it all she was still smiling. I knew you would save me, Deku you always do, she murmured, and Izuku pulled her closer to him. Stay with me, Uraraka, he pleaded, stroking her cheek. She raised her hand, gently caressing his face, her hands clammy. Ever since we first met you were always the one to save me you were always there for me, she said, before her eyes welled up with tears. Izuku grit his teeth, feeling her pulse. It was weak, frighteningly so. I'll do it again. I'm gonna save you. We're gonna make it out of here, Uraraka, he promised, and 𝐴𝐻𝐴CO hummed softly, looking into his eyes. You were always so brave and handsome you're my hero, Izuku my little fanboy. Promise me we'll meet again. Maybe in another world, maybe in another life, she said, before she hiccuped, and Izuku pulled her closer to him, sobbing. Can't he started, before 𝐴𝐻𝐴CO spoke, interrupting him with her final wish. Promise me my hero, she said, before her body went limp. Izuku froze, his eyes widening as he supported her body. No and no. Izuku yelled, grabbing the back of her head and looking at her cold dead eyes. No, please, I can't lose you too. 𝐂𝐴𝐻𝐴CO. Wake up, please, he screamed, pleading for her to wake up, to miraculously gasp and wake up. She never did. As Izuku screamed for 𝐴𝐻𝐴CO to wake up, Toga stood up and skipped over to Izuku, resting her hands on his shaking shoulders. Oh don't cry, Zuku baby she's so much prettier now, Toga said, and Izuku froze. Electricity circled around him as he turned his head to face Toga, his pupils dilated. Toga giggled at his expression. Ooh, so scary, she started, before his fist slammed into her stomach at an incredible speed. A strange combination of an exhale and a gasp escaped Toga's mouth as she froze, before she coughed, blood exiting her mouth. Her infamous tan jacket had a burned-out hole in it from Izuku's blow, showing her stomach, which changed from pale to blood red to a sickly green. She looked down, before a mix of vomit and blood spewed out of her mouth. Izuku scowled down at her, energy leaking out of his eyes. He had pitied a villain for the last time. 𝐴𝐻𝐴CO's hair stood on end as electricity caressed her body, and black whip gently wrapped around her, keeping her perfectly level, now that Izuku's hands were free. He grabbed Toga's head and pulled. Shigaraki gazed at the sunset as he stood on the remains of what used to be his old hideout. The bar had obviously seen better days, as it was now nothing but a pile of rubble, but Shigaraki didn't really care. Suddenly, he heard a wet splat behind him, and he turned his head to see Toga's looking back at him. Then, 3 more landed next to hers, those being 𝐷𝐵's heavily scarred one, Mr. Compress's masked one, and Muscular's grinning one. Finally, a giant green scaly head landed behind the 3 of them, and Shigaraki stared at them, deadpan. He then looked up, seeing Izuku's silhouette glaring down at him. The white-haired monster grinned at him, crossing his arms. Was this supposed to make me saw 2 hours? Shigaraki started, getting interrupted by Izuku. Shigaraki paused, before putting his hand to his ear. Was that, he asked, 2 hours? I found and killed these 4 in 2 hours, Izuku said, glaring down at Shigaraki, floating in place. Shigaraki looked around, not spotting anyone else. He then looked back up at Izuku, shrugging. And, he asked, the green-haired hero powered up, electricity dancing across his skin. And you're next, he finished. Shigaraki didn't stand a chance. Izuku struck quickly and without mercy, every blow designed to do as much damage as possible. Shigaraki was down in 3 minutes. The white-haired man was on his knees, and he breathed haggardly, blood dripping from both his mouth and nose. His left arm was broken, and he didn't remember where his right one had fallen. Shigaraki had tried to regenerate, he really had. However, that took focus, and 𝐒𝐿 demanded all of his. Every time he did regenerate, 𝐒𝐿 just destroyed that part of his body again. Shigaraki tried everything he had ... and it didn't even slow 𝐒𝐿 down. Shigaraki looked up, missing a few teeth, his body bloodied and broken once more. So, hero ... are you gonna spare me 𝐒𝐻𝐢 SPLRTCH? 𝐒𝐿 decimated Shigaraki's skull with a single blow, annihilating his brain beyond repair. The white-haired monster slumped to the ground, and 𝐒𝐿 stood over his body, a hollow shell of his former self. 𝐒𝐿 buried his classmates by hand, putting nothing but care into his movements. He crafted wooden graves for all of them, hanging an accessory from their costumes on their respective graves. He inspected his work with dull, emotionless eyes before he looked down at his dirty hands, one of which held a bottle of pills. Without a word, he popped the bottle open and downed the contents. He wanted to be mad at Tsukachi for saving his life ... but he just couldn't find it in himself anymore. He ... didn't really feel much of anything. The detective had found him immediately after he downed the pills and brought him to the hospital to get his stomach pumped, saving him. He was ordered to go to therapy for 5 days a week, and though he opposed it at first, he quickly gave up on it. He just ... didn't have any fight left in him. Sure, the therapy helped him feel again, but ... all he felt was anger and sadness. Fighting quickly became an escape, something that he knew he could do. His fight with Shigaraki changed him, making him more vicious and angry with his blows. He didn't kill anyone ... but he had been yelled at for coming fairly close multiple times. Eventually, he moved on, regaining control of his life, but he wasn't happy. He put away some of the most dangerous criminals of his time, but he wasn't happy. He has even gained the respect of the Prime Minister of Japan ... yet he still wasn't happy. He still had a hole in his heart, no, his soul. There was a hole in his soul that grew each day. For nearly 8 months, that hole continued to grow, and 𝐒𝐿 continued to pretend like he was living. For 8 months, that hole grew, until a little pink hedgehog patched it up. 𝐒𝐿 finally finished his story, his eyes moist with tears. Everyone in the room stared at him in either sympathy, shock, or a mix of both. Even Sonic was speechless. I've only ever told you of the upsides of being a hero, Amy ... but never the downsides. I lost everyone, because I thought that I could change someone. I chose a monster over my friends ... and I lost everything because of it, 𝐒𝐿 said, his eyes sore from how much he had cried throughout his story. Amy was definitely the most affected by 𝐒𝐿's story, as she had spent most of it either crying or covering her mouth in horror. She had only ever seen brief glimpses of 𝐒𝐿's grief, but ... she never knew how horrible 𝐒𝐿's past truly was. She finally understood why it was so hard for him to talk about that photo of him and his friends now. Metal Sonic was surprised at how much he empathized with 𝐒𝐿. He didn't even know that he could feel such sorrow for another being ... but he could ... and he was. His respect for 𝐒𝐿 had risen at how much he had grown from the person he once was. And he had even started giving his opponents mercy again, which is something that Metal himself didn't know if he'd be able to do if he was put in that situation. Sonic was also empathizing heavily with 𝐒𝐿. He knew that if Eggman had killed Tails, he would shred him to pieces in seconds. However, he was also slightly disturbed at how violent 𝐒𝐿 was back then. He certainly understood why, but ... it was still unsettling. Amy was the first to move after 𝐒𝐿 finished speaking, leaping at him and hugging him tightly. "I'm ... so sorry," she whispered to him, and he hugged her back, a soft smile on his face. "You know ... you remind me of her. Sometimes ... when you get angry and pout, it ... it's almost exactly what she would do when she was angry," 𝐒𝐿 said, his smile turning bittersweet. "I remind you of 𝐒𝐿?" Amy asked, and 𝐒𝐿 nodded. "You really loved her, didn't you?" she asked. 𝐒𝐿 paused, before he nodded again. "Don't get me wrong. I don't love you because you remind me of her. I love you because of you, Ames ... and don't you ever forget that," 𝐒𝐿 said, and he smiled when he heard her sniffle. "You're the best boyfriend ever," she mumbled. Everyone was startled as someone suddenly started frantically knocking on the door. 𝐒𝐿 blinked before he let go of Amy, who also looked at the door. 𝐒𝐿 stood up, walking over to his front door and opening it to see Knuckles panting, hands on his knees. Please, I need your ... your help," he rasped, and 𝐒𝐿 noticed that Tails was behind the echidna. "Knuckles, what's wrong?" Amy asked from behind 𝐒𝐿, and the warrior looked up, his eyes wide with panic. "It's the Master Emerald," he said, and Sonic poked his head over Amy's. "Is it missing?" he asked, and Knuckles shook his head. "Worse, it's been shattered." 𝐒𝐿 looked in the mirror, glancing down at his costume. He was wearing most of it, only leaving his gloves and mask. He sighed as he clipped his gloves on, clenching his fists. He didn't know who this faker was, but he had made it personal. 𝐒𝐿 took a deep breath, staring at his reflection once again. He knew this wasn't going to be easy. He took a deep breath before he stepped out of the bathroom, looking around. Knuckles still looked deeply troubled, though he had calmed down a bit and was now leaning against the wall, his eyes closed. Sonic and Tails were in the middle of a conversation with Metal Sonic, discussing just who this fake 𝐒𝐻𝐽 could actually be. Amy sat on the couch, her arms crossed. He walked over to her, and she frowned when she saw him. "Why can't I go with you guys?" she asked for what must have been the third time. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 sighed, shaking his head. "You already know why, Ames. You're not in a ◵ condition," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said, an uncomfortable blush on his face. Amy pouted, sinking deeper into the couch. "That's stupid. You're stupid," she said, and 𝐒𝐻𝐽 huffed, shaking his head. "Sure, maybe I am. But I'm not stupid enough to let you face something that we know nothing about. Eggman seems confident in this guy's abilities, and that's already worrying enough. If I was sure that you were stronger than this guy, then I'd have no problem with you being on the battlefield," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 reassured, and Amy spread her arms out, flexing them. "But we do know that I'm strong enough. I've beat your ass a few times," she said, and 𝐒𝐻𝐽 nodded, crossing his arms. "While that may be true, what happens if you get a cramp? What if you get nauseous? There are a lot of factors that you're not seeing," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said, and Amy rolled her eyes. "TCH, whatever. Well, when you guys win, just remember to pick me up some vanilla ice cream on the way home," she said, and 𝐒𝐻𝐽 smiled, before he leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. She tried to continue pouting, but a smile appeared on her face, despite her best efforts. "Love you, Ames," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said, and Amy huffed. "Love you too, dummy," she responded, and he heard Knuckles grunt. "Are we leaving yet?" "I don't plan on waiting much longer," the echidna said, still visibly tense. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 nodded, looking around to see that everyone was ready to go. "Tails, is the tornado good to go?" he asked, and the fox nodded, his ears flopping around. They quickly left the house, with only Amy staying behind. Before he followed the others, he turned back to Amy, smiling. "I'll be back with your ice cream before you know it," he said, and she shook her head, a smile on her face. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 closed the door, turning to the rest of his friends. "All right, Metal, you lead, I'll follow you, and Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles will follow me." "Got it?" he asked, and the robot nodded. "All right, I'll go get the tornado, you guys wait here," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said, before he sped off. He arrived at Sonic's house in seconds, before he lifted the plane, grunting in effort. Even at 10% of OFA, this thing was heavy. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 dashed back to his own house, tornado in hand. After setting it down, Tails hopped into the cockpit, Sonic jumped onto the wing, and Knuckles grabbed onto the other wing. 𝐒𝐽 smiled at the group as Tails gave him a thumbs up, flicking a bundle of switches in the plane. Metal Sonic then braced himself, a burst of flame shooting out of his back, and sending him flying through the air towards the south. 𝐒𝐽 quickly followed the robot, before taking a look behind him, seeing the plane start to take off. He looked ahead to see Metal Sonic slow down slightly, before he looked at him, now flying next to the boy. "Are you all right, 𝐒𝐽 Midoriya?" he asked, and 𝐒𝐽 nodded, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, why do you ask?" 𝐒𝐽 said, and Metal paused, before he looked forward, his digital eyes showcasing a rare emotion. "Concern. Amy Rose is no longer near us. You can drop the act," he said, and 𝐒𝐽 flinched, before looking away. "I'm fine, Metal. There is no act," he said, and Metal looked at him, red eyes seeing straight through him. "Your heart just skipped a beat. Speaking of your heart, it has been beating nearly 2 times the speed it usually does, and your blood pressure is also higher than normal. You are angry," Metal said, and 𝐒𝐽 clenched his fists, shaking his head. "I already told you, I'm fine," 𝐒𝐽 grit out. And Metal Sonic simply stared at him for a few seconds, before what sounded like a sigh came from him. "You may be able to lie to yourself, as well as Amy Rose, but you can't lie to me. Many studies show that bottling up your emotions can lead to several mental health issues," Metal started, before 𝐒𝐽 glared at him. "Can it? This isn't a discussion I'm going to entertain any longer. You want to talk about how you were tortured by Eggman? Huh? You really think I want to talk about my dead friends more than I already have to? If I had it my way, then Amy wouldn't know anything about my life in Japan." 𝐒𝐽 spat, and Metal immediately shook his head. "That is not healthy, 𝐒𝐽 Midoriya, and neither is it fair to Amy Rose," he scolded calmly. And 𝐒𝐽 grit his teeth. Fair. The entire world knows not only about my biggest secret, but also how my closest friends died. I didn't want to tell you guys about them, but that imposter left me no choice," 𝐒𝐽 defended, and Metal's eyes glowed in irritation. "You are changing the subject. Amy Rose deserves to know about you and what you stood for, even if the story is violent," Metal said, and 𝐒𝐽 scowled at the robot. "You think I don't know that?" he yelled, before he took a breath, hiding his anger once more. He sighed, closing his eyes. I'm a killer, Metal. Even if the people I put down were monsters, I still killed them. I mean, the death of all of my classmates are on my hands too. You think I want to tell Amy how I killed my friends? You think I want to see her look at me and see the same monster I put down? No, I won't do it," 𝐒𝐽 said, looking forward again, wiping the tears from his eyes. Metal continued to stare at Izuku, but the boy ignored him. The robot in question said nothing, quickly speeding ahead and leading Izuku and Co. to Windy Valley. This sucks, Amy whined, kicking her legs as they hung limply off the couch. Of course, she just had to be left home alone when she was the most emotional ... and bored. There isn't anything to do except train and watch TV ... but I don't want to train. And I hate watching TV alone, Amy yelled, before she groaned, flopping over onto her back, putting her hands over her eyes. There's gotta be something to do, she muttered. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Amy paused, before she sat up. She looked at the door, suspicious, before she stood up, summoning her hammer and walking silently to the door. She then swung it open, raising her hammer to fend off any attackers, only to spot a semi-familiar face. "Rogue?" Amy asked. The Batwoman, who previously had her trademark cocky grin on her face, scowled at the hedgehog girl. "It's Rouge, Pinky. Where's Hero Boy?" the Bat asked, and Amy clicked her tongue, crossing her arms as her hammer disappeared. "I don't know, Rogue. What do you want with my boyfriend?" she asked, and the Batwoman rolled her eyes. "Don't worry, I'm clearly too much woman for Greenie to handle, considering he's dating you. You know, maybe you should think of getting some work done up in the chest area, considering you ... don't really have a lot to work with in that regard," Rouge said, her grin back on her face. Amy looked down at herself, before looking at Rouge, a vein visibly throbbing on her forehead. "Excuse me?" she asked, and Rouge's grin widened as she stuck her nose up, looking down on Amy. "You heard me, sweetheart. Now why don't you go get your little boy toy so I can talk to him about some important matters," she said, and Amy grinned, her left eye twitching in indignation. "You can talk to my door, bitch," she yelled, before she slammed said door in Rouge's face. Amy huffed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "The nerve of some people, and today of all days," she muttered, before she turned around, only to spot Rouge sitting in Metal's lounge chair, her hands behind her head and a grin on her face. While how she stuttered, and Rouge rolled her eyes. "So, you're not sexy. You clearly don't have much brains in that giant head of yours ... What does that goody see in you?" Rouge asked, and Amy scowled, her face red. She summoned her hammer, gripping it tightly as she glared at the bratty Bat. "Well, for starters, I don't dress like a desperate hoe," she yelled, and Rouge froze, before a scowl adorned her face. "What the hell did you just say to me, little girl?" "This is a catsuit, you stupid rat," she responded, standing up and getting into a fighting stance. Amy's grip on her hammer tightened as she grinned. "Oh, struck a nerve, eh? If that's for stealth, then why are you showing off those fake-ass tits?" Amy asked, and Rouge grit her teeth, spreading her wings out to look more intimidating. Fake. I'll show you fake, you prissy pink pranny," she yelled, flying forwards towards Amy, who swung her hammer at the Bat. Izuku followed Metal's movements as he landed in a small patch of grassy land that was surrounded by trees. He slowed down as he descended, landing softly on the grass. He looked up to see the tornado approaching, and sighed. Knuckles jumped off of the plane, landing with a grunt next to him. Sonic waited until the plane got a little lower to jump off, leaving Tails to find a place to land. Izuku took a moment to gather himself as Tails landed the plane, taking a few deep breaths. Knuckles looked at him strangely as he calmed himself, a questioning look on his face. "Is something the matter?" he asked, and Izuku turned to him, shaking his head. "No, I'm just calming myself down. I don't know who this guy is, but I'm going to make him regret impersonating me," Izuku said, his eyes steeled in determination. Knuckles smiled at him, nodding. "That's the spirit. We will make our enemy weep with sorrow," Knuckles said, punching his open palm, a sign that he was raring to go. Izuku stared at him for a second, before he turned away. "Yeah, something like that," he said, before Tails flew towards them, his tail spinning. "All right, the tornado is secure. Let's nail this guy," Tails said, and Sonic grinned at the fox, holding his fist out. Tails bumped it enthusiastically, making Knuckles look down at his own hands. "What an interesting gesture," he mumbled, before he noticed Izuku looking up at something. Up above, on the mountain in front of them stood a figure glaring at them, its body warbling in the wind. Wordlessly, it walked out of view, and Izuku clenched his fists. "Let's go," he said, walking forward. Metal crossed his arms, staying stationary. "I will stay here. We do not know how many people the doctor could have hired, and it would mean certain death for you if someone flanks you from behind," Metal said, and Izuku nodded. The group all quickly made their way up the mountain, all in different ways. Izuku looked around as he hopped up the steep ledges, using his incredible agility to kick off the mountain walls and parkour his way up. Sonic unsurprisingly ran up the mountain, quickly sidestepping any rocks or slopes too steep to run across. Tails flew up the mountain, taking a break every 20 seconds or so. Finally, Knuckles was climbing up the mountain, using the spiky protruding things coming out of his fists as his climbing gear. If Izuku weren't so focused, he would probably be nerding out over the ingenuity of that. After a few minutes, they made it to the top of the mountain to see Eggman and the imposter standing on the other side. The doctor was grinning at them from his Eggmobile, sporting a new look. Instead of the red long-sleeve bodysuit, he wore a red combat jacket that went down to his waist with a few yellow buttons over his chest. His pants were almost exactly the same, though he wore different boots with silver studs lining them. The faker, though, looked nearly identical to Izuku in every right, though his costume was brighter and he wore the yellow scarf that Izuku left behind. Izuku's eyes widened at the scarf, before he scowled, taking a step forward. The faker mimicked his movement, but Eggman held his arm out, stopping him. "Ah, so nice of you lot to join us. It's quite a beautiful day here in Windy Valley, is it not?" Eggman asked with his signature grin, and Sonic smirked, crossing his arms. "Hey, Eggman, say, did you gain some weight? You look rounder than before," the hedgehog said, and Eggman's smile turned into a scowl. "Not all of us can run at the speed of sound, you blue brat," the doctor rebutted, and Sonic rolled his eyes. "You can still run, can't you? Hop on a treadmill, go to the gym," Sonic asked, and Eggman swiped his arm through the air, irritated. "Enough. I'm sure you remember my comrade. Here, say hello to our friends," he yelled, and the imposter's eyes darkened. "Hello again, Izuku. I see that I left my mark on you. You seem quite angry at me though. Why is that?" "I only educated the masses," the faker said, and Izuku scowled, his body sparking with power. "You have no idea who you're messing with. Take off that costume and tell me who you are before I beat the answers out of you," Izuku demanded, and the faker's body warbled again. "Oh, I know more than you think. Deku," he said, and Izuku froze. Sonic looked up at him, confused. "Deku, what's a Deku?" he asked, but Izuku didn't respond, even angrier than before. "How do?" he started, and the faker shook his head. "Isn't it obvious? You can deny it as much as you want. But I am you. I'm the part of yourself that you deny exists at every waking moment. I'm all of your mistakes, coming back to haunt you. I know everything that you've done. And soon, so will everyone else," the faker said, and Izuku's eyes narrowed, but he couldn't help but feel just a little bit of fear. Suddenly, the faker's body started wobbling, and his body shifted. Eggman grinned, spreading his arms out and bowing. "Everyone meet Chaos, the god of destruction," Eggman yelled. Chaos' body turned a transparent blue color, looking like water, though he still held the same shape as before. The only things that weren't transparent were his glowing green eyes and the brain that sat inside his watery skull. Knuckles' eyes widened and he took a shaky step back. "See Chaos, the Chaos?" he asked warily. Izuku looked back at the echidna, confused. "Chaos, you know him?" he asked, and Sonic looked at him, his eyes wide. "You don't?" he asked, and Izuku paused. "Okay, who the hell is Chaos?" he asked, and Knuckles grit his teeth as the god grinned. "Must I really tell you again?" "I'm you, Izuku," he said, and Izuku scowled at him again. "Okay, that's getting annoying." "You're not me," Izuku yelled, and Knuckles looked at him. "Chaos is one of the old gods of Mobius. He created the Master Emerald, Chaos Emeralds, and the Super Emeralds," he said, and Tails' eyes widened, surprised. "The Super Emeralds are real?" he asked, and even Eggman looked surprised. "Yes, long ago, after creating the sacred jewels, a tribe of selfish owls tried to take them for themselves, but my tribe has dedicated themselves to defending the treasures for centuries. A war spanning decades broke out before one of the owls succeeded in harnessing the Master Emerald's power. Chaos grew enraged, threatening to destroy everything in his path. The owls then trapped Chaos in the Master Emerald," Knuckles explained quickly, and Chaos' grin widened. "Soon after, the echidna's numbers overwhelmed the owl's might, and we have been the guardians of the Master Emerald ever since. Eggman must have shattered the emerald to break Chaos free," Knuckles deduced, and Eggman grinned at him. "You'd be correct. It was hilariously easy. All I had to do was wait for you to fall asleep, and Chaos was as good as free." "Ho ho ho ho," Eggman yelled, and Knuckles scowled at the doctor. "You dishonorable bastard. I should have taken you out when I had the chance," Knuckles yelled, and Eggman frowned mockingly at Knuckles. "What's wrong, redhead? Sin's crawling up your back. Enough stalling. It's time to attack," Eggman yelled, pointing at the group. Chaos twitched before he launched forward, and Izuku grit his teeth, powering up to 40%. He blocked an incoming punch before he dodged a kick, only for his eyes to widen as he was elbowed in the gut. "He fights just like I do," Izuku realized, before Knuckles ran forward, tackling Chaos off of him. Sonic and Tails both attempted to join the fight, but two mechanical hands grabbed them, throwing them backwards. Nice try, you putrid pests, but you'll have to deal with me," Eggman shouted. Izuku regained his bearings as Chaos flung Knuckles off of him, who spread his limbs out, gliding across the air with his dreads. Izuku dashed forward, readying a kick, only for Chaos to turn to him, his body warping. Suddenly, Ida's face appeared on Chaos' body, making Izuku freeze. "Midoriya, help me, please. It hurts," Ida yelled, and Izuku's body jittered, a tingle going up his spine before he was slapped away by Chaos. He flew backwards, rolling across the ground. He looked up, shaking the pain away as Chaos dashed towards him. Izuku jumped over Chaos, using Black Whip to latch onto the ground and pull himself into Chaos, kicking him. The food was knocked a few feet backwards, but otherwise looked unharmed. "How dare you use the face of my friend?" Izuku screamed, enraged. "If they really were your friends, then why did you let them die?" Chaos immediately shot back, and Izuku flinched. I didn't," he started, and Chaos used this chance to ram into him, sending Izuku back a few feet. He grit his teeth, a bruise forming on his torso. "But you did. You sat there and watched as they disappeared one by one. Then you had the audacity to be sad when their bodies turned up." "Pathetic," Chaos said, and Izuku scowled, his pupils dilating. "Shut up," he screamed, getting to his feet. "You had your chance to end that monster, but you gave it up. For what? To feel better about yourself. To become a better hero. Bah, you want to be a hero that saves everyone, but you can't even save your own friends from yourself," Chaos yelled, and Izuku snapped, his body bulking up. "I said shut up," he screamed, running to the god at record speed, thrusting his fist right through his stomach. Except, when he looked at Chaos' face, he saw Ochako staring right back at him. "Deku, why didn't you save me?" she asked, and Izuku's eyes widened in horror. "Oh, Ochako," he asked, and she slowly started melting. "Why, Deku, I thought you loved me," she said, and Izuku grit his teeth, tears stinging his eyes. He stuttered, before Ochako exploded into 4 small puddles. Izuku took a step back, looking at his arm in horror. "Oh, Ochako," he asked, and the 4 puddles formed into more of his classmates, all staring at him with disfigured limbs and tears running down their faces. "Why?" they all asked in unison. Izuku looked around, spotting Mina, Kyoka, Tsuyu, and Denki all staring at him. "We thought you cared," they said, and Izuku flinched, tears flying down his face. I tried," he started, and their faces grew angry. "You let us die," they growled, and Izuku closed his eyes and covered his ears. "And no, that's not true," he yelled, and the 4 classmates made their way closer to him, reaching out for him. "You killed us, we died because of you," they whispered, and Izuku fell to his knees. "I'm sorry," he yelled. Sonic wiped sweat from his face as Tails landed, neither of them landing any meaningful blows on Eggman. The doctor was grinning at them, before a drill popped out of the front of the Eggmobile. "Ho. What's wrong, Sonic?" "Can't keep up," Eggman asked, and Sonic looked over to Izuku, only to find him on his knees, multiple bloody people standing over him. His eyes widened, and he looked up at Eggman, his eyes narrowed. "Damn it, where the hell is Knuckles?" he asked, and just then, they heard the Echidna yell. "Izuku, what are you doing? You can't fail now. Amy needs you," he yelled, and Izuku's eyes opened, clarity shining through. "Amy," he thought, before he grit his teeth, steeling his eyes in determination. He stood up, using Black Whip as a weapon, destroying his false classmates. Chaos reformed as Izuku, glaring at his doppelganger. "Ch, stupid brat," he yelled, and Izuku grit his teeth, before he puffed out his cheeks, blowing smoke out of his mouth. Chaos paused, looking around for a few seconds, only to freeze. Nothing happened. Izuku dashed out of the smoke cloud, running towards Eggman. The doctor turned to see him and yelped, putting up a flimsy shield that might have repelled Sonic's attacks. But Izuku simply punched right through it. He grabbed onto the Eggmobile and slammed it into the ground, breaking the drill. He then ripped off the arms, and Eggman shakily pulled out an energy pistol, aiming it at Izuku. Izuku scowled, wrapping Black Whip around the gun and crushing it. He then pushed his fist through the Eggmobile and focused his energy into his hand, the electricity frying the Eggmobile. Eggman scowled at him, standing up and delivering a punch to Izuku that obviously did absolutely nothing. Izuku then turned around as danger sense warned him of something coming from behind, spotting Chaos rushing towards him. Knuckles then popped out of the ground, slamming his fist into the god's face. Izuku relaxed slightly, only for Chaos to dissolve into the ground. He then heard Eggman chuckle, and he turned around to see the doctor holding a light blue Chaos Emerald. His eyes widened and he instinctively reached out for it. Eggman's eyes widened in fear as Izuku made contact with the emerald, only to pause as Izuku jittered, before his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Before passing out, the doctor then grinned at the rest of the heroes, before the emerald glowed, and he disappeared into thin air. Tails then rushed to Izuku, looking at him with a determined glare on his face. "What just happened?" Sonic asked, and Knuckles crossed his arms. But it was clear to see that he was also confused. "I too would like an explanation," he said, and Tails looked at them, a small smile on his face. "Don't worry, this happened last time he touched a Chaos Emerald. It just interacts strangely with his power," Tails explained, and Knuckles paused, before he shook his head. "Interesting," How many times has this happened? He asked, and Tails hummed, looking back down at Izuku. Only once, but he was out for only a few minutes. He should wake up soon, Tails said, before pulling out a tiny device that looked like it had been made out of scrap. He looked at it, a small frown on his face. He really hoped this worked. Sonic looked at him, confused. What do you have there, bud? He asked, and Tails grinned at him, though it was shaky. It's a pulse monitor. It's kind of like a portable heart monitor, he said, biting his lip. Sonic looked a bit confused, thinking to himself. I don't remember buying that, he said, and Tails shook his head. We didn't. I built it, he admitted, before slapping it on Izuku's wrist. As Sonic processed what Tails just said, the fox crossed his fingers. He had tested it on himself a few times, all of which failed. He did so under Funky's scrutiny, and he continued tweaking the device until Funky assured him that it would work. Now, it was time to test if that was true. For a few seconds, the screen stayed black, and Tails' ears lowered in sadness. Beep. Tails looked at the device in surprise as a number lit up the screen. It read 67 BPM, and Tails grinned. Yes, it works, he said, pumping his fist. Sonic blinked before he grinned. I didn't know my little buddy was an engineer, he said, ruffling Tails' head. And the fox giggled. Knuckles watched on before he crossed his arms. I want a little buddy, he thought to himself. Izuku blinked, realizing that he was back in OFA. He looked around before groaning and shaking his head. What happened? He asked before he spotted All Might walking towards him. There you are, young Midoriya. You touched another one of those strange emeralds and passed out again, the man said, and Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, right. Wait, is everyone all right? I didn't pass out at a bad time, right? Izuku asked, and Nana walked over, chuckling. No, don't worry. That creepy old doctor guy got away though. So did the evil Dasani, she said, and Izuku looked down, humming. Right. Wait, did the emerald do something this time too? He asked, an excited look on his face. Banjo grinned at him, flexing his arms. You're damn right it did. Your muscles are like 0.10 times more dense now. You're way stronger, Banjo said, and Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, what? How strong? He asked, and Banjo grinned. You can probably use 100% of OFA with little trouble now, that's for sure. Though, I wouldn't use too much power with your bulkier form. I doubt you can go higher than 60% with that, Banjo said, and Izuku grinned. This is amazing. Wait, am I stronger without OFA being active too, or just when it is active? He asked, and the first smiled. Even without OFA, you could probably just barely lift a car now, he said, and Izuku froze. Oh no, how am I gonna hug Amy now? He muttered, and Nana grinned at him. Of course that'd be your first concern. Don't worry, it's not like you'll touch her and she'll crumble. You just gotta make sure not to use too much strength. I mean, you're practically a pro at that now, she said, and Izuku paused before he grinned. You're right, he said, before he looked down, noticing that there were now 2 emeralds embedded into the ground under him. He hummed before he closed his eyes, focusing on waking up. Good luck, young Midoriya, All Might said. Izuku gasped as he woke up, startling Tails. He winced, his head throbbing. Oh, I certainly didn't miss that, he muttered before he got to his feet. Tails stood up, quickly swiping the pulse monitor off of him. See, I told you guys that he was fine, he said, and Izuku stretched, feeling his shoulder pop. He then turned to Sonic, an inquisitive look on his face. Hey, didn't you have all the Chaos Emeralds when we met? He asked, and Sonic nodded, his hands on his hips. Yeah, but the emeralds scatter on their own sometimes. I just woke up a few days ago and they were gone, he said, and Izuku hummed before he shook his head. Whatever, I think we're done here. We should head home, Izuku said, turning around and jumping off the mountain. Using float, Sonic ran back down the mountain. Knuckles used his dreads to glide down, and Tails descended with his namesakes. They spotted Metal Sonic tapping his foot impatiently. Tails quickly changed directions, going back to the tornado and telling the group to wait there. Izuku sighed, and Metal looked at him. It seems like you won, he said, and Izuku shrugged. Kinda. We beat them, but they got away, Izuku admitted, and Metal nodded. Better than losing, he said, and Izuku nodded before he looked down at himself. I also got stronger. I made contact with a Chaos Emerald and it made my muscles denser, he said, and Metal Sonic paused, looking at him. Wait, really? That's quite interesting, he said, and Izuku paused. I expected you to have a stronger reaction, he said, and Metal shrugged. Amy panted as she stared at Rouge, who was equally as tired. She had a few cuts on her face and arms, but Rouge looked far worse for wear, bruises covering most of her body and a large crack in her heart-shaped breastplate. Amy grinned as Rouge winced, falling to one knee. What's wrong, baddie? Can't keep up, she asked, and Rouge scowled at her. It's not my fault you have freakishly manly arms, she said, and Amy scowled, her eyes narrowing in rage. What was that? You seem to forget that I just dropped your ass," Amy yelled, and Rouge rolled her eyes, exhausted. "Whatever," she muttered, and Amy huffed, before taking a look around and freezing. She may have gotten a bit carried away. Luckily nothing was broken, but the table was on its side, the chairs had tipped over, and the couch was a few feet away from its original spot. The fridge had also toppled over and spilled all of their food, ruining it all. There were some cracks in the floors, and Izuku's bedroom door was destroyed. Amy winced, realizing that Izuku was going to be pissed if he saw this. Luckily, he was out, giving her time to clean up. Amy walked over to Rouge, picking her up by her wings and making her suck in a breath through her teeth. "Oh, let go of me," she yelled, but Amy ignored her, stomping to the front door. She opened it, about to throw Rouge out, only to come face to chest with Izuku, holding a pint of vanilla ice cream. I got your ice cream," Izuku said, looking down at her. Amy grinned nervously at Izuku, dropping Rouge, who yelped. Hey Izuku, how'd your fight go?" Amy asked, and Izuku winced. "Well, we figured out who the fake me is, and we beat them, but they got away. The Chaos Emeralds are gone too. Apparently they just scatter on their own sometimes," Izuku said, before he attempted to walk inside, only for Amy to frantically block his path. Can you go out and get some more vanilla ice cream?" I don't think that's gonna be enough," Amy said, and Izuku looked at her, a smile on his face. "I got 2, just in case you wanted more," Izuku said, and Amy squeaked. Izuku looked at her strangely, putting a hand on his hip. "Amy, are you alright? You're acting strange. Are you cramping again?" he asked nervously, and Amy looked away, a blush on her face. Rouge looked up at her, confused. "Yes, I am in so much pain. Oh man, I just really wish I had the whole house to myself right now, so I could yell the pain away," Amy said, grinning nervously. Izuku raised an eyebrow, before he sighed, shaking his head. "I mean if you say so. I can hang with Sonic and Tails at their place for the time being. Metal's already there, so I can let him know that you want to be alone right now. I know that what you're currently going through right now can be painful, so yeah. Love you, Ames," Izuku said, and Amy quickly tilted her head up, and Izuku leaned down, giving her a quick peck. Amy wished the shared kiss lasted longer, but she couldn't complain, as she asked to be alone. She smiled lovingly at him, her face red as Izuku left the house. "I love you too, Izuku," she yelled to him before she closed the door. She sighed dreamily, before spotting Rouge climbing out the window. She scowled, walking over to her and grabbing her leg. "Oh no you don't. You're helping me clean this mess," she yelled, pulling Rouge back inside. The bat yelped, before glaring at Amy. "I'm not your maid. This is your house, you clean it," she yelled, and Amy growled at her, summoning her hammer once more. "You helped make this mess, you're gonna help fix it," she yelled, and Rouge scowled back. "Make me," she replied, and Amy scowled, before she paused. She was clearly going about this the wrong way. There had to be some way to convince her to help. Amy's eyes widened, and she quickly ran into her and Izuku's shared room, grabbing his wallet. She ran back out, grabbing a large ring. "You're a thief, right? This is 300 rings. If you help me clean, then it's all yours," she said, and Rouge scoffed at her. "I don't want money, I have plenty of that." "Those rings on your wrists though," Rouge said, her eyes sparkling. Amy looked down at her wrists, before she glared at Rouge. "No, these were my mother's," she said, a dark look on her face. Rouge paused, before nodding. If she had known that, she wouldn't have asked for them. Amy then looked at Rouge, her eyes narrowed. "Seriously though, why did you want to talk to Izuku?" she asked, and Rouge looked at her, eyes wide. "You haven't heard the news?" the bat asked, surprised. Amy nodded, a small frown on her face. "Oh yeah, I forgot that was broadcasted. Obviously that wasn't the real Izuku who did that. He was in bed with me when those men were murdered. Izuku said he found out who the faker was, but he's gonna flip if he sees this mess. If you want to know the truth, you have to help me clean. I'll do all the heavy lifting, so you don't have to worry about chipping a nail or whatever," Amy said, rolling her eyes. Rouge growled at Amy, but didn't argue. After a few minutes, Amy had lifted the fridge and cleaned up all the spilled food. She scowled at the trash bag full of ruined food, annoyed that they had to go shopping again. She had just gone on a grocery run. She walked out of the house, carrying a trash bag and leaving it out for Izuku. She was glad that they had created a trash system. As the first week of living together, Amy had whined about having to carry a simple trash bag all the way to Central City. Soon after, Izuku had created a system where Amy would gather the trash in a bag, and Izuku would take it to Central City at the end of the day. She immediately agreed to it, as she liked cleaning anyway. It was easier for her to think when the house was clean, and she was always the productive type. She grimaced at her gloved hand, quickly rushing inside and throwing the dirty pair in the wash, before grabbing a clean pair in the wardrobe in she and Izuku's room. The day after her birthday, she and Izuku had gone clothes shopping, giving her the chance to get a few more pairs of gloves, socks, and some casual clothes. Izuku had gotten mostly black and white shirts and shorts, though he did buy a joke shirt. Izuku chuckled at a shirt he picked up, prompting Amy to look at him. She mostly had pink and red shirts, along with a few pairs of shorts and even a few shirts. She frowned distastefully at Izuku's basket, seeing nothing but plain black and white clothes. Honestly, she shouldn't have been surprised that he only wore plain white boxers, but here she was. He didn't get a single interesting piece of clothing. So when she saw him laugh at a shirt, she immediately demanded that she show it to her. He turned the shirt around in his hands, an excited smile on his face. Amy looked at it, an eyebrow raised. It was just another white shirt, with the words black written on it. That was it. She looked up, unimpressed. Izuku smiled at her, nodding. She sighed, shaking her head and giving it back to her. When he wasn't looking, she grabbed a pair of red boxers with pink hearts printed over it, snickering as she placed it in his pile. She grinned in amusement as he looked at it, confused, before he shrugged and just paid for it. Okay, so calling it a joke shirt may have been a bit generous, but that was clearly his intention, so she counted it as one. She stepped out of her room, nodding at Rouge, who had set the chairs straight and was attempting to move the table back onto its legs alone and failing miserably. Amy walked over, grabbing the table and immediately setting it upright, making Rouge scoff. I didn't need your help, but thanks anyway, she said, before she sat in one of the chairs. Amy rolled her eyes, walking over to the couch and lifting it easily, moving it back to its original position. She looked around, before nodding in satisfaction. It looked normal now. Amy grabbed the 2 pints of ice cream and placed them in the freezer, before she paused and took 1 pint out. She grabbed a spoon and popped it open, sitting at the table and quickly taking a bite. She hummed, a small frown on her face. It was good, but something was missing. Amy thought to herself for a second, before she came up with an idea. She stood up, rushing to the fridge and grabbing the pickles, opening the jar and using it as a scoop for the ice cream, before taking a bite. She smiled in satisfaction as Rouge looked okay with horror. Amy noticed her expression and scowled, swallowing her interesting food combination. What? It's my house, I can eat what I want. If you don't like it, then leave, Amy said, pointing the rest of the pickle at her. Rouge leaned back, her lip curled in disgust. Whatever, she murmured, shaking her head. Amy grumbled, eating the rest of her pickle and vanilla ice cream combo in peace, frowning sadly when the pickle jar was empty. She took another bite of the ice cream, before slumping sadly. It just wasn't the same without the pickle. Amy sighed, placing the lid back on the ice cream and putting it back in the freezer, before she brushed her teeth again. She didn't want her mouth to smell like vanilla and pickles when Izuku came back. That would be really embarrassing. A moment later, the door opened and Izuku popped his head in, smiling at Amy. Hey Ames, feeling better? He asked, and the girl sighed with a smile, nodding her head. Much better. I had some ice cream, and it calmed me down a bit, she said, and Rouge rolled her eyes. Izuku looked at the Batgirl, his eyes widening. Rouge, what are you doing here? He asked, and the Batgirl asked, Oh, just thought I'd drop by, check on the hero that's apparently a closet psychopath. Normal things, she answered, and Izuku groaned. Oh, right, that. Yeah, that wasn't me. I thought Eggman may have built a robot copy of me or made a suit for some random guy, but it's something completely different, Izuku said, and Rouge stared at him, awaiting the answer. Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his head. It was Chaos, the god of destruction, Izuku said, and Amy's eyes widened, slamming her hands on the table and leaning forward. See Chaos? You have beef with Chaos? Amy asked, and Izuku winced, before grinning shakily at her. Well, at least we won, right? He asked, and Amy narrowed her eyes at him. The god of destruction is our enemy. You didn't win, you just prolonged the inevitable. Amy yelled, and Izuku cringed. She can't be that bad. Right? Izuku asked, and the hedgehog girl groaned, slamming her head into the table. Oh, we're so gonna die, she muttered. Rouge sighed, standing up. Well, I got what I came here for. You guys can hash out whether or not you can beat God without me, she said, quickly flying out of the house. Izuku looked at her strangely as she left, before turning back to Amy, an eyebrow raised. Care to tell me why she was covered in bruises? He asked, and Amy looked away. We were sparring, she said, and Izuku paused. You were sparring, he repeated, and Amy nodded. I won, obviously. She didn't stand a chance, Amy said, and Izuku smiled slightly. Well, isn't someone cocky? How are you feeling? He asked, and Amy shrugged. Meh, mainly bored. I've had nothing to do for the past few hours. Now that you're home, though, wanna go shopping? She asked, a hopeful look in her eyes. Izuku paused, looking at Amy, confused. I thought you went shopping yesterday, he said, and Amy looked away. I think they forgot to change their stock yesterday, because a lot of the stuff was rotten. I'm gonna be more careful this time. she said, a smile on her face. Izuku winced before he sighed. I suppose. I don't really have anything I need to do right now, so shopping it is, he said, and Amy pumped her fist. Thank God I don't have to do it alone, she whispered, before standing up with a crack of her wrists. All right, let's head out, she said, and Izuku shook his head. Hold on, I gotta change first. We're not that low on food, are we? Izuku asked, and Amy winced. It's pretty bad, she admitted, and Izuku paused. I'll be ready in a minute, he said. Eggman stepped out of his Eggmobile on a massive ship dubbed the Egg Carrier. Chaos reformed next to him, his clear body shifting to become solid once more. Eggman grinned at Chaos, laughing gleefully. That was an incredible display, Chaos. You had that sniveling brat crying on his knees, Eggman said, and Chaos acknowledged Eggman with a nod. Eggman's grin then widened as he pulled out the blue Chaos Emerald from before, and Chaos' attention was drawn solely to it. Here, think of this as a reward, Eggman said, before tossing the emerald to Chaos. Who caught it? The emerald immediately sunk into his body, and Chaos groaned as his body grew bigger, small green spikes growing out of his shoulders and elbows. His body warped as it grew, becoming larger than even Izuku when he absorbed his excess energy. He looked at Eggman, who tapped his fingers together with a dark grin. Victory is assured now. That boy may be strong, but he can't match the power of a Chaos Emerald, he said, and Chaos scowled. Do not underestimate him. The last person to do so didn't see the next day. When that cockroach gets frightened, he can be exceedingly dangerous, even more so when he's angry, Chaos advised, and Eggman looked at him, unenthused. You really think I didn't plan around that? He asked, before pulling out a small device that unfolded into a small black visor, similar to the one he made Amy wear. The Egg Set 2.0. Not only does it scan the wearer's mind to find what makes them the most agitated, it manipulates the wearer into thinking those they care about are what they hate, Eggman announced proudly, and Chaos simply walked away. Eggman scowled before he scoffed, shaking his head. He didn't need to form a bond with his comrades, he just needed them to work for him. Izuku yawned as he leaned on the grocery cart while Amy looked at 2 bottles of ketchup. She was trying to find the most fresh bottle, and Izuku suppressed a groan. He didn't mind grocery shopping as much as clothes shopping, but it was still kinda boring. The cart was already pretty full, and Izuku was starting to think he should probably go on a ring-collecting spree. They had spent nearly half of their total savings on all of the clothes, which was fine. However, they were dipping a little too deep into their stash, so they might need a refill. Izuku could get a job, but he was already so busy with training Amy and fighting crime that he'd just rather collect them the way he had been. Amy sighed, not seeing any difference between the 2 bottles, just chose a random one to put in the cart, putting the other one back on the shelf she found it on. After throwing the ketchup bottle into the cart, she went over her mental list of groceries she wanted to get, before nodding. That's everything. Let's get out of here, she said, and Izuku exhaled in relief. Pushing the cart to the front of the store, they decided to use the self-checkout from now on ever since that little fiasco with the racist cashier. The only problem, there were only 3 self-checkout stations ... and a pretty large amount of people waiting. Izuku winced as he entered the line, looking over at Amy who didn't look too annoyed at the line. Amy, can we just go to a normal checkout line? This ... is gonna take a while, he said, and Amy shook her head. It won't take too long, Izuku. You just gotta be a little patient, she said, smiling at him. He looked ahead, resting his head on one of his hands. He hoped she was right. It took 30 minutes. Izuku was practically jittering in place, just wanting to do something. Finally, they were at the front of the line, and a station had opened up. Izuku nearly rushed the cart to the station, and Amy looked at him, amused. The wait wasn't that long, Izuku, she said with a grin as they started scanning their items. Izuku looked at her, eyes narrowed. That took like a million years, he replied, and Amy rolled her eyes. Whatever makes you sleep at night, big guy, she teased with a grin. They quickly filled up multiple bags with their groceries, but they still weren't even halfway done. Hey, what's taking so long over there? Someone from the line asked, and Izuku winced, hurrying up. Amy frowned, before she started intentionally taking her time out of spite. She hummed leisurely as she scanned a few items, intentionally missing the scanner once or twice. Oops, she sang, making Izuku look at her. Amy, what are you doing? He whispered, and she smiled at him. I'm not gonna take some disrespect from a random guy. If he wants to be rude, then he can wait even longer, she said, and Izuku winced as the man from before spoke up again. Damn, are you buying the whole store? Hurry it up, he asked. Amy's grin widened, her eyelid twitching in irritation. She grabbed a can of corn that slipped out of her hand. Whoopsies, she said aloud, before she pulled her eyelid down and stuck her tongue out at the man who was telling them to hurry up, making the man scowl at them. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked at her nervously, tapping into a small amount of OFA to scan the items at super speed, quickly finishing up. His arms became a blur as he placed everything in bags, quickly paying for their items. "All right, let's go, Amy," he said, grabbing all the bags. A few people looked at him, impressed. He was carrying like 0.30 bags. She looked up at him, surprised, before looking down at the corn in her hand which she hadn't paid for. I didn't scan this yet," she said, and 𝗧𝗂 sighed, wilting slightly. "Just go put it back so that we can leave," he said, tired. Amy winced, feeling guilty. She quickly zipped away as 𝗧𝗂 placed all the bags in his cart, not noticing as the man that yelled at them stepped out of the line, following Amy. The hedgehog girl made her way to the canned food section, quickly putting the canned corn away with a sigh. She might have gotten a little carried away, and she genuinely felt bad. It was pretty clear that 𝗧𝗂 just wanted to go home, considering he had a pretty long day. With learning that someone was copying him, speaking about his deceased friends, and fighting the god of destruction, she was pulled from her thoughts as she heard someone walking up behind her. She turned around to see the man that yelled at her from the line, glaring down at her. She put her hands on her hips, looking at the man with narrowed eyes. "And what do you want?" she asked, and the man scowled, pulling out a pair of brass knuckles. Amy raised an eyebrow as she stared at the man, unimpressed. 𝗧𝗂 tapped his foot, waiting by the door. He has been waiting for a few minutes, and he was starting to get worried. Just as he was about to start looking for Amy, he saw her walking up to her, a light skip in her step. "Let's go, 𝗧𝗂," she said, happily. 𝗧𝗂 paused, before he shrugged. He figured it was just a mood swing. Meanwhile, the man twitched as he laid on the ground, a cartoonishly large bump on his head. His brass knuckles snapped in half. Knuckles rolled his shoulder as Tails flew him back to Angel Island, sighing. "I still can't believe that our opponent is Chaos. It's strange to have my sacred duty spat on by Eggman. I'm both angry and, maybe relieved. I don't understand this feeling," Knuckles admitted, looking down at his hands. Tails looked at him, concerned. "Well, I don't know what it's like to have a super important job like that, but I know you really care about it. I think your ancestors would be proud of you," Tails said, and Knuckles paused, before he smiled gratefully at the fox. "I appreciate your kind words, Tails. I wish that I could meet one. The only other echidna I have ever met was my father, Locke. However, he died when I was a child, and I haven't ever met one since," Knuckles admitted, a frown on his face. Tails looked down, a sad frown on his face. He couldn't even imagine being the last of his species. That must have been really hard for him, especially with such an important job. No more words were spoken between the two as they flew, Angel Island quickly coming into view. Tails landed the plane on the edge of the island, and they both hopped off of the plane. "Do you mind if I stay for a bit? The engine is still a bit new, so I don't want to overheat it," Tails asked, and Knuckles smiled at his friend. "Not at all. You already know your way around the palace, right?" Knuckles asked, and Tails nodded, a small smile on his face. Knuckles trusted Tails enough to let him go off on his own, before he sighed, walking towards where the shattered Master Emerald lay. He looked at the long flight of stairs, a tired look on his face. He had been guarding the emerald for most of his life. Yet it all meant nothing in the end. Knuckles looked down, his thoughts becoming dark. Was there really any reason for him to live anymore? The Master Emerald was destroyed, and Chaos was set free. His entire existence was to prevent that from happening, which meant that he was a failure in every sense of the word. He started walking up the steps, not noticing that the foliage around the emerald had grown, orange lilies sprouting out of the bushes. Knuckles made it to the top of the stairs, his eyes closed. He sighed, opening them, only to freeze. There, staring at where the emerald used to lay, was an orange echidna. She turned around, smiling at him. "Hello, Knuckles. I have been waiting to meet you. My name is 𝗧𝗪, and we have much to discuss."